Hey there, awesome viewers. Welcome back to Manhwa Empire Recap. Before we dive into today's recap, we want to hear from you. Drop your favorite genre of manhwa or manga in the comments below, and let us know where you're watching from. Your feedback helps us bring you the content you love. Now, let's jump into today's recap and explore the incredible stories we have for you.
Due to the corruption of the primordial god, he descended into a profound state of consciousness resembling a vast sea, plunging into the depths of absolute nothingness. Persisting in his descent, he plunged further into the engulfing flames of nothingness, and as time unfolded its relentless march, he underwent a metamorphosis, gradually assuming the spectral essence of a ghostly existence. Transformed into a spectral entity, the primordial god adopted a malevolent mindset, harboring a sinister desire to enhance his strength through the consumption of human souls, thereby weaving a dark tapestry of nefarious intent. However, the deity embodying benevolence made a grand descent to the earthly realm with the explicit purpose of putting an end to the spectral malevolence that was relentlessly consuming the very essence of human souls, taking proactive measures to thwart its insidious progress. The intervention to thwart the ghost's insidious act of consuming human souls led to a consequential event, where blood metaphorically flowed through both the celestial realms and the earthly domain, signifying a profound and impactful disruption in the cosmic balance. In response to the escalating tension between the god and the malevolent ghost, the sun and moon, gripped by trepidation, chose to withdraw themselves, bidding a symbolic retreat from the unfolding conflict, casting an ominous shadow over the celestial dynamics. At the forefront of the battlefield, where the clash between the god and the ghost reached its peak, the insatiable desires of the ghost experienced a discernible attenuation. As a result of this pivotal shift, a protracted and ancient war, spanning 1,000 years, concluded, bringing about the long-awaited cessation of hostilities. In that moment, the benevolent god, adorned with a gentle smile, observed with satisfaction as the once malevolent ghost knelt in submission before his radiant and formidable power. Despite the magnitude of the war, the insatiable seeds of greed persisted, and a century later, the ghosts descended upon the world, initiating a clandestine campaign wherein they resumed the ominous activities of trampling and devouring human souls once again. Perplexed, the benevolent god found himself in a state of confusion, unsure of the appropriate course of action, as he lacked awareness of the intricate tapestry of human hardships, joys, and sorrows. Contemplating for an extended period amid the desperate cries of humanity, the god grappled with the decision of whether to intervene once again on behalf of the humans. Yet, in that crucial moment, another benevolent god emerged, aligning himself with humanity. This eccentric deity harbored a special affection for the human world, standing as a unique ally in their time of need. In this contemplation, he pondered the possibility of simply reminding humans to safeguard themselves. The divine powers of the gods draw strength from the 7 celestial forces, the spiritual energies of the heavens and earth. These encompass the influences of the month, fire, water, nature, gold, ground, and day, collectively contributing to the formidable might of the divine entities. With the knowledge of these powers, the wise individuals in the human world identified a particular person, recognizing their significance in the cosmic dynamics. They crowned an individual who bore a resemblance to a deity and possessed the 7 star powers, proclaiming them as the Emperor. This marked the inaugural step toward empowering humans to safeguard themselves, and it served as the initial oracle bestowed upon them. Subsequently, they designated 12 disciples, each bearing a resemblance to a god, and elevated them to the status of princes. Each prince, in their distinct capacity, embodies a specific facet reminiscent of a god, emanating a distinctive aura that is uniquely their own. One prince, for example, establishes a profound link with the intricate rhythms of nature. The second prince, intricately tied to the power of day, became a symbol of celestial illumination. Whenever an oracle akin to this revelation was received, a customary contest ensued. The third prince embodies the elemental prowess of water, characterized by a chilling demeanor and a dark aura. With azure-hued hair and pallid skin, he stands as a visual representation of the cold and mysterious depths associated with the power of water. The final prince embodies the fiery essence, and during the contest proceedings, the individual who distinguishes themselves most prominently is bestowed with the esteemed title of Emperor, symbolizing their exceptional qualities and prowess. In the current era, in the grandeur of the year 999, a servant presented a portrait showcasing the princes who are slated to partake in the contest. Adjacent to them, there is a solitary man beside them having a drink while attentively listening. He found it intriguing and couldn't believe the widespread interest in a contest that might unfold at any given moment. In a surprising twist, the oracles that traditionally descended every 500 years have been conspicuously absent, with no appearances or news for 1,000 years now. The man pondered that those who perceived 100 years as similar to 1,000 might view the oracle's tale as nothing more than an ethereal narrative, similar to a fleeting cloud story or an unreal story. His companion shared a similar perspective, aligning with the notion expressed by the master that the oracles, having not manifested for 1,000 years, might be regarded as entities yet to witness such a prolonged existence. In a jesting manner, the man quipped that the oracle's existence seemed to be more of a humorous anecdote than a tangible reality. Contrarily, his companion contemplated the matter earnestly and asserted that it wasn't a mere joke, but a serious consideration to ponder. As their drinking continued, they delved deeper into contemplation and found themselves growing concerned about another matter. Their concern deepened as they pondered the mortality of the princes with spiritual powers. Despite their extended lifespans surpassing ordinary humans, the realization struck that these princes, being creations of the gods, were only half immortal and not similar to true deities. Given the current circumstances, the man contemplated that, as time progressed, he might witness the commencement of the competition, even as he advanced in age. Suddenly, his surprise was palpable as a formidable power emanated, accompanied by a potent and intense aura. In a rapid and decisive motion, he turned his attention towards the origin of the potent power, keen on identifying the source that had stirred the air with its compelling aura. To his astonishment, the oracle they had waited for 1,000 years had unexpectedly descended to Earth, a momentous occurrence that stirred a mixture of surprise and anticipation in the air. His amazement heightened as he realized that indeed, it was the long-awaited oracle. The disbelief lingered until he witnessed the oracle with his own eyes, a moment that solidified the reality of its presence. In the tranquil ambience of the 100-year palace, a man stood outside, surrounded by a profound silence, while delicate sakura leaves gracefully descended, creating a serene tableau around him. He caught the falling sakura leaves, adding a graceful touch to the tranquil scene outside the 100-year palace. His eyes reflected a profound sense of loneliness and introspection, lost in deep contemplation amid the tranquil surroundings. Raising his gaze, he observed a multitude of leaves cascading from above, creating a mesmerizing display of nature's dance around him. Suddenly, another wave of surprise washed over him as he noticed the visible manifestation of the oracle from his vantage point. The oracle's visibility extended far and wide, captivating onlookers from various locations. Even another prince, who was venturing outdoors, found himself mesmerized by the radiant glow emanating from the oracle. The prince, captivated by the oracle's light, held a bottle of potion in his hand. In a state of enchantment, the prince gazed with fascination at the radiant light emanating from the oracle, his eyes reflecting the mesmerizing allure of the celestial spectacle. He observed the oracle from an elevated vantage point, overseeing the celestial display with a perspective that enhanced the grandeur of the moment. Conversely, another prince engaged in skillful practice, perhaps honing his abilities. In the company of his companions and servants, the prince practiced his swordsmanship with precision. His servants couldn't help but be astonished as he skillfully threw his sword. The sword found its target and struck a sturdy wall with a solid impact, showcasing the force and precision behind the prince's martial prowess. The force of the impact was so formidable that the wall suddenly shattered. Despite the impressive feat of breaking the wall, the prince harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. As he prepared to retrieve his sword, a sudden surprise engulfed him as the oracle made its appearance. He turned around in astonishment, unable to believe his own eyes at the unexpected presence of the oracle that had seemingly materialized before him. The radiant light emitted by the oracle was so intense that it illuminated a nearby room, revealing a startled woman who was taken aback by the unexpected brilliance of the celestial display. Reacting swiftly, the woman hurried to the window, drawn by the captivating sight of the oracle's luminous presence outside. Witnessing the enchanting scene, a smile graced her face, reflecting the joy and wonder inspired by the ethereal display of the oracle's light. The pervasive glow and power of the oracle's light extended throughout the surroundings, casting its enchanting influence across the entire area. On the opposite side, the man observed with a contented smile as sakura leaves gracefully descended. He watched with a sense of grace as the leaves descended, feeling the gentle caress of the wind. In a consequential sequence of events, an individual outside was engaged in the act of feeding a rabbit at the very moment when the extraordinary events unfolded. His attention was drawn to the oracle's appearance, and he witnessed the celestial spectacle with a mixture of surprise and awe as it unfolded before his eyes. Yet, a sudden wave of sadness engulfed him despite the captivating scene. In his melancholy, he sought solace by embracing the rabbit. Unexpectedly, a tear welled up in his eyes and trickled down his cheeks, a poignant expression of the complex emotions. Some picked up their tea calmly despite the events. Meanwhile, indoors, some individuals calmly sipped tea, maintaining a composed demeanor. Sitting in serene composure, he casually indulges in sipping his tea, nonchalantly unwinding as the oracle gracefully makes an entrance into the scene. At long last, the eagerly anticipated moment for which they had patiently waited has arrived, signaling the commencement of the much-anticipated event they had been so fervently anticipating. It's finally here, and the unfolding of the awaited experience is underway. Following the entrance of the oracle, the competition kicked off, with a palpable sense of excitement permeating the air. The grand banquet hall became a focal point as individuals gathered, creating a lively and spirited atmosphere for the commencement of the event. The crowd was buzzing with excitement as they eagerly anticipated the prince's contest. Adding to the thrill was the unprecedented arrival of an oracle, a spectacle unseen for 1,000 years. The convergence of these events made for an electrifying moment. The crowd was filled with both excitement and awe as they witnessed the entrance of the servants, their arrival adding an element of anticipation and wonder to the unfolding scene. Shortly thereafter, the female servants made their entrance, adding another dynamic element to the unfolding events. The onlookers were captivated by the mesmerizing beauty of the servants, unable to resist drawing comparisons between their allure and the ethereal grace reminiscent of fairies. However, despite the general admiration and comparisons drawn by the onlookers, one discerning prince did not seem particularly pleased with the comments. Prince Korin, the eighth in line, explicitly asserted that, in his view, a female servant must possess a certain level of attractiveness to fulfill the role of a female servant. He held the belief that the beauty of the female servants was rendered somewhat futile if they were unable to venture beyond the palace confines for the entirety of their lives. However, someone promptly challenged his perspective and inquired whether his remarks were rooted in a sense of jealousy towards the beauty possessed by women. The seventh prince, Hamel, playfully quipped that, in comparison to the beauty of the women, his own countenance might be considered less than favorable. Observing Prince Hamel's presence at the competition, his striking beauty proved overwhelming for some women, leading to a few fainting spells induced by the sheer allure of his appearance. While the seventh prince, Hamel, and the eighth prince, Korin, persistently engaged in mutual irritation, an observant prince situated beside them closely monitored the unfolding exchange between the two. Prince Hyun, the fifth in line, decided to intervene by calling out the seventh and eighth princes, noting that their ongoing exchange was creating a disturbance with its excessive noise. Addressing Korin directly, Prince Hyun brought to his attention the multitude of onlookers and cautioned him to cease his current actions, emphasizing the scrutiny of numerous eyes upon them and suggesting that it would be prudent to discontinue any disruptive behavior. Conversely, the other prince displayed visible signs of nervousness and anxiety, seated with an uneasy demeanor while constantly glancing around. It turned out to be the 20th prince, Ayan, who found himself taken aback when someone unexpectedly approached him, inquiring whether his apparent unease was a result of the crowd surrounding them. Seeking to alleviate Ayan's evident shock and anxiety, the second prince, Jeokyeon, offered reassurance by assuring him that everything would be fine and emphasizing his physical presence right beside him for support. In an attempt to ease Ayan's trembling nerves, Jeokyeon playfully suggested an imaginative strategy, proposing that Ayan envision the crowd not as humans, but rather as a multitude of rabbits. Grateful for the thoughtful suggestion, Ayan expressed his thanks to Jeokyeon, recognizing the value of the playful advice in helping him manage his nervousness amidst the crowd. Observing Ayan's gratitude and Jeokyeon's helpful suggestion, another prince felt compelled to share his own perspective. In a hushed tone, the observing prince discreetly remarked that the second prince seemed to be putting on an act of kindness once more. However, the first prince interjected and advised him to refrain from further commentary. signaling a desire to maintain decorum and discourage any potential discord or speculation within the gathering. Bean Gang, unfazed by the comment and possibly to diffuse any tension, responded with laughter and lightened the atmosphere by making a joke. In a playful exchange, Bean Gang made an effort to elicit a smile from Doha by contorting their own face into a humorous expression. Contrary to expectations, Doha did not take kindly to the attempt at humor, his displeasure evident in the intensity of his gaze, which betrayed a sense of anger and irritation at the jesting, creating an unexpected shift in the previously amiable atmosphere. Sensing the need to redirect the conversation, Bean Gang deftly shifted the topic, expressing curiosity about the delayed start of the competition. Following a keen observation, it became apparent that one of the princes was conspicuously absent from the gathering, prompting a sense of intrigue and prompting the others to speculate about the reason for their notable absence. Bean Gang, attuned to Doha's earlier expressions and demeanor, came to the realization that the missing prince was precisely what Doha had been searching for and anticipating. Despite the realization and the unfolding revelation about the missing prince, Doha remained noticeably silent. Adding a layer of context to the anticipation, the individual Doha was waiting for was reputedly known for frequently leaving his palace. The gentle breeze, a delightful companion on a spring day, weaving through the air with a whispering touch, carrying the essence of blooming flowers and the promise of rejuvenation. As the seasons transitioned, summer found itself ensconced beneath the dappled canopy of leafy shade. With the passage of time, autumn gracefully unfurled its tapestry of warm hues, and as the season progressed, the once abundant sunshine gradually began to fade. As time marched forward, the arrival of winter announced itself with a frigid embrace. Amidst the wintry chill, the individual they awaited continued to wander on the outskirts of the nation, navigating the frosty realms that characterized the season. The individual they awaited remained largely unknown to the public. Further contributing to the mystique surrounding this elusive figure, tales spoke of eyes that carried a cold and piercing gaze. Unveiling the identity of this elusive figure, it emerged that he was a prince who chose not to carve his name into the annals of history through ostentatious achievements. In a sudden twist of events, Prince Hamel's countenance brightened, and a smile played upon his lips as the awaited figure, who had been the focal point of anticipation, made a surprising and timely entrance. Bean Gang, caught off guard by the unexpected arrival of the mysterious prince, couldn't conceal his surprise. Contrary to the surprised reactions of those around him, Doha's countenance remained unchanged. Doha, maintaining his unflinching expression, broke the silence by remarking to the newly arrived prince that, despite the punctual appearance, he was still lacking in stature or fell short in some regard. In a deliberate and measured manner, the recently arrived prince made his entrance, addressing the first prince with the respectful title of His Highness. Stepping into the scene, the fourth prince, Jeokyeon, accompanied by his subordinate Baisal, approached the gathering. Jeokyeon greeted the first prince, calling him His Highness, and complimented him for his enduring nobility. Yet, he added a touch of criticism, mentioning that despite the nobility, there was a hint of ill-mannered behavior. Jeokyeon, the fourth prince, was a mere 6 years old when his master gently clasped his hand, leading him with care and solemnity into the grandeur of the palace. The master, deemed the least reputable among the 12 disciples, arrived at the palace accompanied by a boy whose hair was as dark as the night. Such was the intensity of the gossip surrounding their presence that it seemed as though the palace walls might crumble under the weight of whispered speculations. Upon their entrance into the palace, a hushed silence fell over all the residing princes, each seated in their designated places. In an unexpected turn of events overnight, the once distant princes transformed into his newfound brothers. While some greeted him with smiles, others withheld such warmth. The newly imposed familial bonds into which he was thrust proved resistant to acceptance, creating an environment where he found himself uncomfortably situated. His master elucidated that the princes were not only his newfound brothers, but also, paradoxically, his adversaries. Jeokyeon suggested that his master should straightforwardly express the situation just as he did. Encouraged by his master, he was urged to step forward and extend greetings to his newfound brothers, as the imperial palace was to be his residence, becoming the grounds for his essential education in the intricate rules that governed palace life. In the ensuing moments, Jeokyeon cautiously advanced, taking measured and deliberate small steps towards his newfound brothers in the palace. In that moment, he found himself ensnared by the imposing physical presence of another prince, Hamel, characterized by his vibrant yellow hair, an encounter that prompted Jeokyeon to flinch and experience a wave of anxiousness. Nevertheless, he proceeded to take his place in the designated seating arrangement, overcoming his initial unease in the presence of Prince Hamel. Whispers and gossips persisted in the background as he settled into his designated spot, the clandestine conversations maintaining their continuity in the palace surroundings. Embarking on his lessons, he soon realized that not a single subject being imparted to them was of facile nature, each presenting its own challenges in the intricate curriculum. Gradually, he matured within this routine, coming to terms with the reality that his current existence was intricately woven into the fabric of rules and discipline, embracing the structured life that now defined him. Simultaneously, the first prince garnered commendation for his exceptional calligraphy skills, receiving accolades for the noteworthy progress he achieved within a remarkably brief period. The teacher, recognizing his proficiency, granted him permission to depart and return to the main palace, acknowledging that there was no further instruction to impart upon him. Prince Hamel, captivated by the praises bestowed upon him, reveled in the admiration, while Jeokyeon remained steadfastly focused, diligently examining his own works with unwavering concentration. In the interim, the first prince paused briefly before making his way back to the palace. He beckoned Jeokyeon's attention, conveying that there was an error in what he was currently transcribing. In an effort to comprehend the first prince's critique, Jeokyeon earnestly engaged in a conversation. The first prince asserts that the character he had written was composed incorrectly. Upon delivering this observation, the first prince promptly departed, leaving Jeokyeon to gaze silently in his wake as he exited, a moment pregnant with unspoken sentiments. Jeokyeon directed a tense and piercing gaze towards the departing first prince, his eyes locking onto him with an intense glare, expressing a subtle but palpable tension in the air. Shortly after, he retrieved his ink, the atmosphere carrying a lingering undercurrent of the encounter with the first prince. To the astonishment of everyone present, Jeokyeon unexpectedly hurled the container of ink toward the first prince. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the first prince's gaze and irritated by it, Jeokyeon's impulsive action sought to break the tension. Yet, the first prince maintained a composed demeanor. Turning around, the first prince fixed a gaze upon Jeokyeon, his eyes carrying a potent and inscrutable intensity that spoke volumes in response to the unexpected act. Jeokyeon, in turn, maintained an unwavering focus on the first prince, their eyes locked in a silent exchange, his expression resolute and devoid of emotion as they shared this intense moment of confrontation. Doha, the first prince, retained a composed countenance, unruffled by the charged atmosphere, and met Jeokyeon's intense gaze with an air of dignified tranquility. Shortly after, Doha averted his gaze from Jeokyeon, severing the intense eye contact and introducing a subtle shift in the dynamic between the two. He proceeded with his activities as if nothing had occurred, restoring an air of normalcy and leaving behind the momentary tension that had briefly enveloped the space between him and Jeokyeon. Even as they grew older, Jeokyeon consistently maintained a watchful eye fixed on Doha, a testament to the enduring vigilance and awareness that persisted between them over the passage of time. Doha, in a parallel manner, retained his steadfast demeanor and continued to reciprocate by casting his gaze upon Jeokyeon with a similar intensity. Meanwhile, Hamel observed the exchange between Jeokyeon and Doha with a knowing smile, discerning the nuances of their unspoken connection. Shortly after, the servants announced the imminent arrival of the majestic figure, the emperor, signaling a moment of heightened anticipation and ceremonial significance within banquet. Baisal, in response to the announcement, attentively observed the surroundings. Shortly after, Baisal advised his master Jeokyeon that it would be prudent to proceed to his designated seat promptly, considering the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Acknowledging the wisdom in Baisal's advice, Jeokyeon concurred and, with a composed demeanor, directed a steady gaze towards Doha as he prepared to proceed to his designated seat in the midst of the onlooking audience. As they moved forward, Beangang observed them with a warm smile, acknowledging their progression with a subtle expression of approval. Baisal, in response, turned around and cast a glance toward Beangang, a silent exchange of acknowledgement passing between them before resuming their respective positions. Beangang greeted Baisal with a friendly smile, remarking that it had been a while since their paths had crossed. Baisal, after a brief moment of contemplation, simply gazed at Beangang before promptly turning around, opting to remain silent as they navigated the ceremonial proceedings. Baisol's silent response left Beangang momentarily dumbfounded and surprised, while the first prince, Doha, exhibited visible signs of irritation at this turn of events, creating a palpable undercurrent of tension within the regal gathering. In an attempt to diffuse the tension, Beangang blurted out that Baisol possessed a feisty spirit similar to his master, Jeokyeon. Shortly after, the emperor made his grand entrance, accompanied by a retinue of numerous servants, emanating a commanding and formidable presence that reverberated throughout the surroundings. The emperor was welcomed with enthusiastic remarks and a lively atmosphere from the crowds, the regal occasion marked by an outpouring of admiration and excitement in response to the majestic presence. Ryu Hua, the emperor, greeted the assembled individuals with a warm smile, flanked by his trusted aide and escort, Jeokyeon, casting a regal presence that added a touch of magnificence to the ceremonial setting. With a gracious smile, Ryu Hua, the emperor, extended a wave of acknowledgement towards the gathered crowd, fostering a connection with the people and enhancing the festive ambience of the regal event. The onlookers were captivated and awestruck by the sheer beauty radiating from Emperor Ryu Hua, their admiration palpable in the collective hush that swept through the crowd. Despite his youthful appearance, Emperor Ryu Hua bore the weight of an extensive reign, having governed the empire for nearly a millennium, a testament to his enduring wisdom and leadership that surpassed the bounds of mere mortal years. The princes themselves, despite their apparent youth, were individuals who had traversed several centuries, embodying a longevity that surpassed the ordinary bounds of human existence. The arrival of the emperor invoked various reactions among the princes. While some remained quiet in awe, others, like Ayan, exhibited signs of anxiety. The extensive history of both the emperor and the princes, despite its veracity, remained a source of disbelief for some individuals. Despite the swirling gossips, the emperor maintained a serene countenance, radiating smiles of genuine delight upon seeing faces he hadn't encountered in a considerable span of time. Reflecting on past encounters, the emperor recollected meeting the princes approximately 40 to 30 years ago. In a touch of sarcastic humor, the emperor jestingly remarked that his lengthy existence might have caused him to forget trivial details. The emperor continued his light-hearted banter, sharing laughter with the person beside him while disclosing that his aide, Jeokyeon, persistently nagged him with the passage of time, a humorous anecdote about the challenges of longevity within the empire. Following the banter, the emperor settled into an expression of pure delight, his countenance adorned with genuine smiles that radiated warmth and geniality throughout the gathering. Shortly after, he held tight to a sense of composure. Transitioning from the previous lightheartedness, the emperor adopted a more serious demeanor. As the emperor, the span of 1,000 years weighed heavily on Ryu Hua, and he reflected on the profound length of time that had passed. The entirety of the imperial gathering exuded magnificence and glamour, encapsulating the regal splendor that characterized the event, leaving an indelible impression of grandeur on those present. However, for an immortal like Emperor Ryu Hua, the passage of time bore the weight of difficulty, marked by the poignant moments of loss involving his loved ones. After 1,000 years on the burdensome throne, Emperor Ryu Hua found himself increasingly devoid of emotion, the weight of the lengthy reign contributing to a sense of detachment that characterized his enduring rule. Despite the weariness entwined with his prolonged rule, there was a sense of finality as Emperor Ryu Hua acknowledged that the tiresome throne would now come to its end. Following the emperor's arrival, a hushed solemnity settled over the banquet. Embracing the stillness of the moment, the emperor graciously beckoned everyone to lend their ears, initiating a focused and attentive audience in anticipation of the forthcoming words that would shape the course of the imperial discourse. The princes listened with utmost attentiveness as the emperor commenced his speech. The princes absorbed the emperor's words attentively as he expounded on the enduring longevity and strength of the monarchy, the gravity of his speech resonating within the regal hall, shaping their understanding of the empire's formidable legacy. Conversely, Jeongwon listened with an air of cold detachment. Meanwhile, Eon, the 20th prince, listened with meticulous attention, his focus unwavering as he absorbed the details of the emperor's words. In response, Hamel maintained a calm and composed demeanor as the emperor announced the heavens oracle. Doha, on the other hand, listened with intense scrutiny, his eyes reflecting a depth of contemplation as he absorbed the weight of the emperor's words and the announcement of the heavens oracle. According to the Emperor's declaration, based on the Heavens Oracle, he would reaffirm the imperial throne to the victor of the 43rd Contest of Princes. Jeokyeon, in response to this announcement, remained composed and calm, displaying a demeanor of measured acceptance towards the unfolding events. The Emperor foretold that for the prince who emerges victorious and ascends to the throne, the journey ahead would be akin to a path strewn with thorns, symbolizing the challenges and trials that awaited the chosen ruler. Moreover, the Emperor emphasized that the forthcoming battle would be an inherently solitary endeavor, one where the victorious prince could not rely on anyone throughout the entire world. Concluding his proclamation, the Emperor expressed his well wishes despite the daunting nature of the impending challenge, extending his genuine hopes for success to all the princes embarking on the journey for the imperial throne. Following the gathering, the princes immersed themselves in warm water, indulging in a moment of relaxation and rejuvenation after the weighty proceedings. Korin, with a firm grip, removed water from his hair. Satisfied with the warm bath, Korin swiftly changed into fresh attire, a ritual echoed by the fifth Prince Hyun, both indulging in the refreshing aftermath of the bath with a sense of contentment. Outside the bathing area, Baisol stood in waiting for others to leave. As Korin and Eon exited, Baisol cast a brief glance around the area. Contemplating the emptying space, Baisol noted that all the princes had left, leaving a moment of quiet reflection in the wake of their departure from the bathing station. Promptly, Baisol made his way to his master, Jeokyeon. Jeokyeon inquired if all the princes had indeed departed, seeking confirmation from Baisol regarding the current whereabouts of the royal attendees. Baisol informed Jeokyeon that all the princes had left, emphasizing that it was well past midnight, and consequently, the palace premises should now be devoid of any lingering presence. Reacting promptly, Jeokyeon and Baisol headed towards the bathing station. Before entering the bathing area, Jeokyeon called Baisol, perhaps to convey specific instructions or share a moment of discussion. Reiterating the importance of privacy, Jeokyeon instructed Baisol that, in the event someone approached, he should adamantly refuse entry, emphasizing the need to maintain a secure and secluded environment. Baisol assured Jeokyeon that he would adhere to his instructions without hesitation, expressing unwavering loyalty and commitment to carrying out the directive, even if it hadn't been explicitly stated. With that understanding, Jeokyeon efficiently proceeded to remove his clothes. As Jeokyeon immersed himself in the bathing process, Baisol stationed himself outside, maintaining a vigilant watch to ensure privacy and security during this private moment for the prince. Baisol, stationed outside, fostered a moment of serene quietness, allowing the surroundings to settle into a hushed tranquility. Despite the outward calmness, Baisol couldn't shake off a lingering sense of anxiety. As Doha made his way to the bathing station, his subordinate Beangang questioned the choice to bathe at such a late hour, seeking clarification on the prince's nocturnal activities. Doha maintained a stoic silence as Beangang persistently questioned him about the reason for bathing at such a late hour, the prince choosing not to disclose his motives in the face of the inquiry. Unbeknownst to Beangang, as he continued to speak, a blade was poised to strike, an imminent threat veiled in the cloak of unawareness within the late-night ambience of the palace. Beangang was suddenly taken aback by the unexpected appearance of the blade, surprise etched across his features as the situation unfolded before him. The blade, now directed at his neck, prompted Beangang to abruptly cease his talking. Baisol intervened, instructing both Doha and Beangang to cease any further actions. Asserting Jeokyeon's command, Baisol communicated that, per his master's directive, neither Doha nor Beangang were permitted to enter the bathing area. The tension in the air intensified as Baisol maintained the blade directed at Beangang's neck, underscoring the seriousness of the situation and the necessity of adhering to Jeokyeon's orders. Beangang, displaying a composed countenance, keenly sensed the formidable killing intent emanating from the sword, maintaining a stoic demeanor in the face of the heightened tension and potential danger. Beangang, with measured composure, cast a slow and deliberate glance toward the sword, his focus honed on the weapon that held the potential to shape the course of the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Baisol, his voice carrying a firm resolve, warned both Doha and Beangang not to compel him to repeat his instructions. Reiterating with emphasis, Baisol made it unequivocally clear that no one was permitted to enter the bathing premises, underscoring that this strict directive originated from his master, Jeokyeon. Beingang's eyes remained unwavering, displaying a steadfast resolve as he maintained composure in the face of the heightened tension and the pointed blade directed towards him. In a surprising turn, Beingang diffused the tension by feigning tears and expressing a sense of betrayal, remarking that he thought he had made a friend earlier in the day, only to be confronted with the current situation. Despite Beingang's attempt to lighten the mood with his act, Baisol maintained his composure, unfazed by the theatrics, and continued to gaze at him with a resolute and vigilant expression, adhering to the seriousness of the situation. In a sudden shift, as Beingang spoke of forgiveness and friendship, Baisol swiftly wielded his sword towards him. Beingang, taken aback, expressed surprise as Baisol made a genuine attempt to use the sword. Baisol, cutting through any further exchange of words, unequivocally conveyed that he had no patience for nonsensical banter. He sternly instructed both Doha and Beingang to leave. In response to Baisol's directive, Beingang posed a question, inquiring about the consequences they might face if they chose not to comply with the order he was enforcing on behalf of Jeokyeon. Elaborating further, Beingang explained that his master, Doha, was not comfortable being around his brothers. Beingang elucidated that due to his master's discomfort around his brothers, Doha exhibited a stubborn insistence on bathing in the middle of the night. Despite Beingang's explanations and attempts to present excuses, Baisol remained steadfast, listening but unwavering in his commitment to adhere to Jeokyeon's strict orders. However, despite the conversation, Baisol maintained a firm grip on his sword, signaling a readiness to enforce Jeokyeon's orders. Unexpectedly, Beingang found himself surprised by a sudden action from Baisol, the turn of events catching him off guard in the midst of their exchange. Caught off guard by Baisol's unexpected strike, Beingang swiftly readied himself, drawing his sheath in a defensive move to protect against the potential threat posed by the sword. The tension between them escalated as the situation unfolded. In a surprising shift, Beingang responded with laughter and jest, referring to Baisol as an unreasonable individual. As the sword thrust deeply and forcefully, the sheath, wielded by Beingang in defense, proved effective in fending off the attack. Baisol, caught off guard, hadn't anticipated that Beingang would draw a sheath instead of a sword in response to the sudden strike, adding an element of surprise to the unfolding encounter. The renowned prince, known for his ingenuity and strength, had a trusted companion by his side, serving as an extension of his capabilities. Despite his role as a capable aide within the imperial palace, Beingang's true capabilities remained a mystery to those within the confines of the royal grounds. In contemplation, Baisol recognized the problematic nature of encountering Doha and Beingang among all the people within the imperial palace. In a cold and resolute tone, Baisol, pointing his sword at Beingang, instructed him to swiftly unsheath his sword, introducing a moment of urgency and intensity to the encounter. Opposing with a smile, Beingang declined Baisol's demand and straightforwardly told him no. Despite the smile on Beingang's face, Baisol's frustration began to grow, the defiance and refusal seemingly intensifying the tension between the two individuals. As the situation unfolded, Beingang keenly observed Baisol's sword, perhaps assessing the intricacies of the blade and gauging the potential threat it posed. In the course of observation, a realization dawned upon Beingang, a recognition or understanding emerging within him regarding a particular aspect related to Baisol's sword. Abruptly, the fourth prince, Jeokyeon, intervened, instructing Baisol to cease his actions and bring a halt to the escalating tension. Following Jeokyeon's command, Baisol lowered his sword, signaling a cessation of the immediate threat and bringing a moment of calm to the intense encounter within the imperial palace. On the flip side, Beingang found it difficult to believe that Baisol conceded so promptly. In the aftermath, Jeokyeon offered an apology to the first prince for his aide's rudeness. However, he inquired of Doha whether this behavior was already known or anticipated, introducing an element of curiosity regarding the understanding between the princes within the imperial palace. Doha, caught by surprise, found himself taken aback by Jeokyeon's revelation or inquiry, indicating that the information shared or the question posed had not been anticipated. Emphasizing his understanding of the first prince's inclination towards privacy, Jeokyeon highlighted that he knew the first prince didn't reveal his body to just anyone. Upon hearing Jeokyeon's emphasis on his awareness, the first prince experienced a sudden surge of anxiety and awkwardness, manifested in fidgeting and an inability to contain his nervous actions. The guilt in his eyes became palpable, reflecting the internal turmoil and unease brought about by Jeokyeon's remarks within the imperial palace. Facing the reality, the first prince acknowledged that he would be dishonest if he claimed not to remember. Recollecting his youth, he was wandering alone in the middle of the night, revealing a glimpse into his past within the imperial palace. Wary of his surroundings, the first prince moved cautiously, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings as he roamed. Aware of the approaching time for someone to conduct their rounds, he felt a sense of urgency, recognizing the need to hurry and avoid potential encounters. However, as he walked, a sudden realization dawned upon him, introducing a moment of clarity or understanding as he traversed the corridors within the imperial palace. Examining his hands, the first prince noticed their dirtied state, prompting a realization that added a layer of self-awareness. Contemplating the dirtied state of his hands, the first prince worried that returning in such a condition might arouse suspicion, potentially leading others to discover that he had sneaked into the library. Considering the potential repercussions, the first prince pondered the possibility of others figuring out his covert visit to the library. Deciding to be cautious, he resolved to wash up first before returning. Swiftly, the first prince made his way to the bathing station, recognizing the urgency of cleansing himself and maintaining discretion in light of his secretive activities. Remaining vigilant, the first prince, wary of his surroundings, took precautions to ensure that no one was present as he approached the bathing station within the imperial palace, maintaining a sense of secrecy. Upon entering, the first prince released a deep sigh, perhaps a combination of relief, tension, or a moment of respite within the solitude of the bathing station. To his surprise, the first prince found himself startled as an object was thrown in his direction, narrowly avoiding a collision. The unexpected incident added a layer of tension to his solitary moment. Reacting swiftly, the first prince sought to identify the person responsible and discern their intentions. In the midst of uncertainty, he aimed to unravel the mystery surrounding the thrown object. To his astonishment, the first prince discovered that it was the fourth prince, Jeokyeon, who had thrown the object. Jeokyeon's message was clear as he told him to get out of the bathe station. Doha, taken aback by the unexpected presence of Jeokyeon, found himself in surprise, rendering him momentarily speechless before he could utter a single word. The unexpected encounter heightened the intrigue between the two princes. Jeokyeon, evidently angered by Doha's presence, was prepared to throw another bowl, expressing his displeasure and frustration towards him. Proceeding with his intent, Jeokyeon threw the bowl toward Doha, emphasizing the urgency for him to depart immediately. Doha, visibly surprised by the sudden action, now faced a clear directive from Jeokyeon within this intense encounter. Doha, bewildered by the unfolding situation, found it challenging to comprehend why Jeokyeon was so furious with him. The confusion in his eyes mirrored his internal contemplation within this unexpected and tense moment. Recalling a prior encounter when Jeokyeon had similarly thrown an object at him, Doha realized a pattern in their interactions, deepening the complexity of their relationship. The past incident echoed in his memory, contributing to his reflection on the current situation with Jeokyeon. Jeokyeon, maintaining a cold and unyielding gaze, continued to stare at Doha. Trembling with uncertainty, Doha pondered the reasons behind Jeokyeon's anger. As he gazed at the furious Jeokyeon, Doha contemplated whether the fourth prince harbored animosity simply because he disliked Doha's presence in certain places. Despite the perceived animosity, Doha pondered the possibility that, despite any dislike, Jeokyeon might still consider them as brothers. In the absence of a blood relation, Doha acknowledged that he still considered Jeokyeon as a brother. This sentiment added a layer of familial connection to their complex relationship within the imperial palace. Doha, enveloped in contemplation, stood in silence, lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Jeokyeon persisted in expressing his frustration, throwing bowls at Doha and adamantly instructing him to leave. Suddenly reaching a breaking point, Jeokyeon, weary of the repetition, prepared to escalate by hurling a large vase toward Doha, intensifying the conflict within their encounter. Doha's eyes widened in realization as he comprehended Jeokyeon's intention to throw a large vase. The impending action heightened the urgency and tension in the encounter, leaving Doha with a sense of apprehension. With the impending threat of the large vase, Doha, recognizing the danger, took a cautious step backward, attempting to create distance and protect himself within the intense and escalating confrontation with Jeokyeon. Reacting swiftly to the escalating situation, Doha ran, leaving the torch behind in the bath as he sought to distance himself from Jeokyeon's wrath. As the moon ascended high in the night sky, its luminous glow illuminated the surroundings, casting a clear and round presence in the tranquil night, painting a serene scene. Meanwhile, Doha sprinted with all his might until he reached the outside, desperately trying to catch his breath. The rush of escape and the subsequent breathlessness added a layer of intensity to his departure. Quickly, Doha ran away from the place, putting distance between himself and the intense confrontation with Jeokyeon. After a prolonged sprint, Doha finally came to a halt. Breathing heavily, he made an effort to catch his breath, the exertion of the escape evident in the stillness that followed the intense encounter. As he hiked up his clothes, revealing his pounding heart, Doha's chest heaved rapidly from the adrenaline and intensity of the encounter. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Doha found himself questioning why he had hastily chosen to run away, introducing an introspective moment as he reflected on his actions. Amidst the confusion, Doha admitted to Jeokyeon that he still didn't fully comprehend why he had fled. However, in response to Jeokyeon's previous actions, he acknowledged remembering the reason why he was hesitant to reveal his body. In response, Jeokyeon conveyed that he would also disclose the reason behind his reluctance, creating an opportunity for a deeper understanding between them. Jeokyeon tried to reveal the reason for his preference to bathe away from others' eyes, shedding light on the personal motives behind his actions. Subsequently, Jeokyeon candidly disclosed that his body bore marks of abuse from his childhood. The vivid recollection haunted Jeokyeon as he remembered being tied, surrounded by the unbearable violence of his childhood experiences. The stark imagery painted a poignant picture of the trauma he had endured. Expressing the enduring pain, Jeokyeon conveyed that the scars were unbearable, transforming into indelible marks that refused to fade from his body. He revealed that, to shield others from witnessing the harrowing sight, he chose to bathe alone every night within the imperial palace, emphasizing the gravity of the impact on his appearance. As Jeokyeon shared these deeply personal revelations, Doha and the others listened in solemn silence, absorbing the weight and vulnerability of his words. Despite the gravity of his revelations, he extended an unexpected invitation, stating that if Doha persisted, he could join him. Jeokyeon, the fourth prince, declared that he would willingly open the door for Doha. However, Doha, taken aback by his unexpected statement, found himself in surprise and rendered speechless. Despite the unexpected invitation, Doha maintained that it didn't matter, expressing a sense of indifference to the offer. Shortly after, he instructed his subordinate to return, leaving Beangang surprised by the swift decision. Beangang, perplexed by the sudden departure, inquired if Doha intended to leave just like that. In response, Doha assured him that they could return at dawn. As they departed, Baisol, curious about Jeokyeon's actions, inquired about the motivations behind his stories. In response to Baisol's inquiry, Jeokyeon asked for clarification. Consequently, Baisol elaborated that he was referring to Jeokyeon's scars, prompting Jeokyeon to express a rather unexpected sentiment. He admitted finding it entertaining to imagine the first prince's reaction upon seeing his disfigured appearance. Jeokyeon's response left Baisol perplexed and confused, struggling to comprehend the unexpected amusement expressed by the fourth prince. As a response of what his master said, Baisol said he doesn't have pride, meaning he doesn't hold himself in high regard or prioritize his own importance. Shortly after, the night descended into deep silence, enveloping the surroundings in a tranquil and still atmosphere. The long, dark violet hair of Doha gradually swayed, perhaps influenced by a gentle breeze or subtle movements. The surroundings were filled with cold air, accompanied by a chilling breeze that enveloped the night, creating an atmosphere of crisp and cool tranquility within the imperial palace. Deep in thought, Doha gazed at the serene night. He reminisced about the moment he hurriedly fled from Jeokyeon. This reflection stirred deep thoughts within him, prompting a contemplative state as he revisited the memory of his encounter with him. He spent the night gazing at the moon, finding solace and contemplation in its serene presence. Meanwhile, Jeokyeon was immersed in a deep sleep. In the midst of profound slumber, his eyes closed in peaceful rest, Jeokyeon suddenly felt a subtle sensation, stirring within the depths of his dreams. This sensation abruptly woke him, pulling him from the realm of dreams into wakefulness. He sat up, realizing that morning had arrived. Outside, an unusual object floated in the air, presenting an enigmatic sight within the imperial palace surroundings. Servants gossip about the imperial princes, suggesting they possess celestial powers capable of altering the seasons, although uncertainty looms, particularly regarding the fourth prince's palace, where an unyielding cascade of large snowflakes persists throughout the entire year. The palace of the fourth prince consistently maintained a perpetual winter season. In that locale, Baisol, his subordinate, possessed an ethereal appearance with a pallid complexion and hair as white as the chill of winter. In the frigid winter, Baisol could be observed standing atop the roofs of houses, diligently surveying the surroundings with unwavering vigilance. While the servants strolled and exchanged gossip about the fourth prince's palace, they eventually arrived at the location, where they were greeted by a wintry atmosphere, accompanied by a biting breeze and thick layers of snow blanketing the surroundings. Meanwhile, Baisol descended gradually from the elevated vantage point. He gracefully set foot on the ground, demonstrating a poise and elegance in his descent. Calmly, he stood before the two court ladies, whose astonishment was evident at his unexpected presence before them. In a swift and direct manner, he quickly questioned them, seeking permission to inquire about the specific nature of their business at the palace. The two court ladies, initially hesitant and shy in responding, eventually gathered their composure and explained that they were on an errand from Jeokyeon. Upon hearing their statement, Baisol opened his eyes wider, keen to inspect and ascertain what the court ladies had brought with them. His discerning gaze revealed that the court ladies had brought with them a vase adorned in a striking shade of blue. With swiftness, he seized the object from the ladies and informed them that his master was still in repose. Taking charge, he asserted that he would personally deliver the vase on their behalf. Subsequently, Baisol swiftly turned around, allowing the two court ladies to proceed on their way. Subsequently, with purposeful steps, Baisol advanced toward the chamber of the fourth prince. As he crossed the threshold, his discerning gaze encountered the presence of a tea cup elegantly placed alongside a matching teapot, setting the stage for the impending exchange within the confines of the princely quarters. Moreover, without hesitation, he proceeded directly to the teapot, his movements deliberate as he gradually opened it, unveiling the potential it held within. While pouring water from the blue vase delivered by the court ladies, the prince, now visibly awakened, rose from his bed, observing Baisol in the act of placing something into the teapot. Furthermore, Jeokyeon greeted him with a good morning and proceeded to inquire if the liquid he had brought was indeed an alcoholic beverage. However, Baisol clarified that it was Chingiju, proceeding to serve it to him while explaining that the court ladies had brought it with the specific intention of presenting it to the prince. Having just awakened, the prince made no effort to don elaborate attire, opting instead for a simple cover-up to conceal his body. Despite the casual choice, it revealed a tantalizing hint of his alluring neckline. Observing this, Baisol, upon catching a glimpse of the prince's exposed neckline, felt a sudden sense of shyness and uncertainty, prompting him to avert his gaze and turn his eyes away. Baisol, with a shy demeanor, gently suggested to his master that he should properly attire himself. However, Jeokyeon, seemingly unconcerned, reassured him, expressing comfort in the intimate setting shared between the two of them. Ignoring the suggestion, the prince proceeded to indulge in the Chingiju. He complimented its exceptional taste, noting that he hadn't experienced such a delightful drink in quite a while. The libation, he expressed, worked wonders in soothing his inner fire and calming his mind. Shortly after, Baisol inquired about the prince's reflections on his return to the palace and reunion with his brothers. The prince shared his observations, stating that based on what he witnessed at the banquet, it seemed evident that everyone had matured. He noted that their appearances conveyed a sense of increased strength, affirming that they had undeniably grown more robust since their last encounter. Furthermore, he added that Jeongwon, the second prince, appeared enigmatic, emphasizing the challenge of discerning his true intentions. Despite his smiling demeanor, the prince surmised that Jeongwon possessed a capacity for ruthless actions surpassing that of others. He went on to draw a comparison between Jeongwon and Eon, the 20th prince, noting a significant contrast. In contrast to Jeongwon's perceived enigmatic and potentially ruthless nature, Eon appeared considerably softer. Moreover, he concluded that Korin, the 8th prince, had garnered numerous enemies within the palace owing to his persistently fiery temper. Lastly, the prince pondered the situation with the 5th prince, Hyeon, noting a well-known rumor. There was speculation that the Disciples' Tower was actively supporting and aiding him in enhancing his powers, employing various means and tricks to facilitate his training. In his contemplations, the prince acknowledged the need for caution, particularly around a specific individual whose presence warranted heightened wariness. He specifically singled out the first prince, Ryu Doha, expressing a sense of caution. The prince believed that Ryu Doha had likely continued to enhance his exceptional abilities, despite not having seen the extent of his advancements firsthand. Familiar with the first prince, he recognized that even the master of the first prince held a distinguished position among the 12 disciples. Above all, he noted that Ryu Doha held a significant status as the current emperor's only son born to the empress. Continuing his contemplations as he savored his drink, his thoughts lingered on the final individual. His thoughts turned to the seventh prince, Hamel, whose captivating beauty and bright yellow hair stood out distinctly amid the falling sakura leaves. Reflecting on Hamel's distinctive features, the prince found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate much about the enigmatic seventh prince. Suddenly, drawing an amusing analogy, he likened Hamel to a fluff ball. Baisal, puzzled by the comparison, received an explanation that the prince perceived him as a large, soft ball of fluff. Baisal, rendered quite dumbfounded by the comparison, initially assumed the prince was joking, finding the characterization rather unexpected. Suddenly, Baisal sensed something from outside, prompting a sudden surge of wariness within him. Simultaneously, Jeokyeon also felt a similar presence and turned his attention towards the outside as an unknown entity or occurrence became apparent. Out of nowhere, a fish-like creature meandered around the palace, visible to both Jeokyeon and Baisal. Its vibrant violet hue, adorned with shades of indigo in its fin, gave the impression of moving through the air as if it were submerged in water. Unexpectedly, the creature approached Jeokyeon's window, catching both him and Baisal off guard. However, Jeokyeon casually touched the creature as if it were an everyday occurrence, recognizing it as a divine entity from the goddess palace. The fish-like divine creature possessed the unique ability to convey messages by creating bubbles infused with the voice of the goddess, facilitating communication with others. Upon the interaction, the enchanting creature, in a whimsical display, emitted a cascade of bubbles from its mouth. These ethereal orbs, carrying the essence of the goddess's voice, gently drifted towards Jeokyeon, creating a captivating scene that unfolded like a dance of celestial messengers. As the bubbles burst, the messages within began to unfold, and Jeokyeon was addressed with the utmost reverence, acknowledging him with the esteemed title of His Highness. The divine message, originating from the goddess palace, relayed the announcement of the commencement of the contest, signifying the initiation of a significant event in the celestial realm. The female servant conveyed that the results of the contest would be meticulously documented in 2 distinct accounts, ensuring a thorough and accurate record of the celestial competition. The first account would be penned by the goddess palace, while the second, equally crucial, required Jeokyeon's personal documentation. Continuing, the message stated that the recorded documents would be elevated to the immortal skyscape. It was elevated to the eternal expanse of the heavens, a celestial realm that the gods are poised to employ for the purpose of assessing the competition. The skyscapes serve as a vessel linking them to the divine realm, concurrently functioning as the omniscient gaze through which the gods perceive. However, he was informed that if he were to express a different truth, or even the smallest exaggeration of the results, there would be consequences. As a result, the divine sword will slice through his greed and desires, penetrating all the way to his soul, shattering the spirit so that it ceases to exist and is never to be reborn again. The female servant's final message conveyed that the initial trial would take place at the Central Prominence platform, urging him to arrive by early evening. She concluded by extending wishes of good luck. After a few days, the day of the trial has come, and everyone has assembled at the Central Prominence platform. The individual stationed at the entrance was proclaiming a request for everyone not to push, emphasizing the need to submit their tickets one by one. The attendees expressed joy at being able to participate, conversing about their fortunate luck in securing tickets for the inaugural trial. They eagerly anticipate the opportunity to witness the prince up close, a dream they cherish. Contrastingly, Prince Hyun derived satisfaction from the substantial assembly that had congregated to observe the trial, experiencing a sense of grandeur as if the multitude had transformed into a splendid and captivating spectacle. In a composed manner, he calmly remarked that they would need to acclimate to such situations. Conversely, Korin was discontent, harboring the belief that the people exhibited imprudence in their demeanor. Meanwhile, Bean Gang, also present, held the opinion that the location for the first trial was rather atrocious. Teasing the first prince, he playfully used the leaf he held, questioning the notion of measuring the innate powers they possess as a contest. In response, the first prince sternly instructed him to keep the leaf away. Persisting in his commentary, he asserted that such a setup would be advantageous for Doha, while subtly indicating that not everyone shared a similar sentiment, singling out a particular individual. He directed attention towards the 20th prince, suggesting that this individual might not pose much competition, given their shy and feeble aura. Despite the timid aura surrounding the 20th prince, there is someone offering comfort and constant support. The second prince, upon touching his hand, observed the chilling temperature, indicating a potential underlying concern. Assuring the 20th prince, Jeongwon encouraged him not to be nervous. He expressed confidence, mentioning his consistent daily cultivation efforts and promising that there would certainly be noticeable improvements beyond previous levels. For these princes, certain stars are inherently more aligned with their souls than others, constituting what they refer to as their celestial powers. While having several stars as cores is deemed greatly fortunate, the ability to fully harness their potential extends to only 2 or 3 of them. The platform will visually manifest the intensity and harmony of the celestial powers through the brightness of the light beams, with the full extent of their capabilities being predetermined and unalterable. The beam will highlight the most prominent power that reaches the designated point, showcasing the preeminent celestial force at play. The remaining celestial powers will be represented by lower heights in the display, signifying their comparative strength in relation to the predominant force. Indeed, if an individual is unable to bear their celestial powers as cores, it follows that everyone else's powers will also be depicted with low beams, indicating a shared limitation in showcasing the full potential of their celestial abilities. Jeongwon clarified to Eon that even if he weren't as capable as his brothers, it wouldn't make a significant difference in the perception of others. Grateful for those comforting words, Eon expressed his thanks to his brother. Shortly after, Jeokyeon, the 4th prince, arrived along with his subordinate, Baisal. Conversely, Hamil, the 7th prince, silently awaited the commencement and expressed boredom with the surroundings. However, his demeanor underwent a shift upon seeing Jeokyeon. Radiating cheerfulness, he eagerly waved his hands in greeting to Jeokyeon, expressing a warm welcome. With a friendly demeanor, he pointed out an empty seat adjacent to him, cordially inviting Jeokyeon to join him in taking a comfortable place beside him. With a friendly greeting, Hamil extended a warm welcome to Jeokyeon. A smile adorned his face as he touched Jeokyeon's hands, encouraging him to take a seat beside him in a gesture of camaraderie. As Jeokyeon settled into his seat, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, sporting a continuous smile throughout the proceedings. Meanwhile, Baisal stood nearby, observing silently with a composed demeanor. He suddenly recalled his master's description of the 7th prince, likening him to a big soft ball of fluff. Recalling the conversation, Baisal felt a sense of awkwardness as he gazed at the 7th prince, his eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and uncertainty. Abruptly, Hamil noticed Baisal's gaze directed towards him. As Hamil locked eyes with him, a peculiar, sinister, devilish aura enveloped the surroundings, distinctly felt by Baisal. The prince maintained a smiling gaze, yet the tension between them grew palpable, rendering Baisal silent and subdued by the oppressive aura. With everyone present, Wal-Ah, the chief goddess of the palace, took the initiative to announce that she would be elucidating the intricacies of the contest to the assembled princes. Continuing her explanation, Wal-Ah conveyed that the imperial princes were presently situated in the location known as the Core Prominence Platform. However, she clarified that the names specifically pertained to the space preceding her presence. She detailed that each corner of the platform was assigned to one of the 7 celestial powers: the sun, moon, water, gold, fire, wood, and earth. Continuing, she explained that if one who possesses these celestial powers were to place their hand at the center, a significant revelation would unfold. Consequently, beams of light would ascend, revealing the magnitude of celestial power within their beings. Continuing, she explained that for the past 25,000 years, the protective barrier shielding the human realm from ghosts had derived from the combined power of the 7 stars, harmonizing with each of the celestial powers. She emphasized that the stronger the celestial powers, the more balanced and harmonized their prominences would be. The barrier would be strengthened proportionally, ensuring that no ghost would dare to launch an attack on the mortal realm. She underscored that this was the most crucial trait the prince must possess to ascend to the nation's imperial throne. She clarified that the emperor's primary purpose is to establish and maintain the protective barrier. Moreover, she stressed that the emperor, for the sake of the entire world, must ensure the barrier remains whole and intact. Additionally, she elaborated on the process, explaining that each prince would ascend the platform on an individual basis to ascertain the depth of their connection to the 7 stars and the potency of their specific celestial powers. This personalized assessment aimed to reveal the unique celestial prowess possessed by each prince in their quest for the throne. Concluding the detailed explanation, she invited the princes to inquire if they had any further questions. However, the princes remained silently attentive, absorbing the information provided. Conversely, Hamel maintained a continuous smile directed at Jeokyeon throughout the entire explanation. Continuing, she emphasized that in the absence of any further inquiries, the proceedings would advance with the selection of a prince to take the initial step in commencing the trial. This marked a pivotal moment where the practical evaluation of their celestial powers and connection to the 7 stars would unfold, setting the stage for the competitive journey to the imperial throne. Wol-Ah then proceeded to convey to them that the inaugural nature of the trial within the overall competition held no substantial significance. Consequently, he inquired of the princes whether any of them would be willing to step forward first and undergo the measurement of their celestial powers. Beamgang persistently urged Doha to be the first to step forward, driven by an intense curiosity and excitement about the imminent measurement of his powers, expressing a fervent desire for him to hasten the process. Conversely, Hamel attempted to engage Jeokyeon in a discussion about the moon. However, Jeokyeon pointed out that the moon had not even appeared in the sky yet. Meanwhile, with no one stepping forward to be the inaugural participant for the power measurement, Korin, growing increasingly frustrated, lashed out and labeled everyone as pathetic. Determined, he rose to his feet, determined to be the trailblazer, and expressed disbelief at the apparent lack of courage among the so-called princes. Convinced that even a mere trial measuring their celestial powers warranted competition, he decided to take the initiative and go first. Continuing with resolute determination, he proceeded to ascend towards the core. Casting a brief glance at the core, he endeavored to discern its details. Shortly after, he extended his palm toward the core, and in response, the core began to illuminate gradually. Subsequent to the deliberate placement of his palm, an emanation of formidable beams of light ensued, extending with unwavering intensity towards a specific juncture. This occurrence, elucidated earlier by Wol-Ah, bore significance as it symbolized the remarkable extent of their inherent celestial powers. Observing the radiant beams extending up to their designated point, Korin displayed visible contentment, evidently satisfied with both the spectacle unfolding before him and the inherent celestial powers he possessed. Beamgang, keenly observing the scene, discerned that Korin's water and moon powers, in comparison to gold and fire, ranked lower. This revelation led him to reflect on how it mirrored the explosiveness of Korin's personality. Doha, upon witnessing the spectacle, remarked that Korin resembled bubbling hot lava. This unexpected comment caught Beamgang by surprise, as Doha voiced his thoughts openly. Upon closer examination, Doha simply stared at Korin without uttering any further words. In that moment, Doha, acknowledging his growth, realized that the whispers circulating about Korin having nothing beyond his power were mere unfounded rumors. The subsequent participant after Korin was the 5th prince, Heon. As anticipated, the beams of light reached a significant point, revealing the greatness of his celestial powers. Heon smiled in contentment at the manifestation before him. The 1st and 2nd princes observed intently as Heon's celestial powers were unveiled. As anticipated, it became evident that his core power resonated with Earth, a revelation met with expectations from the watching royalty. Jeongwon, the 2nd prince, aware of the reports that Heon's elector disciple had invested significantly in the 5th prince's celestial power training, observed with satisfaction. Witnessing Heon's display, he concluded that their collective efforts had not been in vain. Moreover, Jeongwon inquired of Eon whether he still harbored any nervousness, to which Eon admitted to feeling a slight amount of nervousness. Proposing a sequence, Jeongwon suggested that he would take the lead, urging Eon to follow suit after him. Following his proposal, Jeongwon proceeded to make his way toward the core. Upon laying out his palm to the core, his celestial powers radiated upwards to the sky, prompting a contented smile as he gazed upon the luminous manifestation. The inherent potency of the second prince's celestial powers was so profound that the luminous beams emanating from each of the 7 celestial powers exhibited an impressive uniformity, nearly reaching identical heights, thus serving as a testament to the exceptional extent of his innate abilities. Jeokyeon, as anticipated, observed that the second prince's wood power reached the highest point during the celestial power display, with the remaining powers also demonstrating considerable elevation, further affirming the remarkable strength and balance of his celestial capabilities. The second prince might be underestimated due to his lack of a military force compared to the first prince. Jeokyeon also pondered whether this discrepancy could be attributed to the second prince's longer residence in the palace among the royal siblings. Shortly after his display, Jeongwon descended and offered words of encouragement to Eon, who was next in line. Eon, upon ascending, silently fixed his gaze upon the core, contemplative and focused as he prepared for his celestial power demonstration. Suddenly, whispers circulated through the crowd, speculating about Eon possibly being the young prince, adding an air of intrigue to the unfolding celestial power demonstration. Maintaining his silence, Eon continued to stand before the core, his demeanor unwavering as he prepared to unveil his celestial powers. Unexpectedly, Eon's composure shifted, and he began fidgeting, betraying signs of nervousness as the anticipation of revealing his celestial powers mounted. Recalling a past instance when he was compelled to consume various medicines to aid in his cultivation, Eon experienced a surge of anxiety, feeling the pressure and uncertainty of that challenging time. In his recollection, Eon vividly remembered the relentless pressure he endured during his cultivation, marked by loud shouts and incessant nagging that added to the difficulty of the journey. The flood of memories overwhelmed Eon as he recalled numerous statements, sayings, nagging, and the constant pressure, all of which involved comparisons to others. The cumulative effect stirred a profound emotional response within him. Nevertheless, despite the haunting memories, Eon stood there with newfound confidence, prepared to confront and overcome the fears that had once plagued him during his cultivation. Placing his palm, Eon closed his eyes and took a deep breath, channeling a moment of focused concentration before unveiling his celestial powers. To his astonishment, Eon's celestial powers surged upward, reaching an impressive height and aligning with the point where all the light beams converged, marking a significant and unexpected display of his inherent abilities. His eyes widened in awe as he looked at the radiant light beams, marveling at the unexpected and remarkable manifestation of his celestial powers. Beangang, astonished by Eon's surpassing capabilities, found himself amazed that Eon exceeded the collective expectations. Not only did Eon's core reach the highest point, but the overall harmony of his celestial powers left a profound impression on Beangang. The first prince, though notably impressed, maintained a composed demeanor despite the striking impression left by Eon's exceptional display of celestial powers. Upon concluding his demonstration, Eon approached Jeongwon with a proud smile, asking if he had witnessed the impressive display of his celestial powers. Eon joyfully conversed with Jeongwon, acknowledging the truth in Jeongwon's earlier statement that even someone seemingly lacking could make significant progress through diligent training. Expressing gratitude, Eon thanked Jeongwon for providing him with the courage to showcase his newfound abilities. Jeongwon smiled and replied that it was only right for him to encourage and support, fostering a positive atmosphere among the royal siblings. Despite expressing pride verbally, Jeongwon's facial expressions conveyed a contrasting sentiment, leaving a subtle ambiguity in his emotions. As time progressed, the trial persisted, and each prince took their turn measuring their celestial powers. However, some princes failed to exhibit remarkable powers, falling short of reaching the highest point in the celestial display. Certain princes revealed only a fraction of their celestial powers, with the light beams failing to ascend to great heights and halting at a mid-level point in the celestial display. As the trial persisted with the princes continuing to measure their powers, Beangang grew weary and bored due to the repetitive nature of the proceedings, finding himself succumbing to drowsiness. Expressing his impatience, Beangang questioned Doha about how long he intended to observe silently. Encouraging Doha to take his turn, Beangang asserted that it was time for him to step forward and participate in the celestial power measurement. Despite Beangang's prompting, Doha chose to ignore him, maintaining a stoic silence and refraining from uttering a single word. Unexpectedly, Doha stood up and concurred with Beangang's earlier statement. This surprise left Beingdang questioning why Doha was unusually compliant that day, pondering the shift in his demeanor. While Korin and Hyun were engrossed in conversation, they suddenly noticed Doha shifting in his seat and standing up, indicating his potential intention to make his way up to the core for the celestial power measurement. Conversely, Jeokyeon and Hamel, the latter sporting a constant smile, also observed Doha's decision to stand up, noting the development with interest. As Doha stood up, a palpable stillness enveloped the air around them. Being the first prince and acknowledged as the most promising successor to the imperial throne, there were heightened expectations from both the onlookers and fellow princes. Doha walked silently and deliberately toward the core, the weight of anticipation accompanying each step. Jeokyeon observed Doha with a sense of quiet contemplation, recognizing the widespread curiosity regarding the extent of the first prince's celestial powers. Being the sole direct descendant and true son of the emperor, there was heightened intrigue surrounding Doha's abilities among the onlookers. Doha, renowned as the strongest among the 20 princes, focused his gaze on the core as he prepared to lay his palm, the air pregnant with anticipation for the unveiling of the first prince's formidable celestial powers. With a deliberate and unhurried pace, the first prince, Doha, initiated the process of placing his palm onto the core, marking the commencement of his celestial power measurement. In response to Doha placing his palm on the core, a radiant illumination enveloped the surroundings as the core lit up brightly, showcasing the formidable celestial powers of the first prince. Doha's celestial powers manifested in a distinctive manner, unlike the presentations of other princes. The light beam resembled a robust and substantial force, merging all his celestial powers into a singular, powerful beam that reached the highest point in a remarkable display of strength. The spectators, including the gathered crowd, were awestruck as they witnessed the mesmerizing and expansive beam of light that seamlessly blended the celestial powers of the first prince, creating a spectacle that captivated everyone present. Indeed, the radiant beam emanating from Doha's display was singular, yet it encapsulated the harmonious amalgamation of all his celestial powers, creating a unified and powerful manifestation that left a lasting impression on the observers. Jeokyeon observed with utmost seriousness, keenly noting the distinctive manifestation of the first prince's water power, standing out prominently in the celestial display. Similarly, the second prince watched with an expressionless visage, revealing no discernible emotions. Nevertheless, the prominence of the remaining celestial powers of the first prince did not lag behind. In the eyes of everyone present, Doha appeared exceptionally well suited for the imperial throne, surpassing all others in the celestial power demonstration. Amidst the unfolding spectacle, Hamel maintained a constant smile, expressing a sense of satisfaction and appreciation for the awe-inspiring display of celestial powers. Suddenly, Hamel sought to capture Jeokyeon's attention by playfully tugging at his clothes, aiming to divert his focus from the celestial display for a moment. Hamel informed Jeokyeon that they were the only ones left to measure their powers, a statement to which Jeokyeon readily agreed. Expressing his intention to go right after the first prince, Hamel admitted to feeling nervous about being compared to him. He playfully suggested that Jeokyeon could hold his hand for support. Jeokyeon declined the request and instead signaled for Hamel to proceed independently, leaving Hamel briefly teary-eyed at the unexpected response. Having completed his celestial power demonstration, the first prince cast a glance in the direction of Jeokyeon and Hamel, perhaps curious about their impending turns. Observing the playful attempt by Hamel to get Jeokyeon to hold his hand, the first prince noticed Jeokyeon's reluctance to comply with the gesture. Shortly after the interaction, Hamel, wearing a smile, walked towards the core without offering any greeting to the first prince. Transitioning from a cheerful expression to a serious countenance, Hamel's demeanor underwent a noticeable change as he continued on his path past the first prince. Gossips and excitement rippled through the crowd as Hamel, the crowd favorite, prepared to have his powers measured. As he ascended, he maintained calm composure and placed his hand onto the core, setting the stage for the anticipation of his celestial power demonstration. Upon placing his hand, a luminous and bright light emerged, reaching the highest point in the celestial display. Hamel smiled with satisfaction as his celestial powers were showcased in a remarkable and dazzling manner. The women in the crowd were mesmerized by the perfect display of Hamel's powers, speculating that his core might be aligned with the moon power due to the enchanting nature of his celestial abilities. Meanwhile, Baisal discerned that the celestial powers associated with the moon and sun often reached the highest points. He pondered the observation that Prince Hamil didn't need to feign weakness initially, given the excellent harmony displayed in his powers. Suddenly, Baisal recalled the moment when Hamil attempted to touch his master's hand, reflecting on the subtle interactions that had unfolded between them. This recollection triggered a sense of anger within Baisal as she dwelled on those memories involving Hamil. Jeokyeon's countenance remained stoic and composed, betraying minimal emotion, offering little insight into his thoughts as Hamil concluded his celestial power measurement. Jeokyeon's extended composure and subtle smirk conveyed a deeper understanding, suggesting that he recognized Prince Hamil's earlier act of weakness as a strategic maneuver rather than a genuine display of his capabilities. Despite Jeokyeon's composed demeanor, Hamil descended with a cheerful disposition, offering a warm greeting to Jeokyeon as he returned from his celestial power demonstration. Hamil approached Jeokyeon, seeking a compliment about his own powers and eagerly inquiring what Jeokyeon thought of his celestial abilities. Maintaining physical contact, Hamil held onto Jeokyeon's fingers as Jeokyeon acknowledged the excellence of his celestial powers. Hamil, in response, asked that if he didn't compare himself to the first prince, which made him happy as he thought Jeokyeon didn't. Observing Hamil holding Jeokyeon's hands, Baisal felt a twinge of worry and displayed a jealous expression, though she refrained from vocalizing her emotions in the midst of the unfolding scene. Bingang, in contrast, shared with Doha that while the first prince's display might be overwhelming, he noted that everyone else had performed exceptionally well, surpassing initial expectations in the celestial power measurement. Playfully teasing, Bingang continued with the leaf as he mentioned that there was still one person left to showcase their celestial powers. He inquired if Doha was looking forward to witnessing the final display. Doha's intense gaze prompted Bingang to stutter in response, momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected reaction. Meanwhile, Jeokyeon moved slowly and with palpable anticipation towards the core, being the last one to approach for the celestial power measurement. Gradually, he ascended to the top, positioning himself for the measurement. As he made his way to the top, memories surfaced of his disciples' words, acknowledging that he had burnt everything in his pursuit of mastery. Every touch, every endeavor, and every step in his journey echoed with the transformative power of fire, leaving nothing untouched as it all succumbed to the flames and turned into a residue of ashes. Amidst the engulfing flames, Jeokyeon found himself in tears, cradling a baby in his arms as the burning surroundings painted a poignant and emotionally charged tableau. A quote saying to him to rose from within the flames of destruction. Upon touching the core, a sudden transformation occurred as it changed color and appearance, engulfing in flames that danced around the celestial center. The core emanated a potent burst of fiery energy, showcasing the intensity and power of Jeokyeon's celestial abilities. The display of intense firepower from the core surprised the princes, leaving Hamil, Doha, and Jeongwon utterly speechless as they witnessed the overwhelming brightness and power of the flames. Rumors had it that the authority over the 7 stars belonged to the almighty gods. If individuals possessing celestial power were to exist, it would be a miracle beyond comparison to the abilities of ordinary mortals. The celestial power bestowed upon certain individuals is regarded as a genuine blessing granted by the gods. People are spreading rumors about Jin's second son, suggesting that he excels in martial arts, which is why he was able to enter and secure a position within the palace. They expressed frustration that despite the esteemed status of the princes, none had ever hailed from their village in countless years. Inside, there were individuals eavesdropping on the conversations of the townsfolk, listening in on the chatter. The lord of the town overheard enough and became irritated by the gossip, prompting him to quickly confront the gossipers. He kicked the door open and shouted at the people, surprising them with his sudden appearance. The lord's house was in disarray, and he was so enraged that even the servants were frightened of him. He was throwing things around recklessly, and the woman he was with seemed to bear the brunt of his anger, like a punching bag. The woman was slapped so forcefully that her weakened body was thrown off balance. This was the talk of the town, and it was also something Jeokyeon knew all too well from his childhood. He had suffered witnessing his mother being physically harmed. Despite his mother's pain, she painted a smile on her face as she told him not to cry, masking her own suffering to comfort him. His mother drew closer to him, gently caressing his face, and whispered that there is beauty within every life. She emphasized that some lives become poems, while others become history. However, for some princes, their lives aren't blessings as they should be. Rather, they are like flowers that grow and bloom out of the most fertile land. However, possessing celestial powers and being aware of their full potential and even fantasizing about having them sometimes turns blessings into curses as they can be masked by their complexities. And with Jeokyeon being just a child, he didn't know how to control the blessing or curse that he had received. One day, tragedy struck when their house caught fire, leaving his mother engulfed in flames. He looked on in a mixture of fear and disbelief as he witnessed his mother being engulfed in flames along with their house. For him, some blessings also grow and bloom from within the flames of destruction. As Jeokyeon was the last one to test all his celestial powers, everyone was eagerly anticipating the outcome. However, they were taken aback by what they witnessed, leaving them in awe. The crowd was abuzz with gossip about what had transpired and what was happening with his powers. In contrast to the other princes who displayed all 7 celestial powers in the beam of light, Jeokyeon was demonstrating only one celestial power, the fire. Witnessing this, Korin, the 8th prince, pondered why Jeokyeon's power manifested solely as fire. He expressed doubt, suggesting that Jeokyeon couldn't possibly be the next emperor since he seemed unable to maintain, let alone strengthen, the barrier with only one celestial power. Meanwhile, Hyun also shared similar sentiments with Korin. They thought it was impossible because, up until now, a prince with only one celestial power had never been heard of. Normally, all 7 powers are interconnected, and typically, even if the powers are minimal, they would still be measured and indicated by the beams. Subsequently, they wondered if there was a mistake with the platform, perhaps an error made by the divine instrument granted by the gods for humans to use in the contest. Upon seeing this, as Jeokyeon left the platform, Beatgang, who was standing behind, was amazed. He stared at Jeokyeon and couldn't help but think that he seemed like Ryu Doha, who wasn't the only one among the princes who appeared to be insane. Everyone was taken aback by the unexpected outcome displayed by the instrument, which is why Wal-Ah from the goddess palace was also surprised and too stunned to speak. One of the handmaidens attempted to speak to her in an effort to bring her back to her senses. Once she regained her composure, she continued to announce that the first trial would end there, as all the princes had completed the core measurement. In that moment of silence, she instructed all the princes to write a document detailing their results, and they were required to personally submit the documents at the goddess palace within 2 days before the stroke of midnight for the second trial. As the first trial came to a close, all of them, including Jeokyeon and his subordinate Baisal, returned to their palaces. Inside the palace, upon arrival, Jeokyeon wasted no time and swiftly attempted to document the results he had obtained. In that moment of silence, Baisal, who was outside and on the roof, asked Jeokyeon, addressing him as master, if he would go to the goddess palace personally. Jeokyeon told him that he would indeed go and was planning to submit his document through the immortal skyscape. Having undergone a change, he confided in Baisal about what the people were saying regarding the gods. He conveyed to Baisal that according to the people, the gods, who were believed to be able to count even the grains of sand at the imperial palace, must especially receive a document that is personally written by a mortal. Jeokyeon stated that as a mere prince, he would be willing to go there himself. As Jeokyeon hurriedly descended to leave his palace, Baisal offered to escort him, saying that he shall accompany him. Shortly after traveling, he arrived at the goddess palace, which appeared like a mystical place, with everything glittering. He observed and pondered on how mystifying it looked, seeing it as if the goddess palace were submerged in water, yet breathing was no trouble at all. Jeokyeon suddenly recalled the time when a divine beast had come to his palace to deliver a message from the goddess palace. As he walked inside, he noticed a couple of handmaidens in the hallway engaged in conversation. Suddenly, the handmaidens noticed him, which surprised them, and they quickly greeted him upon realizing his presence. He approached them, sensing their nervousness, and asked them what was the matter. Tension hung heavy as the handmaidens relayed that the 19th prince had just arrived, but Goddess Wal-Ah swiftly intervened, instructing him to leave and emphasizing that creating a commotion there was not permitted. The 19th prince sarcastically smirked at Wal-Ah, expressing his disbelief at being asked to leave and stating that he was at a loss for words due to the situation. He became angry and approached her, getting in her face, and demanded to know how she dared to tell a prince what to do. He questioned her authority to bring up the rules of the imperial palace to him. However, Wal-Ah replied firmly, stating that no matter how much he tried to blame her, he could not falsify the results on the immortal skyscape. She further explained that the immortal skyscape is the eye of the gods, emphasizing that ultimately, the virtuous gods would see through the real truth behind each document that is submitted. But the 19th prince grew even angrier and grabbed Wall-Ah's face, threatening her with his actions. He squeezed her face tightly, asserting that she was just a mere goddess, and continued to insult her further. Continuing, he insulted the goddess further by stating that the divine power of goddesses would decline just by associating with men. Hearing this, Wall-Ah was shocked by his insult and couldn't believe what she was hearing, expressing her disbelief through her eyes. Suddenly, before the situation could escalate further, someone intervened to defuse their dispute. The 19th prince suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face, causing him to flinch. Quickly, he turned around, touching his cut face, scanning the area to determine who had wounded him. Surprisingly, it was Jeokyeon, the 4th prince, who intervened and stopped them, as he was also there to submit his results. Upon seeing him, the 19th prince was surprised that it was Jeokyeon and asked how he dared to attack him, reminding him that they were brothers. Quickly, Jeokyeon walked towards them and invoked the law of the court, citing rule number 48, which stated that all private disputes within the imperial palace were forbidden. The goddess was surprised that Jeokyeon was also reminding the 19th prince of the law of court, specifically rule number 176, which forbade the insult and harassment of goddesses and ladies of the court. He continued to explain the laws to the 19th prince, emphasizing that all the actions he had taken were forbidden, which made the 19th prince anxious. As he got closer to him, Jeokyeon grabbed the prince's face tightly. Jeokyeon firmly told him that since he couldn't even grasp the fundamental rules, he, as the 4th prince, had lost all respect for such a disgraceful brother like him, implying that he was no longer worthy of competing. As he stated this, he released the firm grip on his face with such force. As a result, the 19th prince fell to the floor, while Jeokyeon remarked on his awful reputation, mentioning the poor score he had received on the examination for admission to the imperial court. The 19th prince grew angry at Jeokyeon's insult and shouted back at him. However, Jeokyeon ignored his whining and called his subordinate, Baisal, ordering him to escort the prince out of the goddess palace. But before letting him leave, he insulted him, stating that he was too weak to even insult a woman. This remark made the 19th prince even angrier, but he trembled in response. Jeokyeon glared at him coldly and instructed Baisal to drag the prince out immediately. Quickly, Baisal grabbed him by his clothes. As he was being dragged, he complained about how Jeokyeon dared to attack a fellow prince when he himself had performed terribly in the first trial. As he continued to speak and complain, Baisal banged his head, indicating his frustration with the prince's incessant complaints. In the aftermath, the 19th prince got unconscious, and Jeokyeon and the goddess stared at him as Baisal dragged him away. On the other hand, Wall-Ah was visibly surprised by the situation that had unfolded and remained silent. Meanwhile, Jeokyeon was captivated by the glittering floating in the air. Quickly, Jeokyeon brushed off all the floating things in the air that he had caught with his hand. And then he proceeded to retrieve the document from the floor that the 19th prince had left behind. He then spoke to Wall-Ah, stating that he came to present his document of the trial. But first, he asked if he should help her get up. Realizing the delay, Wall-Ah apologized and then proceeded to ask him to hand her his document. Shortly after, she stood up and thanked him for defending her earlier, expressing regret that he had witnessed such an unpleasant sight. However, Jeokyeon said that it was his rightful duty as the brother of the 19th prince to regulate his wrong behavior, and there was nothing to be thankful for. After handing over the document, Wall-Ah placed it onto the immortal skyscape. Responding to him, she blushed and clarified that she meant women liked him because he was considerate of court ladies, as any woman would appreciate. But Wall-Ah apologized to Jeokyeon despite her explanation, expressing that she might have said something inappropriate. In response, Jeokyeon assured her that it was nothing to worry about. Then he smiled warmly and expressed his genuine gratitude, stating that he was deeply pleased to hear her kind words. On his way back to the emperor, Jeokyeon overheard a conversation among handmaidens that caught his attention as it referenced the goddess palace. Pausing for a moment, he listened in on their conversation. Surprisingly, it veered into a discussion about a dispute between the 4th prince and the 19th prince. He remained silent as he listened to the handmaidens showering compliments on the 4th prince for his courage and handsome appearance. Shortly after, he resumed his journey towards the emperor's palace. Internally, the emperor gazed silently at his sword. Upon arrival, Jeokyeon caught the emperor's attention with a call, prompting the emperor to swiftly focus his attention on him. The emperor carefully returned the sword to its place before turning his attention to Jeokyeon, inquiring about what was troubling him as he noted the concerned expression on his face. Jeokyeon proceeded to inform the emperor about a potential conflict between princes at the goddess palace the previous night, mentioning that there might be a witness, as he had overheard the handmaiden's conversation earlier. However, the emperor interrupted him and advised him not to be so formal, especially when they were alone together. Ignoring the emperor's advice, Jeokyeon pressed on, asking for guidance on how to address the matter at hand. The emperor smiled, feigning ignorance, and remarked that there was little they could do, as such disputes among princes were not uncommon, even in the past when expressions of love were sometimes unconventional. Recalling his own past as a prince, Ryu Hua remembered instances when his brothers would play pranks, such as placing nails on his bed. He also recalled a time when his brothers had handed him a cup of wine that, unbeknownst to him, was laced with an unknown poison. At the time, he had dismissed it as another one of their pranks. As these memories flooded back, Ryu Hua couldn't help but blush, realizing the depth of love among his brothers. However, Jeokyeon's anger flared as he adamantly insisted that these acts weren't mere pranks. Seeing Jeokyeon's frustration, Ryu Hua playfully remarked that Jeokyeon hadn't aged a bit, teasingly suggesting that he was the one who had grown old and lacked the energy to get angry anymore. Jeokyeon sternly reminded him that these matters were serious, especially considering they had barely managed to conduct the first trial, and allowing tensions to escalate among the princes could jeopardize their fragile stability. Hearing this, Ryu Hua asked Jeokyeon if he was suggesting they simply let the situation unfold with him intervening. In response, Ryu Hua suggested that if they were to take such a hands-off approach, he might as well directly advise his sons who were vying for the throne that their current actions were futile. He proposed offering guidance on fostering closeness and affection instead. Alternatively, Ryu Hua proposed the idea of enlightening his sons about the potential losses associated with ascending the throne, highlighting the considerable gains as well. He pondered whether it would be more beneficial to encourage them to roam the world, offering aid to those in need with their own resources. Continuing, Ryu Hua smiled at Jeokyeon, asserting that the petty disputes between princes held no true significance. This statement rendered Jeokyeon momentarily silent, contemplating the weight of Ryu Hua's words. He then emphasized that the shadow cast behind the throne, after all, didn't hold any pleasure throughout all those years. So he advised Jeokyeon that they should stop worrying about the squabbles of the younger generation. Instead, he suggested that the older generation should focus on preparing to accompany him to the divine realm once the contest was over. Jeokyeon clenched his fists, his emotions bottled up as he struggled to find the words to respond to the emperor, but ultimately remained silent, unable to voice his thoughts. Turning around, Jeokyeon firmly stated that he would not accompany the emperor. Ryu Hua teasingly smiled at him and asked if he was absolutely sure about his decision. Shortly after, Jeokyeon asserted that Ryu Hua could go to the divine realm on his own, to his heart's satisfaction. As he shut the door behind him, Ryu Hua smirked, inwardly pondering that despite Jeokyeon's outward assertion, he could sense a lingering hesitation within him about allowing him to go to the divine realm alone. Ryu Hua glanced out at the sky and noticed the divine creature, sensing an impending storm looming on the horizon. This indicated to him that the second trial of the contest to ascend the throne was approaching. Meanwhile, Beangang urgently insisted to Ryu Doha that they needed to leave immediately, persuading him to act swiftly. He attempted to distract Ryu Doha by circling around him, bombarding him with questions about why he felt the need to cultivate every day despite already possessing the highest powers. Ryu Doha responded, informing Beangang that they had already gone yesterday, leaving Beangang incredulous at his statement. In a fit of anger, Beangang shouted at Doha, arguing that just like a person eats 5 meals a day, his statement about going yesterday made no sense. He emphasized that they were discussing Terraquen's exceptional dishes, implying that even eating 10 times in one day wouldn't be excessive at all considering the quality of the cuisine. He then pointed at Doha, acknowledging his minimal eating habits, but also suggesting that if his aide were to starve to death, Doha would be to blame. Continuing, Bean-gang theatrically pretended to cry, stating how he ended up with such a lousy master, which left Ryu Doha dumbfounded, unsure how to react. Meanwhile, in Doha's mind, he couldn't shake the feeling that he hadn't made any progress in his training since the first trial, as he found himself unable to focus. He couldn't help but overthink what had transpired during the first trial, particularly recalling how Jeokyeon, the fourth prince, had only displayed a single celestial power on the divine instrument. Recalling this, he pondered how such a result could be deemed acceptable. As he contemplated the events that might unfold during the contest, Bean-gang continued to whine about his hunger, oblivious to Doha's deep thoughts. Contemplating whether he could truly bring himself not to care about others in the contest, Doha also wondered if adopting such an attitude would indeed be better in the long run. Once done with his thoughts, Doha stood up and informed Bean-gang that they should indeed go to Terraquin as he had wanted. Bean-gang was ecstatic that Ryu Doha had finally been persuaded to go to Terraquin, unable to contain his excitement. Quickly, they set off to indulge in their meal at Terraquin. Meanwhile, in Terraquin, a wide variety of dishes were served openly, enticing the eyes of many with their stunning presentation. The food appeared almost like works of art, almost too beautiful to be eaten. In that bustling place, Korin, the 8th prince, and Hyun, the 5th prince, were seated together, enjoying their meal in each other's company. On the other side of the table, Hamel, the 7th prince, was being complimented by the servants, who remarked that his earrings suited him perfectly. On the contrary, Bean-gang was thrilled to indulge in his meal, knowing that the delicacies served in the palace couldn't be experienced anywhere else. As he was eating, he noticed someone out of the corner of his eye. He observed that the 19th prince had approached the 2nd prince and engaged in conversation with him. Meanwhile, in their conversation, the 19th prince was telling Jeongwon that Jeokyeon, the 4th prince, had boundless arrogance. He was complaining about how Jeokyeon had wounded him in the face, causing him great shame at the mere thought of everyone in the palace sneering at him. Jeongwon calmly set down his cup of tea and advised Yeongyong to stop dwelling on the matter. He glared at him and questioned whether Yeongyong was truly listening to the words coming from his mouth, and audaciously dared to suggest what the emperor should do about the situation. As Jeongwon's anger flared, Yeongyong felt a wave of anxiety and hastily clarified that his words were not intended to be taken in that manner. Suddenly, Jeokyeon and Baisol had also arrived at the dining. Yeongyong turned around upon noticing Jeokyeon's arrival and was met with a smirk from him, further intensifying his unease. Moreover, Jeokyeon jokingly remarked that Terraquin was supposed to be a place for princes to enjoy a peaceful meal, yet it seemed as noisy as the markets outside the palace that day. He moved nearer while referring to Yeongyong. He inquired if the reason for his visit was to complain about the injury he inflicted on him the day before. Upon hearing this, Yeongyong became angry, but Jeongwon showed no response to it. As the commotion grew louder, Hamel also cast a glance at the situation. However, he didn't have any remarks about it and simply smiled discreetly. Suddenly, Hamel stood up, approached Jeokyeon, and took his hand, asking if what he heard was true, that Yeongyong had attacked him. Yeongyong grew angry and retorted that he was the one who had been attacked. Hamel, in a joking manner, then asked Jeokyeon if the face of the 19th prince was so ugly that it hurt his eyes. As the chaos escalated with Hamel getting involved in their altercation, Ryu Doha couldn't resist taking a quick glance at the situation. He remembered when Hamel, during the first trial, had also been in proximity to Jeokyeon. As he recollected the memory, he found himself at a loss for how to feel and remained silent. Meanwhile, Yeongyong, in his thoughts, remained angry, pondering why the 4th prince possessed such an abundance of arrogance. Considering this, Jeokyeon's master is the least significant among the 12 disciples in terms of influence, a disciple who avoids involvement in politics and possesses practically non-existent wealth and power. Furthermore, the 19th prince emphasized the unfavorable core prominence that Jeokyeon displayed during the first trial. Adding to his contemplation, there was Baisol, Jeokyeon's aide, whom he regarded as ominous. Upon reflecting on these thoughts, he made a vow to make Jeokyeon's life miserable. Yeongyong was resolute as he vowed to crush Jeokyeon's pride someday. However, Jeokyeon didn't take it seriously and simply smiled at Yeongyong, telling him that he welcomed the challenge and begged him to follow through on his words. Realizing the escalating tension, Jeongwon intervened and instructed the two of them to cease their conflict. He urged them to cease their quarrel, noting that a divine being was present in that moment. They all looked up and beheld the divine creature floating above them. Jeongwon swiftly rose to his feet, acknowledging the creature as it approached him. The divine creature released bubbles, which were used to convey a message. The message informed him that this signaled the commencement of the second trial. On the goddess's palace, Wal-Ah was the one sending messages with the divine creature's assistance. Meanwhile, the nation is currently safeguarded by the barrier erected by the emperor and maintained by the ghosts. However, life for mortals in the vast land of the mortal realm is far from simple, as the ghosts' desire to harm humans is relentless. Humans currently live in a state of upheaval, shaken by unforeseen disasters. There were tragedies yet to be unveiled, shrouded in mystery. The human heart experiences a myriad of emotions, including joy, sorrow, relief, and pain, which can also serve as a catalyst for destruction, among others. The princes were listening attentively as the message explained that their second trial would involve seeking out and aiding people suffering throughout the nation, relieving them of their troubles. Their second trial commenced the moment the divine beast delivered the message, with the trial set to conclude exactly 1 month from that moment at midnight. Before the 30th day elapses, the princes must submit a document to the immortal skyscape detailing the accounts of the people they have saved. Upon concluding the message, Wal-Ah extended her wishes for the prince's best of luck. As the second trial was announced, Jeokyeon smiled throughout, eagerly anticipating it. After the declaration, each of them became absorbed in their individual experiences. Eon, the 20th prince, was receiving solace from Jeongwon and wishing him luck on his journey. At the same time, Beangang and his master Ryu Doha hurried along their path. Beangang let out a yawn and grumbled about having to return to the streets again as the second trial began. Meanwhile, Jeokyeon and his aide Baisal also embarked on their journey. As they wandered through the mortal streets, both clad in matching black attire, they scanned their surroundings attentively. Shortly after, they boarded a boat. After a while, they reached their destination together. They arrived at a place where the streets were submerged in water and the surroundings gleamed brightly with lights. The streets were bustling with countless people enjoying the night. Furthermore, upon reaching the destination, they headed to a bar to have some drinks. However, it was Jeokyeon who indulged in the most drinking. Baisal remarked that Jeokyeon had already consumed too much, but Jeokyeon retorted that he had barely finished the 20th bottle. He continued, expressing that he had returned to the imperial palace after wandering for so long, but he hadn't even had the chance to fully enjoy the luxurious life before being sent out again to roam from place to place. Hearing this, Baisal couldn't argue against his excuses to drink more, knowing well that Jeokyeon hadn't truly experienced anything luxurious even as a prince. However, suddenly, Baisal recalled the time when Hamel was being clingy to his master during the first trial. And he also remembered the time when Hamel held his master's hand at Jeokyeon. But Baisal reminded his master that it's better to consider the freedom of roaming outside the palace walls as a preferable option. He expressed his concern to Jeokyeon and inquired about his thoughts on how to approach the trial, noting that it had been 10 days since they arrived at the location without taking any action. Jeokyeon responded by saying that he had pondered the matter and believed that the trial required the princes to address personal matters that they must resolve themselves. He remarked that it seemed quite intricate for a trial, more similar to a contest. Thinking deeply about this, he realized the importance of identifying the most difficult problem possible. However, he couldn't help but notice that all the other princes had already begun their journeys, while he remained stagnant. Observing the other patrons in the inns, he asked Baisal if he had any insights into why they had been frequenting inns on the outskirts for the past 10 days. Baisal responded, stating that they were visiting the inns to gather gossip. Jeokyeon acknowledged his response, affirming that Baisal was correct. He explained that the stories of the imperial subjects often converged at market inns, and he had overheard them along the way. Most of these stories revolved around their joys, sorrows, or mundane problems. However, amidst the mundane tales, he had also come across some intriguing stories. He recounted one in particular about a man on the first floor who was a bundler selling items whenever he visited the village. This man had been in the trade for 20 years, but around 10 years ago, his income had significantly decreased, and he had been bitter about it ever since. Next to the bundler was the innkeeper, whose income wasn't as good as it used to be, leading him to grumble about it increasingly. Behind the innkeeper sat a young man who was a coffin maker. Unlike the other two, his income had doubled in the past few years. Upon hearing his master's observations, Baisal realized something significant. Jeokyeon concluded that it seemed like something was happening in the village, as the innkeeper and peddler were experiencing heavy losses while the coffin maker was becoming busier. So Jeokyeon told Baisal that from that moment on, they needed to uncover whatever problem was plaguing the village. Shortly after, he called for the innkeeper, who arrived promptly and greeted them warmly. Suddenly, they tossed him a bag of gold coins, which left him visibly surprised. Then Jeokyeon declared that he would double the amount, and the innkeeper, taken aback, attempted to clarify what he had just heard. Jeokyeon reiterated his offer to double the payment if the innkeeper could provide him with useful information, specifically asking for even the smallest details regarding something called the Vanish Pass. Quickly, the innkeeper informed him that the Vanish Pass wasn't actually named like that originally. Therefore, it was originally called the Doing Pass, named after the village of Doing. He explained that the name didn't hold any special significance. However, something mysterious suddenly occurred. One day, a man was walking through the place. As he was walking by, someone was eerily talking, catching the man's attention. So he paused for a moment and turned around to see what or who was speaking in such an unsettling manner. As he turned around, he saw nothing, which left him feeling uneasy. However, the area was covered in dense fog and was shrouded in darkness, adding to the eerie atmosphere. He then pondered, convinced that he had indeed heard a voice. Suddenly, just as he was about to continue on his way, a loud, eerie voice called out to him, addressing him as husband, which startled him. Men would follow the alluring voice as if they were bewitched, drawn to a certain house by its mysterious call. They couldn't resist the temptation of the voice, and it promptly led them to open the door of the house to peek inside. And the moment they stepped foot inside, they would be greeted by a terrifying face waiting for them. More men weren't able to make it back, until their numbers increased to as many as 100. Then, overnight, the people who had lost their husbands and sons gradually left the village, and Doing fell to ruins. The village became deserted and overgrown with thick grass. From then on, people started calling it the Vanish Pass because of the men who disappeared there without a single trace. Having heard this story, Jeokyeon and Baisal continued on their way, determined to investigate for themselves what had truly happened in the village. As they arrived, they observed that everyone had truly vanished, and they couldn't sense a single sign of people around. It had been so long since the traces of people living there had all turned to dust, and all because by just one resentful ghost. Observing the situation at hand, Jeokyeon realized that dealing with the ghost wouldn't be easy. Closely observing and sensing the surroundings, he felt a heavy gloominess even though it was still early in the morning. He couldn't shake the feeling that it would be quite surprising if the ghost were to appear out of nowhere. Quickly, he walked, determined to find the house. As they continued to walk, they arrived at the house where the innkeeper had mentioned. The house was filled with a daunting aura. As Jeokyeon observed it, he couldn't help but think that it was too easy to find, which made him suspicious. Suddenly, the house trembled as if something was approaching from inside, making its way to the door. Sensing the impending danger, Jeokyeon and Baisal exchanged glances, silently signaling to each other as they prepared for whatever was about to come. Baisal swiftly drew his sword, while Jeokyeon braced himself to confront the ghost head-on. Suddenly, it was Ryu Doha who opened the door, and he too appeared visibly surprised to see Jeokyeon at the location. They stared at each other in surprise, Jeokyeon taken aback by Ryu Doha's unexpected appearance at the door. Meanwhile, Ryu Doha couldn't take his eyes off Jeokyeon, utterly surprised and unable to believe what he was seeing. On the other hand, Jeokyeon explained that he had been wondering if the ghost would appear in broad daylight, and he hadn't expected to find Doha there. Even as Jeokyeon spoke, Doha remained silent, simply staring at him intently. Surprisingly, he abruptly cut off Jeokyeon's conversation by swiftly passing through, completely ignoring him. Jeokyeon turned around, puzzled by Ryu Doha's abrupt behavior, and wondered why he had acted that way. However, he also thought that Doha's reaction was quite typical of him. Suddenly, a strange voice emerged, catching their attention. Surprisingly, Beangang was also there with Doha, and he was complaining about why Doha had suddenly left him behind. However, Beangang paused for a moment upon seeing Jeokyeon and Baisal in the place as well. He noticed the tension in Baisal's gaze and advised him to calm down. Quickly, Beangang ran off, expressing his hope to see Jeokyeon and Baisal next time, as he was currently trying to catch up with his master. Reflecting on the encounter, Jeokyeon expressed his opinion about Ryu Doha and his aide, stating that Beangang was as noisy as them when outside the palace. Continuing, Jeokyeon's attention turned to the house, realizing that Doha hadn't solved the problem. He sensed that the ghost was powerful. Without wasting time, Baisal asked his master what their next course of action should be. Jeokyeon stated that they would have to wait until nightfall for the ghost to appear herself. After a while of waiting, finally, the moon rose, casting its dim light as the place was enveloped in darkness. Meanwhile, Jeokyeon and Baisal waited in front of the house. In haste, Jeokyeon told Baisal to wait for him and remain outdoors. Caught off guard by the eerie atmosphere surrounding the house and feeling uneasy about it, Baisal hesitated, but Jeokyeon reassured her not to worry. Jeokyeon grinned at Baisal as he explained that since the ghost was female, it wouldn't be appropriate to startle her with the presence of two visitors at such a late hour. Upon realizing this, Baisal nodded in agreement and assured Jeokyeon that he understood his reasoning. Meanwhile, Jeokyeon took it upon himself to open the door and prepare himself for the impending encounter with the ghost. Upon entering, he observed that the house was in disarray, with objects strewn about haphazardly, yet there was no sign of anyone present. Venturing further into the house, the unsettling atmosphere persisted, lingering heavily in the air. Suddenly, his focus shifted when he noticed a faint glow emanating from one of the rooms in the house. Approaching cautiously, he discerned the silhouette of a woman cast in shadow by the light. Drawing nearer to the source of the light, he concluded that this figure was likely the ghost he sought, prompting him to prepare for an immediate confrontation. Swiftly, he flung open the door, anticipating the ghost's imminent manifestation. However, the moment he swung the door open, the ghost vanished into thin air, and the flickering light from the candle extinguished abruptly. Entering the room, he surveyed his surroundings, pondering whether the ghost had fled or was simply concealed nearby. Continuing his observation of the room, he detected something peculiar that caught his attention. Suddenly, a peculiar figure of the woman began to rise and move strangely from behind him. To his astonishment, he realized that the figure before him was indeed the ghost everyone had spoken of, and now he found himself being targeted by it. In a flash, the ghost pounced on him, causing him to tumble to the ground. He found himself locking eyes with the ghost while she loomed over him. Surprisingly, the ghost spoke, questioning how he, being a woman, had managed to enter the house. In the confines of the house, the two servants were chatting about how the homeowner was becoming overly arrogant and lacking compassion due to his two daughters. She mentioned that their master went too far by never allowing a fire to be lit in the first daughter's room during winters, despite her being the eldest. Additionally, after the birth of the second daughter, when his wife became infertile, he went to the extreme of throwing her out of the house. Considering their mistress's situation, they couldn't help but feel sorry for what she had endured as a result for not giving birth to a son. The master grew angry when his wife attempted to prepare him a snack, even though he didn't order her to do something like that. The woman was on the ground as he shouted at her, repeating that he had already expressed his desire not to see her, as he couldn't bear the sight of her. He continued to insult her, berating her for giving birth to two supposedly worthless girls, which he believed had led their family to ruin. As they were within the confines of the house, their two daughters could hear their parents' argument and witness their own father throwing their mother out. Jeokyeon, the eldest daughter, attempted to soothe her younger sister as she cradled her in her arms. She became frustrated as her younger sister continued crying, so she raised her voice, telling her to stop crying. She understood that the louder her sister cried, the more their mother would suffer. Returning to the present, the ghost repeatedly questioned Jeokyeon about how she managed to enter, considering she was a woman and the ghost only targeted men. The ghost grew increasingly agitated as Jeokyeon remained unresponsive, prompting the ghost to raise its voice even louder. However, the ghost was taken aback when Jeokyeon suddenly released a glowing, bright light and attempted to place a charm on the ghost. Quickly, Jeokyeon stood up and clarified to the ghost that what she said was indeed correct. As she erected a barrier between them and suppressed the ghost with her power, she affirmed that she was indeed a woman, just as she had stated. She approached the ghost's face, sarcastically conveying that it might be disappointed that someone had arrived in the middle of the night, but unfortunately for it, the intruder was not a man, but a woman. Despite being suppressed, the ghost attempted to break free, but Jeokyeon asserted that struggling was futile. She explained to the ghost that the force binding her was drawn from the essence of heaven and earth, making it impossible for even restless spirits like herself to resist it. The ghost was shocked and surprised, while Jeokyeon urged her to behave obediently and reassured her that she hadn't come to destroy her. She then stated that she had come to put an end to her resentment. Quickly, she directed her powers towards the ghost. Her power was so potent that the light emanated from it could be seen beyond the confines of the house, reaching up into the sky. Shortly after attempting to cleanse her, Jeokyeon released the ghost from the binds. She then took notice of the attire that the ghost was wearing. Swiftly, she questioned the ghost about her reasons for killing all the innocent men, and the ghost informed her that she couldn't be cleansed even by eternal punishment due to the excessive karma she had accumulated. So, at that moment, Jeokyeon stated that her soul would be shattered, and she wouldn't be saved even from hell. Even with the numerous questions asked by Jeokyeon, the ghost continued to remain silent. Observing her, Jeokyeon noted that it seemed like the ghost wouldn't talk. Considering this, she pondered that the sun would rise soon, and once it did, she wouldn't be able to see the ghost's apparition, and they would have to wait for night to fall again. Thus, she thought it would be better to get rid of the ghost at that moment. As the light slowly crept into the room, the figure of the ghost began to fade away. And just before she disappeared completely, she suddenly shed a tear. This unexpected action surprised Jeokyeon, causing her to momentarily forget her plan to get rid of the ghost. Shortly after, the ghost disappeared completely without a trace. As the ghost vanished, Jeokyeon was left with no choice but to wait for nightfall to come again in order to see her once more. On the other hand, Baisal, who had been patiently waiting outside throughout the night, suddenly sensed someone coming out. To his surprise, his master finally emerged after spending the night inside. Jeokyeon then informed him that there hadn't been much progress as the ghost wouldn't listen to a word she said. Subsequently, Baisal said that the ghost bride's soul would be consumed by resentment and suggested that they could prevent her from being reborn, even without the celestial sword, by moving to destroy her immediately. But suddenly, he was caught off guard when Jeokyeon suddenly asked him if she looked like a woman to him. Baisal clenched his fist, uncertain of how to respond. Then Jeokyeon told him that the ghost had been rude to her, saying that she wasn't a man, and mentioned that no woman had ever been cold to her. She asked Baisal if she should make herself look a bit more masculine. In response, Baisal remarked that the ghost must have seen her for her character and not her appearance, so it was only natural that she wouldn't be deceived. Hearing this, Jeokyeon expressed that she understood, but it had been a long time since anyone had seen her as a woman, so she felt strange about it. Shortly after, Jeokyeon told Baisal that they should keep going. As she informed him that they should return by dark, she noticed something about Baisal. So she asked him what he was thinking about. But Jeokyeon came closer and jokingly remarked to Baisal that his complexion looked paler and stiffer than the ghost bride she saw last night. As they continued on their way, Jeokyeon informed Baisal that she would go find the ghost every night and bother her. Before returning to the ghostly presence that awaited them, Jeokyeon and Baisal decided to take refuge at the nearby inn for a brief respite. As night fell shortly after, Jeokyeon entered the house while Baisal remained outside once more. On the flip side, Jeokyeon found herself positioned directly across from the ghost within the confines of the house, their gazes locked in an eerie and intense confrontation. As the day descended once more into the shadows of evening, Jeokyeon remarked with disappointment that there seemed to be no improvement yet again. Consequently, they retreated back to the inn, where they found solace in the familiar ritual of indulging in alcohol once more, seeking refuge from the unsettling events of the day. As night cast its veil once more upon the land, they found themselves drawn back to the ghostly abode. Unable to resist, Jeokyeon found herself transfixed, her gaze fixated unwaveringly upon the ghost, captivated by its enigmatic presence and unable to tear her eyes away. As the night enveloped them and time seemed to slip away, Jeokyeon remained entranced, her eyes locked onto the ghost for the entirety of the unfolding moments. Suddenly, a glimmer caught Jeokyeon's attention, emanating from the very fabric of the ghost's attire, a subtle yet distinct luminescence. She simply stared in silent observation, her eyes trained intently on the glowing anomaly adorning the ghost's garments. As the passage of time unfurled, the gradual emergence of daylight signaled the inevitable dissipation of the ghost, its spectral form once more fading into obscurity as the veil of morning light cast its gentle rays upon the scene. As they strolled through the streets, Jeokyeon informed Baisal that he believed he understood why the first prince was grappling with the ghost case. She explained to him that despite her attempts to convey her forgiveness, the ghost remained unresponsive, or at least pretended to be. By this time, Jeokyeon was growing tired of sharing a room with the ghost, as she hadn't made any progress whatsoever. However, Baisol reminded him that the second trial would soon conclude. If they kept track of the days until their return to the palace, it would only be 3 days at most. Thus, he inquired of Jeokyeon whether it might be preferable to simply eliminate the ghost altogether. However, Jeokyeon countered, explaining to him that such an action would be too severe. This response caught Baisol off guard, leaving him staring at Jeokyeon in surprise, as he hadn't expected such a reply from him. She elaborated further, expressing that regardless of how peaceful the ghost appeared, enduring the torment of suffering horribly and still having the opportunity for redemption and rebirth, even if it was a slim chance, would be preferable. Jeokyeon stated that it would be excessively cruel to trample on that endless cycle of her birth and rebirth just because she had committed a sin in one lifetime. He acknowledged that it would be wrong of him, as a prince, to not try to open up and understand the ghost. He conveyed to Baisol that if things didn't go as she hoped, and she ended up destroying the ghost, it would be immoral of him, as a prince, to condone such an action. Contemplating this, he pondered that if he couldn't handle the resentment of even one person, how would he be able to shoulder the responsibility of the vast world? While they strolled down the streets, something on the roadside grabbed his attention. She noticed items typically associated with women, such as makeup, mirrors, rings, and anything else women might desire. Upon seeing them, she suddenly recalled the shiny object that the ghost had embedded in her garments. As she recalled this, a sudden realization dawned on her, causing her to wonder why she hadn't thought of it earlier. Shortly after, she instructed Baisol to quickly book the nearest inn and treat the people to wine and food. He then instructed him to bypass the men who are presently of marriageable age and instead allow the wealthy individuals to enter. Additionally, he emphasized that regardless of their origin, if they meet these criteria, their place of origin should not be a concern. Jeokyeon then elucidated that the individual capable of alleviating the ghost's resentment is the very person who initially instigated its creation. Furthermore, he declared that from that very moment onward, both she and Baisol had embarked on a determined quest to locate the man who abandoned the ghost bride on that fateful day, a whole decade in the past. As night fell, the townspeople gathered in long line outside the inn, murmuring amongst themselves about the unusually crowded conditions. One of the men in the crowd explained that a merchant had recently returned from the capital city, having amassed a considerable fortune. This newfound wealth was the reason behind the feast. Inside the inn, Jeokyeon was relishing in the company of others, indulging in drinks and lively conversation. Curious voices surrounded Jeokyeon as the townsfolk eagerly asked if he had caught sight of the emperor or visited the majestic palace of the goddess during his stay in the capital. Responding to their queries, Jeokyeon deftly redirected the conversation, steering it towards the notable changes that had transpired within the village since her last visit. Carrying on with the conversation, she brought up rumors she had heard regarding troubles brewing in the neighboring village while she was away. She then sought clarification, asking specifically if the troubled village in question was Doying Village. As soon as he uttered the name of the village, a hushed silence enveloped the group of men gathered around him, their jovial conversation abruptly halted by the weight of the mention. However, one man in the group tried to lighten the mood by forcing a laugh, downplaying the gravity of the village's misfortune. He pointed out that landscapes can undergo substantial changes within 15 years, suggesting that the upheaval in one village shouldn't be a cause for alarm. But Jeokyeon interjected, countering the attempt to trivialize the situation. He recounted the chilling tale of a vengeful ghost who lured and killed a man a decade ago, repeating the sinister deed with nearly 100 others. He posed the question, emphasizing the gravity of such occurrences that they should be dismissed as insignificant. And then she continued, explaining that her inquiry was simply born out of curiosity. As someone mentioned the astonishing beauty of the ghost, she turned to catch a glimpse of the man who made the remark. She then noticed the man among their group who appeared to be the most sober, and observed him with a puzzled expression. Sensing her gaze, he questioned why she was staring at him in that manner, and inquired if he had said something wrong. Quickly, the man rose from his seat and swiftly made his way over to join Jeokyeon. He then inquired about what she wished to learn, assuring her that he would demonstrate his kindness as she had received a complimentary drink. As the man encouraged her to inquire about anything, Jeokyeon was taken aback, and suddenly a thought struck him. Knowing about the ghost bride, the man proceeded to confide something to Jeokyeon. He asserted that there was no one in the world who knew the ghost bride better than him, emphasizing his earlier statement about her astonishing beauty. In the village of Doing, the name Do signify reach and Yang signifies connotes light. The village of Doing derived its name from a captivating origin story deeply rooted in the natural landscape that surrounds it. Legend has it that Doing was christened based on its geographical significance as the place where the first rays of sunlight reached each morning. And at the end of the winding road that ascends to the peak of the highest hill was a house where a beautiful woman lives. In that house, it seems like the very first thing in the world to see the sun every morning, casting a light morning on the woman's face. And it is well that Soy, the name of the woman, lived. Soy, a woman brimming with cheerfulness, found herself thoroughly immersed in the joyous company of the villagers, relishing every moment of their shared time together. The women advised Soy that they ought to depart promptly, cautioning that they might forfeit their preferred spot by the river if they didn't hasten their departure. Unified in their happiness, they joyfully embarked together towards the river, intent on laundering their clothes in its cleansing waters. At that precise moment, amidst the camaraderie and simple joys of village life, they collectively realized that nothing could surpass the preciousness of the time they cherished together in the village. The opposite bank of the river was scattered with small stones, enticing young boys to play with them. There would be countless boys in the river who wanted to tease Soy's tender hands. She became angry, stood up, and called out to the boys, causing them to scatter in fear upon witnessing her anger. As Soy ascended the hill, she gracefully balanced a jar of water on her head, her slender body swaying with each step. Water spilled from the jar, leaving a trail as if overflowing, mirroring the emotions the guys around her harbored for her. Soy's loveliness was unmatched by anyone in the village or the surrounding areas. However, the moments of happiness couldn't endure for long. They were aware of the hardships Soy was facing, with her entire family falling ill as if some form of accumulated karma had befallen them. Soy had a younger brother, several years her junior, and her father passed away prematurely. Soon after, her mother's health began to decline, leaving the family in a vulnerable state. Suddenly, during that period, her brother was struck by an unknown fever. Their house perched atop an unusually high spot amidst the vastness of Doying village. The house she resided in had leaking roofs, and when it rained, it echoed the way pain clandestinely seeped into Soy's heart due to the hardships they were enduring. Despite the hardships she faced, she grew out of her youthful years. However, little did she know, that was just the beginning of her troubles. In the past, all sorts of men would gather on the other side of the low-woven fence, attempting to peek inside her house and catch a glimpse of her. At that moment, the elders were inquiring about his opinion regarding a certain man, which caught her off guard as she hadn't considered it before. Another woman asserted that if she were to choose that man, there would be a considerable age gap, but she emphasized that he would be capable of assuming responsibility for her mother and her brother. As time passed, many urged her to get married. Numerous suitors frequented their house as she was being persuaded by a multitude of men for marriage, increasing the pressure on her significantly. In moments of solitude, Soy found herself unable to escape the weight of her thoughts. The burden of her challenging life loomed large in her mind, casting a shadow over her every contemplation. She grappled with the reality of her circumstances, acutely aware of the hardships she faced on a daily basis. While beauty may hold great significance for some to Soy, her beauty was nothing short of a tragedy. As she opened their jar, its emptiness echoed the extreme poverty they were facing, leaving her at a loss for words as she stared into its hollow depths, unsure of how to react. Due to the dire need for money to support her family, Soy resorted to selling their possessions to provide for her frail mother and care for her sickly brother. With nothing left to sell, Soy found herself with little else to ponder, but to overthink the consequences of acting upon her thoughts. She dressed herself meticulously, adorning her appearance with care, realizing that there was only one thing left to sell: herself. The prospect of marriage became her only means of escaping the clutches of poverty. Around that time, men from all corners of Doing village and neighboring villages came to her house to propose marriage. The man continued, mentioning that even the men drinking at the inn attempted to propose marriage to Soy. He gestured towards the men who had mustered the courage to propose to Soy, and as his fingers singled them out, they couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment wash over them. Their shy glances and averted eyes betrayed their discomfort, as if unable to bear the scrutiny of being singled out in such a manner. However, as the man observed all the men drinking, he realized with a start that every single one of them seated around the table had also proposed marriage to Soy. As he continued, he confessed to Jeokyeon that he couldn't help but feel nervous as he recounted stories about Soy, who had become known as the ghost bride. All the while, everyone yearned for that one thing, Soy. The man, too, acknowledged that he also desired her. Looking at her suitors who visited her every day, he feared that someone greater and more powerful than him would snatch her away. However, upon witnessing the situation unfold, he experienced a sense of relief when he observed that Soy hesitated about marriage for an extended period. This hesitation was not only understandable to him, but also resonated with others who were observing the situation. If Soy were to marry into a household as a concubine, it was evident that she would be subjected to abuse and discarded the moment she lost favor with her husband. Continuing on, the man also examples that if she were to marry as a legal wife, it would be unusual for her to be cast out after some time due to her low status. The man who was narrating the story had been worried about this for a long time, pondering what he could do to outshine all the distinguished men and secure a marriage with Soy. Suddenly, he had a realization that all it would take to win Soy's heart was to earn her trust. With this newfound insight, he decided to take matters into his own hands. He personally visited her house and greeted her, which took her by surprise, considering their humble living conditions. Soy, being kind-hearted, extended an invitation for the man to come inside. As he stepped into the old, dilapidated house, he couldn't help but notice the pervasive scent of poverty and sickness that hung in the air. Despite the smile the man wore on his face, deep inside, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disgust towards the place. The environment was so appalling to him that it even made him feel nauseous. However, despite his discomfort, the man made an effort to engage with Soy. He presented himself as someone of great kindness and generosity, opting not to offer anything material, but instead simply accompanying her. Suddenly, as he sat on the floor, Soy's brother appeared and ran towards her, greeting her with a warm smile. The man became furious when Soy's brother accidentally brushed against his clothes, and he felt the urge to push her to the ground because of his irritation. On the contrary, Soy felt anxious and reminded her brother how many times she had asked her not to do that. However, the man responded kindly and reassured them both that it was okay. Subsequently, the man continued to display kindness by smiling at the child, holding them in his arms, and then explaining to Soy that there was no need to scold the child, as they were just young. He suppressed the nauseous feeling he had and maintained his friendly demeanor as he gently caressed the child's face, reassuring her not to be scared. Soy was taken aback when the man unexpectedly told her younger brother not to be scared because someday he might be her brother's husband, which caught Soy completely off guard. In his other persona, he grinned wickedly, remarking that pretending to be nice was as simple as that. Upon hearing him boast about his act of kindness towards Soy, Jeokyeon grew irritated and shot him a glare. Shortly after, the man remarked that Jeokyeon should have seen Soy's flushed face back then. He then described how everything became chaotic after that situation, and mentioned that Soy eventually accepted his proposal. Continuing, the man mentioned that he did his best to prevent the marriage from falling through. He explained how he would bring food and medicine whenever he had the time, and he also took care of Soy's sick brother. On the eve of their wedding, the man consumed all the beverages and got himself drunk to the point where he went to find her just to present an expensive gift. In his intoxicated state, he presented Soy with a small, exquisite blue mirror, a token of his affection chosen amidst the haze of alcohol. As the morning dawned, the man found himself in a state of extreme intoxication, having consumed far more alcohol than his body could handle. He had fallen asleep on the floor, surrounded by the remnants of the previous night's revelry. Upon waking, he was overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness and nausea. As he woke up, he was surprised to find himself in Soy's house. Unable to remember anything after giving her the gift, he quickly left, feeling disoriented and uncomfortable. Then, the long-awaited wedding day arrived. The moon cast an unusually bright glow that night, illuminating the festivities with an ethereal light. As Soy was carried in the carriage, the old men felt a strange ache in their hearts, unable to explain the sudden sensation. As the wedding ceremony was about to begin, Soy's mother and younger sibling were peacefully asleep together in the house. Inside the swaying sedan, tears streamed down Soy's face in a continuous flow, leaving a trail of sorrow in their wake. And finally, everything the man had desired came to fruition as he successfully wed Soy, achieving his long-awaited dream. The man was filled with excitement as the moment he had been eagerly anticipating for so long had finally arrived. He eagerly looked forward to spending the night with his wife, and with gentle anticipation, he began to slowly remove her clothes. Soy remained silent as her husband took off her clothes, allowing him to lead the moment. As her husband slowly undressed her, revealing more of her skin, his gaze fell upon the unexpected sight of bruises scattered across her delicate form. His heart skipped a beat as he noticed the marks, a mixture of concern and confusion clouding his thoughts. Among them, the bruises on her neck stood out, stark against the paleness of her skin. In response, the man grew angry at the sight of the bruises and angrily called his wife a filthy, disgusting woman. This caught Soy by surprise, leaving her confused and unsure why her husband reacted with such anger. He continued to insult her and then resorted to physically harming her, convinced that she was cheating on him. He even believed that she had made a fool out of him and suspected that she was fooling around with other men. As a result of his belief that he was being cheated on, he continued to physically harm Soy. This prompted Soy to fall to the floor, begging and calling out to him as her husband. However, he did not offer her any help and refused to listen to what she was trying to say. Her spouse was consumed by rage, leading him to declare to her that she would never find someone she could refer to as her life partner. Continuing his inebriated narrative, the man proclaimed that he had thoroughly avenged himself on Soy for daring to entice him. Despite Soy's beauty, the mistreatment she endured overnight made it unlikely for any man to dare to take her in, leading to widespread gossip in the town about her ordeal. The man further reneged on the support he had promised Soy and halted the medication for her brother, causing her brother's condition to worsen and eventually leading to his demise. With her brother's passing, Soy's frail mother, unable to bear the grief, also succumbed to her sorrow and passed away. Upon learning about the man's role in making Soy's life miserable, Jeokyeon couldn't help but fall silent, unable to find words to express his thoughts on the matter. Meanwhile, outside, Baisol was also eavesdropping on the man's story. On the flip side, the man, who happened to be Soy's husband, expressed that he still felt irritated by the mere thought of her. On the contrary, Soy's husband expressed continued irritation at the thought of her and ominously declared that she hadn't fully experienced his wrath yet. In the midst of his anger, Jeokyeon was becoming increasingly infuriated, and her powers began to manifest. Suddenly, she unleashed her powers toward the man, striking him with a forceful blow. Afterward, she seized him by the collar, causing the man to flinch and struggle to breathe in that tense moment. With a swift and determined motion, she clasped onto his collar with a steely grip, her resolve palpable as she swiftly maneuvered to fling him towards the window. The force of her action propelled him forward, his body hurtling through the air with an unsettling velocity. Observing the severity of the situation, Baisol recognized the imminent danger and urgently shouted to alert their master, realizing the need for immediate intervention to address the escalating conflict. Swiftly, he retrieved her sword, prepared to intervene and restore order with the swift and decisive action warranted by the unfolding crisis. Brandishing the sword with a commanding presence, he unleashed its power upon the individuals within the inn, invoking a potent magic that ensnared them in its mystical grip. As the enchantment took hold of them, every individual abruptly lost consciousness, succumbing to the potent magic's effects. Meanwhile, Baisol hurried to approach Jeokyeon, sensing the urgency of the moment and eager to provide assistance in any way possible. On the other hand, Jeokyeon remained steadfast, gripping the man's collar tightly in her hands, her vision clouded by anger fueled by his tales of the ghost bride. She expressed disbelief at the notion of having to protect someone like him. Suddenly, flames began to channel through her hands, a manifestation of her growing power and rage. However, before she could even harm the man, Baisol swiftly intervened, enveloping her in a tight embrace and compelling her to stop, reminding her that she couldn't act in such a manner. Jeokyeon insisted that he shall let him go, but Baisol remained resolute, explaining that he couldn't allow her to proceed with what she was about to do. As Baisol emphasized that it was unacceptable to harm a civilian in the midst of the contest, the man found himself submerged in the waters, having been released from Jeokyeon's grasp. However, Jeokyeon's anger showed no signs of abating, still simmering beneath the surface despite Baisol's efforts to intervene. So Baisal proposed a solution, suggesting that if her anger truly overwhelmed her, she should direct it towards him instead. As Baisal attempted to intervene, Jeokyeon paused abruptly, locking eyes with him in a momentary silence. They gazed at each other, both understanding the seriousness of the situation, while Baisal firmly grasped her hand, preventing her from harming the man. Meanwhile, the man who had fallen into the water gradually lost his strength to resist drowning, and shortly thereafter, he succumbed to the water. The man plunged into the water, losing consciousness and his strength fading away. In an instant, Jeokyeon recalled the image of the ghost bride and the tears she shed while he conversed with her. In that moment, as the memory of the ghost bride's tear washed over her, Jeokyeon found herself enveloped in a profound silence. It was as though the weight of that solitary tear, shed in the midst of their conversation, carried with it a tranquilizing force that gently calmed the tumult within her. After regaining her composure, she turned to Baisal with a newfound clarity, instructing him urgently to retrieve the man from the water before it was too late. Baisal swiftly approached and attempted to lift the man out of the water with haste. As he pulled the man out of the water, he immediately checked for signs of breathing, realizing with a sense of urgency that the man's breaths were shallow and faint. As they hurried to assist the man, Jeokyeon's concern lingered, and she questioned Baisal about his actions regarding the people inside the inn. He responded, explaining that he had caused them all to faint in order to prevent any further complications or issues. Moreover, as the urgency of the moment pressed on, Jeokyeon felt a surge of concern for the man they were rescuing. With a determined yet cautious demeanor, she turned her attention away from Baisal's explanation and shifted her gaze towards the man lying on the ground. The man remained unconscious, his state a stark reminder of the perilous situation he had narrowly escaped as he teetered on the brink of drowning. Furthermore, Jeokyeon expressed, with a solemn tone, that from that moment onward, the man's existence would be plagued by torment, likening it to the unbearable suffering one endures in the fiery depths of hell. Continuing with a solemn tone, Jeokyeon added, "The sins the man carries will burrow deep into the fabric of his life, gnawing at his conscience with relentless persistence. He will find himself trapped in a perpetual cycle of remorse and regret, haunted by the specter of his past misdeeds." Furthermore, Jeokyeon explained that the man's actions would bring about his own downfall. She mentioned that his past sins would catch up with him through the spirits of those he wronged, like his wife. These spirits would ensure that he faced the consequences he deserved. Moreover, Jeokyeon firmly stated that the man would never find peace anywhere on earth. She emphasized that he would come to wish for an end to his life. As Baisal prepared to speak, Jeokyeon intervened, informing him that there was no need for further discussion. And then she declared that it was time to return to Doyang. Thinking of Soy, the ghost bride, Jeokyeon realized they needed to deliver news to her about the person she had been desperately waiting for. Meanwhile, at that moment, Bingang was engaged in a fierce battle with ghouls on his way to another village. Then suddenly, he noticed that Ryu Doha was simply standing there, not offering any assistance in the midst of the battle. Bingang, amidst the chaos of battle, found Ryu Doha strangely standing and gazing at the blood on his hands. Bingang questioned how he could be so distracted in such a perilous place. Ryu Doha's hands were stained with the blood of the ghouls he had slain. Suddenly, Bingang was taken aback as he noticed Ryu Doha preparing to leave the scene. As he dealt with the ghouls, Bingang couldn't help but express his frustration to Doha about him leaving once more. After a strenuous battle with the ghouls and a tense confrontation with Ryu Doha, Bingang felt the need to clear his mind and cleanse his body. The nearby river, with its crystal-clear waters shimmering under the gentle sunlight, beckoned to him like a sanctuary of serenity. In his hands, he held a lifeless bunny, a casualty of the recent skirmish, while in the other hand he clutched a meager snack, a reminder of the scarcity they faced on their journey. As he kindled a fire to cook their meager meal, Bingang couldn't help but grumble under his breath. The familiar task of starting the fire fell to him once again, a responsibility he had shouldered countless times before. With a weary sigh, he pondered aloud whether he had chosen the wrong master. Then, in a moment of introspection, Bingang's thoughts turned inward as he pondered the whereabouts of his master. Meanwhile, Ryu Doha carefully placed his clothes atop the nearby rocks, preparing himself to cleanse his body in the river's refreshing waters. He immersed himself in the river, intent on washing away the lingering traces of ghoul blood that clung to his body. As the soothing waters enveloped him, Ryu Doha found himself lost in contemplation. On the other hand, Bingang called out for Ryu Doha, searching for him to see where he had disappeared to. Suddenly, he spotted Ryu Doha bathing in the river, the water cascading over him as he cleansed himself. Moreover, Bingang teasingly remarked on Ryu Doha's sense of propriety, contrasting it with his own disheveled state. While Bingang had been out searching with blood, sweat, and tears, Ryu Doha appeared to be leisurely bathing in the river. However, Ryu Doha didn't take the comment as a joke. Instead, he sternly told Bingang to get lost. But Bingang persisted, playfully suggesting that Ryu Doha was out of line and attributing his behavior to his personality, jokingly implying that it might hinder his ability to get closer to the fourth prince. Ryu Doha, irritated by Bingang's persistence, tapped into his powers and conjured a stream of water, pouring it over Bingang's head in a display of frustration. And then, with a stern tone, Ryu Doha repeated his command for Bingang to get lost. After the tense exchange by the river, Bingang and Ryu Doha made their way back to the cooking fire where their meal was being prepared. The atmosphere was charged with lingering tension, each of them silently contemplating the events that had just transpired. Bingang removed his wet clothes, a necessary step after the earlier encounter that left him drenched from Ryu Doha's use of water. Seated by the fire, Bingang couldn't help but voice his concern. With a genuine curiosity, he asked Ryu Doha about the recent changes in his behavior, noting that he had been acting strangely lately. He continued, expressing how Ryu Doha seemed distracted during their recent encounter with the ghouls, but Ryu Doha remained silent, his thoughts perhaps occupied by inner turmoil. Bingang elaborated, explaining that the barrier they encountered reinforced itself to counteract the strength of the ghosts, effectively preventing them from getting through. However, he mentioned that occasionally, some ghosts managed to slip through unnoticed by the disciples. Overthinking the situation, Bingang added that he sensed something strange happening recently. Moreover, Bingang attempted to capture Doha's attention by questioning whether he had truly been lured in by the ghost in the Doying village. As Doha remained unresponsive to anything he said or any questions asked, Bingang stopped and mentioned that he was okay with the silence, indicating that he had nothing to say. Shortly after, he proceeded to retrieve the foods he had grilled from the fire. Bingang examined the food, wondering if it was well cooked, and also inquired of the live rabbits he had caught if they were interested in having some too. While they were eating, he asked Ryu Doha if he believed that the other princes were performing well in their tasks for the second trial. In the meantime, Jeokyeon and Baisol found themselves in a hurried state, their steps quickening as they made their way back to the Doying village. The weight of urgency hung heavy in the air as they knew they had a crucial task at hand, delivering news to the ghost bride. Inside the village, the ghost awaited in silence, her presence a quiet yet palpable force in the stillness of the surroundings. Suddenly, she became aware of someone approaching the room, their presence disrupting the tranquil atmosphere with a subtle yet unmistakable energy. She lifted her gaze, curiosity mingling with apprehension as she sought to identify the individual who had intruded upon her solitude. Her surprise mounted as she recognized the familiar voice emanating from beyond the door, causing her to tense with a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty. To her astonishment, it was her husband who stood before her, a sudden realization dawning upon her as he personally announced his arrival and expressed his intention to enter the room. She was taken aback, unable to fully grasp the reality of the situation as the shock of her husband's unexpected presence at the door left her momentarily stunned, disbelief coloring her thoughts as she struggled to comprehend that he was indeed seeking to see her. And then, without further ado, her husband took a seat directly in front of her, his presence filling the space between them with a tangible sense of gravity and significance. However, to her dismay, it turned out to be nothing more than a figment of her imagination. Suddenly, a figure appeared standing at the door, casting a shadow across the room and breaking the eerie stillness with their presence. Her attention was immediately captured, and she turned her gaze towards the door, her anticipation mounting as she awaited the identity of the newcomer. To her surprise, it was Jeokyeon once again standing at the threshold, his unexpected return stirring a mixture of emotions within her. Her eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Jeokyeon, her astonishment evident in the sudden dilation of her pupils. Furthermore, Jeokyeon stepped inside without any sense of urgency, his movements deliberate as she entered the room with a calm demeanor. In response, she quickly took her seat directly in front of him, her actions reflecting a mix of curiosity and apprehension as she prepared to engage in conversation. Shortly after they both took their seats, Jeokyeon conveyed to her that there was no need for her to wait any longer, her words carrying a sense of finality and resolution. With this statement, Soy was taken aback, her surprise evident in the way her expression momentarily faltered before she composed herself. Then, Jeokyeon stated matter-of-factly that her husband would not be returning, his words delivering a stark reality that pierced through the silence of the room. Jeokyeon conveyed to her that her husband had forsaken her, leading to a visible expression of sorrow in her eyes upon receiving this distressing information. Approaching her closely, she revealed that the wedding she had been aware of had concluded long ago, leaving her astonished by this unexpected revelation. Upon absorbing those truthful words, Soy, the ghost bride, displayed a sorrowful countenance, yet maintained a silence that echoed her emotional response. As Jeokyeon informed her about the conclusion of her wedding long ago, a rush of memories flooded her consciousness. In that poignant moment, she vividly recalled the cherished times she had shared with her husband, juxtaposed with the poignant recollection of her brother's presence, who was once alive and also partaking in joyful moments with her spouse. In disbelief, she couldn't fathom Jeokyeon's words and clung to the conviction that her husband would undoubtedly return to her. In the union of matrimony, she held on to the belief that her husband hadn't forgotten her. Unable to confront the harsh reality, the ghost bride succumbed to her own fabrications, convincing herself through deceit that her husband was on the path of returning to her. Fueled by anger, she attempted to seize Jeokyeon's neck, vehemently questioning what knowledge she possessed about her husband. Nevertheless, Jeokyeon swiftly intervened, promptly catching her hand and preventing her from proceeding with the act of strangulation. Halted in her attempt, she was taken aback by Jeokyeon's subsequent actions. To her astonishment, Jeokyeon drew her close and enveloped her in a tight embrace, a gesture that caught her completely off guard. During that moment, Jeokyeon simply embraced her in silence, refraining from uttering a single word. Conversely, Soy suddenly welled up with tears, experiencing the comforting warmth emanating from Jeokyeon's body. Jeokyeon persisted in tightly embracing her, displaying a profound understanding of the emotional turmoil she had endured. Overwhelmed by a sudden surge of emotion, Soy continued to shed tears while sensing the comforting warmth emanating from Jeokyeon's body, triggering poignant memories of the warmth she had once experienced with her husband. Then Jeokyeon locked eyes with Soy, establishing a direct and intimate connection between them. Despite her tears, Soy observed the beauty in Jeokyeon, appreciating her aesthetic even in moments of distress. Beneath the moonlight, Jeokyeon encouraged Soy to finally articulate the words that had been lingering unspoken for the past 10 years. Jeokyeon, with conviction, urged Soy to acknowledge and admit the resentment she harbored towards her husband for the pain he caused her and her family. As Jeokyeon reminded her that the perpetrator of her pain was indeed her husband, Soy persisted in shedding tears, grappling with the emotional weight of the revelation. Moreover, Jeokyeon advised Soy to release all her pent-up anger and express the desire for her husband's demise, offering a space for raw and unfiltered emotions. As the night descended profoundly over Doyang Village, they persisted in engaging in a profound and meaningful conversation. In response, Jeokyeon seized Soy's face, affirming that if she expressed the desire for her husband's demise, she would willingly take on the task and end his life on that very night. Following that moment, Jeokyeon quietly left the house, and Baisol welcomed him outside. She walked past Baisol silently, and he, following behind, inquired about the situation, seeking clarification on whether the man was indeed the ghost bride she had been waiting for. Unexpectedly, Jeokyeon remained silent and chose not to respond to any of his questions. However, she turned around and conveyed that she had an important matter to discuss with him. Baisol was caught off guard as Jeokyeon, appearing more serious, addressed him with a solemn tone, asking something unexpected. At the same time, the former husband of the ghost bride had his mansion filled with bodyguards stationed throughout the premises. Inside the mansion, the man was visibly trembling, covered in a blanket, and seemed frightened in his room. He was suddenly startled when a gust of wind blew through his window curtains. Angry, he shouted at his servants, reminding them to guard him and emphatically stating that not even a single ant should be able to get through the walls. Upon hearing his demand, his servants began gossiping about how they observed him appearing completely out of sorts and questioned why he had changed so suddenly. The guards, indifferent to the gossip, believed that if a vengeful ghost were to emerge and harm him, the resulting screams would be their master's concern. While they were walking, a sudden light unexpectedly appeared. Suddenly, a person appeared, unconscious, and collapsed to the ground. They all collapsed to the ground, bewildered, as the person who had suddenly appeared seemed to pass through them. Other guards noticed the arrival of a person and promptly moved to investigate who had appeared. However, as they looked, the guard also went unconscious. All the guards in the mansion suddenly fell into unconsciousness in just a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the person who entered the mansion continued walking past the guards, causing them to fall unconscious in their wake. On the other hand, the master of the house continued trembling, covered in blankets, and experiencing cold sweat. Suddenly, the light of his candle began to diminish slowly. To his surprise, a person was standing in front of his door, with only their shadow visible. Panicking, the man quickly grabbed a sword, readying himself for whatever might come. Holding his sword, the man sternly told the mysterious person to either leave or enter at their own risk, asserting that he would surely defend himself. Quickly, the man took matters into his own hands and kicked the door, attempting to reveal the face of the mysterious person. To his surprise, when he looked into the hallways, there was nothing to be seen. Furious, the man shouted and demanded the person to come out, quickly walking around the hallways in an attempt to find them. After a while, he reached the outside of his mansion, still demanding the mysterious person to appear, anxiously swaying his sword. Shortly after, the man stopped to catch his breath and stood in silence, taking a moment to compose himself. He then threw his sword to the ground and started laughing. Feeling relieved, he believed it was impossible for his ex-bride to dare come after him. He thought to himself that he was being overly sensitive and overthinking what happened, realizing that he was just paranoid. Suddenly, he was frozen with shock as he felt a mysterious presence behind him. Terrified, his eyes filled with fear as he attempted to glance behind him. As he turned around, he saw a woman dressed like a bride, her makeup messy, glaring at him with intense red eyes. Terrified, he stood frozen as the woman continued to glare at him. Unable to utter a word, he couldn't believe the person standing in front of him. Shortly after, he attempted to slowly walk away and then ran, desperately telling the person not to come after him. However, he tripped, and the person was already behind him. Afraid, tears welled up in his eyes as he faced the unsettling situation. Suddenly, the woman held up a mirror in front of him. To his surprise, the woman shoved the mirror onto his mouth. This surprised him, and he nearly vomited in response. Quickly, he spat out the mirror, with blood also dripping from his mouth. He examined the mirror's appearance and thought it looked familiar. Looking at it with realization, fear washed over him as he recognized the owner of the mirror. Despite his fear, he remained persistent, telling the woman to get lost and insisting that SGE was already dead. Summoning his courage, he turned around and shouted at the woman repeatedly, demanding her to leave. Suddenly, Baisal saw the man hastily coming out of the house. He wondered if Jeokyeon's mission was accomplished, considering that all the resentment that used to linger in Doying Village seemed to have completely disappeared. Baisal doubted how the man was still alive, considering the ghost bride had asked his master to kill him. His doubt increased as he saw his master coming out of the man's house. He was surprised to see his master's appearance. He didn't expect it and was in awe after seeing her. Consequently, Jeokyeon instructed him to let her be alone for just a moment. Meanwhile, as the moon shone and the aura resembled a red night, the man who was the ghost bride's ex-husband kept running, scared, and repeatedly told the ghost to stay away. As he kept running, he continued to hear his ex-bride's voice repeatedly calling him her husband. The man continued running, hearing voices behind him, and thought that someone was chasing him. Suddenly, he stopped running and slowly calmed down. His eyes widened in disbelief as he didn't expect to encounter such a surreal scene. Moreover, he saw different colored ribbons tied to the trees, with his ex-bride standing in front of him, smiling. In his eyes, it seemed to be his late ex-wife, who had passed away due to the pain he had caused her. However, she stood before him, wearing a smile. He couldn't believe the sight of her and thought that his wife was waiting for him, holding no resentment. She told him that he was right and beckoned him to come closer. As he came closer, they held hands, and Soy told him that from that moment, they would be together forever. The man held tightly onto Soy's hands. Little did he know, he was just imagining things, and he was actually holding a rope. Lost in his emotions, the man believed he was holding Soy, expressing that they would be together forever. And with that, the man fell into a tragic demise. The man's demise cast an eerie atmosphere, enveloping the area in a silent and somber aura. After a while, Jeokyeon went to that place and removed the clothes of the ghost bride that she wore. Moreover, she stared at the man hanging from the tree. In that moment, Jeokyeon questioned why the ghost bride didn't harbor resentment towards the man. In reality, Soy didn't have an affair with another man. The truth is, Soy genuinely liked the man, and her husband was the only one unaware of this fact. The man who was with Soy before the wedding ceremony was, in fact, her husband-to-be at that time. He was too drunk to realize what had happened and what he did to her that night. Following Jeokyeon's story, Baisol realized that the man had orchestrated it himself, and Soy didn't actually have an affair. Then Jeokyeon confirmed that Baisol was right, revealing that the man in front of them was the one who violated his fiancée before their wedding due to alcohol and could not remember doing it. However, Soy wondered if her husband would be punished if she told the truth, so she chose to let it pass without saying anything. Because to Soy, the man meant everything to her, providing warmth, and she had hidden the truth from him throughout her life until the very end. At that very moment, it started to rain. So, Baisol was surprised by the sudden rain. As he looked at his master, he realized that the rain was falling because his master was crying. Jeokyeon, on the other hand, questioned if what Soy did was worth it. She thought, as she cried, that Soy was foolish to sell her soul and become a resentful ghost. As the rain kept pouring, Jeokyeon still doubted and questioned the decisions made by Soy. She recalled the time when she asked Soy if she resented her husband, but didn't say anything. But to her surprise, Soy simply smiled with that beautiful smile of hers. So, Jeokyeon felt empty and sad at that moment. Going back, the ghost bride handed over the mirror to Jeokyeon, a gift from her husband. Jeokyeon gladly received it, understanding the decision made by the ghost bride. In that time, the ghost bride had decided and realized the truth that their wedding had truly reached its end. After that, the ghost bride slowly faded away, closing her eyes and smiling. Meanwhile, Jeokyeon still held the mirror given to her by the bride. But she decided to let it go, and the mirror broke as it landed on the ground. Now, Jeokyeon thought that it was better this way, considering what happened to the man. Shortly after, Jeokyeon asked Baisol that they shall now go back to the palace. They left Doyang village after the situation with the ghost bride, leaving behind sadness and emptiness in that place. At that moment, Jeokyeon felt that there was nothing left in that village, and all the feelings had painfully turned into a pile of ashes, casting a light on the emptiness of the place. After being away for a while on the second trial's mission, the princes are gradually returning to the palace. Some of them were returning to the palace accompanied by their subordinates. Ryu Doha returned to the palace earlier than anticipated, as was expected. The royal palace finds itself immersed in a palpable atmosphere of heightened tension, anticipating a flurry of upcoming events. The man took out his fan and had a conversation with his subordinate about a particular individual. This man, who was Nakgora, the master of Ryu Doha, was clarifying with his subordinate whether Doha had indeed returned to the palace already. His aide informed him that the gatekeepers had seen Doha enter the palace gates, and there were rumors circulating among the goddesses that Doha had submitted his trial document. Consequently, Nakgora wasn't entirely convinced, as he hadn't seen it himself, and he pondered that it would be quite perplexing if the rumors turned out to be true. So he pondered why Doha had returned already, especially since the trial was scheduled to last for 4 more days. Nakgora concluded that this indicated Doha hadn't made the most of the trial period. Upon making this conclusion, Nakgora suddenly stood up, prompting his aide to panic and become tense, asking where he was going. He then stated that he would need to come up with an excuse for Doha, at the very least. Moreover, he instructed his aide to come along and follow him, as he needed to meet with Doha. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the maids had been gossiping about the beginning of the contest. They thought it was great that the contest had started because it meant they now had the opportunity to run errands to the prince's palaces. She excitedly told her friend how great it was, recalling her recent visit to Prince Hamel's palace, whom she admired greatly. The girl described it as a refreshing and beautiful scene where she saw Hamel enjoying some fresh air outside, surrounded by blooming flowers. The girl blushed as she thought about it, likening Hamel to a flower. Her friend suggested that she could simply say that Prince Hamel's palace is beautiful and simple. Suddenly, as they were discussing Hamel's palace, they both realized that the palace they were about to visit now seemed rather dreary in comparison. Suddenly, a man intervened in their conversation and explained that their opinion of the palace being dreary was likely due to its reflecting the unpleasant nature of its owner. They exchanged confused glances, wondering where the voice had come from. To their surprise, they discovered that it was Beangang, Ryu Doha's aide. They were really surprised when Beangang suddenly descended from one of the roofs out of nowhere. Out of the blue, Beangang swiftly approached one of the maids and peered into the box she was carrying, inquiring if its contents were snacks. The maid promptly responded, stating that the items were intended to be delivered to the first prince. While munching on his snack, Beangang casually inquired what the two girls were discussing. After fetching another snack, he explained to them that the reason behind the dreariness of the palace was quite straightforward. Continuing, he elaborated that the atmosphere within a prince's palace mirrors the character or emotions of its owner, likening it to the changing seasons. Beangang kept slyly grabbing snacks while conveying to the two girls that by now, they should understand how the princes have the ability to influence the weather based on their emotions. However, Beangang clarified that the princes merely harness their influence over the celestial energy in the environment, enabling them to manipulate the weather accordingly. Furthermore, he explained that when a prince is joyful and in high spirits, flowers would bloom around the palace. But when he's feeling downcast or sad, rain would pour from the sky. Continuing, he further elucidated that if a prince were to be suddenly overwhelmed by intense sadness or fury, the energy of the environment surrounding the palace would align with that emotion, potentially resulting in a natural disaster. He also went on to explain that this phenomenon was the very reason why the emperor is selected as the individual who most closely resembles a godlike figure. As he wrapped up his explanation, he leaned in closer to the girls' faces and suggested that if they ever aspired to become an emperor, they would need to be ruthless, devoid of any trace of humanity. Moreover, he stressed that intentionally changing a prince's personality to control the seasons was really tough. So, the regular weather in a prince's palace usually matched the prince's usual mood and behavior. As he continued with his explanation, the girls behind him listened intently, absorbing every word. After concluding his explanation, he smiled at them and asked if they found his explanation interesting. The girl nodded in agreement, affirming that she did. Suddenly, Beangang held out the box of snacks that the girls had brought. He then dashed off quickly, declaring that he would personally deliver the box to the first prince, leaving the girls surprised by his sudden action. As Beangang walked, he indulged in eating the snacks that were supposed to be for Doha, thoroughly enjoying them along the way. Just as he was about to enter and greet Doha with a smile, he was abruptly halted. Confused and irritated, Beangang found himself confronted by guards who flicked away their weapons and sternly ordered him to move aside. However, the guards persisted in their refusal, stating that entry was not permitted at the moment. This only served to further enrage Beangang, causing him to tighten his grip on the guard's weapon in frustration. Suddenly, a man arrived on the scene and reprimanded Beangang for his audacious behavior, calling it impudent. He became angry with Beangang, questioning how a lowly aide like him could dare to act rudely. He then informed him that Doha was currently engaged in a discussion with a disciple. The man stressed that if Beangang understood the situation, he should leave immediately and cease his disturbance. As Beangang pondered the disciple he mentioned, he suddenly wondered if it might be Ryu Doha's teacher. He gazed at Doha's door, curious about the discussion happening inside between Doha and the disciple mentioned earlier by the man. In the room's confines, Nakgora poured tea and engaged Doha in a conversation about his unexpected early return to the palace. He explained that he had come over to Doha's place because he believed it was a false rumor. However, he informed Doha that he never actually believed the rumor to be true, and now he was facing him to confirm his doubts. Shortly after, he inquired about how Doha had spent his second trial. Doha simply replied that he had dealt with infectious ghouls. Upon hearing this, Nakgora expressed his opinion that dealing with infectious ghouls was something any prince could encounter and handle. He set down his cup of tea and proceeded to address Doha. He expressed deep disappointment and conveyed to Doha that even if he persisted and risked his life for better results, it still wouldn't be enough. Doha remained silent, his eyes reflecting a sense of stillness and emotion. He chose not to respond to Nakgora's statement. Moreover, Nakgora expressed his pride in Doha and noted that Doha bore a striking resemblance to the emperor. He continued by praising Doha's impressive ability to grasp tenfold of what was taught to him, highlighting his exceptional talent for awakening skills on his own. Gora then conveyed that there was no greater joy for him than becoming Doha's master. However, Gora admitted that he didn't feel the same way in that moment. He admitted that upon seeing Doha now, it appeared to him that Doha resembled the late empress more than the emperor. Upon hearing Gora's opinion, Doha was stunned into silence. Doha felt as if there was nothing around him, and he experienced a profound sense of emptiness. Since he was a child, Doha had always felt like he was being controlled. This made Doha feel pressured, with everyone around him scrutinizing every move he made. He felt overwhelmed by the compliments and comparisons made by people, unsure of how to handle them since he was just a child. And among the crowd, there was Gora, his master, who consistently regarded him with lofty expectations and urged him to exceed them every time, as was expected given his status as the emperor's son. As their conversation progressed, Doha remained silent, not uttering a word even as it continued. He clenched his fists, keeping all of his emotions tightly contained within himself. Observing him, Gora perceived him as weak, realizing that Doha still couldn't bury his emotions even up until now. Breaking the silence, Gora stood up and remarked that the second trial had already passed, signaling that the true commencement of the contest began at that moment. He then walked behind Doha. Then he expressed his sincere hope that Doha wouldn't disappoint him again. Hearing this, Doha simply complied without saying anything further. After conveying his expectations, Gora swiftly bid farewell to Doha. Shortly after their conversation, they hurriedly went outside to take a breath of fresh air and leave the palace. Gora's aide awkwardly followed behind, clearly worried about what had transpired during the exchange. Glancing back at the palace, the aide expressed to Gora that he felt what he had said might have been a bit too much. He kept talking about how Doha is a special prince, and everyone knows that no other princes listen to their master as well as Doha does. This made Gora say nonsense about what he was saying. He said to his aide that when a child listens well, they should be governed even more strictly. Afterwards, he approached his aide about his conduct, mentioning that he serves a respected disciple and advised him to behave with a touch more dignity. His aide said and agreed to follow his advice. But to his surprise, someone suddenly hurled a sword at them. However, Gora acted swiftly and pushed his aide out of harm's way, preventing the sword from hitting them. He was immediately taken aback as he gazed at the sword, now embedded in the ground. After seeing the sword, he suddenly recognized that it's enveloped with celestial power. Gora spun around upon hearing a voice lamenting that he had narrowly escaped. Much to their surprise, it was Beangang, Doha's aide, perched atop the tree with a smile, greeting Gora and remarking on his seemingly boundless energy. With a persistent smile on his face, he extended his gaze towards Gora, maintaining a friendly demeanor as he inquired if Gora recalled their previous encounters. Beangang persisted in displaying a cheerful smile directed at Gora, while Gora, in contrast, returned a stern and intense glare, withholding any outward display of emotion or acknowledgement of Beangang's actions. Shortly afterward, Gora retrieved his fan once more, perhaps signaling a shift in his demeanor or intentions. He then confronted Beangang, acknowledging that he remembered him as the wild colt who still doesn't know his place. On the other hand, Beangang sarcastically responded with a smile, expressing gratitude for the compliment and humorously remarking that he was an old man who's only a step away from his grave. Suddenly, he swiftly changed his demeanor, adopting a serious expression as he questioned why someone as aged and venerable as Gora was present in the palace. While Beangang commented on how the teaching and disciplining had aged Gora, his aide remained on the ground, pondering how Beangang could address a disciple in such a manner when he himself was just an aide. As he observed silently, he couldn't help but wonder if there was a hint of celestial power in Beangang's sword, the one he had thrown at them. So he pondered whether it meant that there was someone else in the palace who possessed celestial powers, but wasn't one of the princes. He couldn't help but wonder if Beangang truly possessed celestial powers like the princes. However, he couldn't shake off the question of why Beangang had such powers in the first place. Suddenly, Gora's aide stood up and confronted Beangang for his rude actions, emphasizing how disrespectful it was to behave that way towards an imperial prince's master. He demanded that Beangang get down from his perch immediately. Meanwhile, Beangang's sword began to stir once more, adding a sense of urgency to the unfolding confrontation. Gora immediately noticed and realized the movement of the sword. To his aide's surprise, Nak-gora suddenly grabbed his hair. He was quickly pulled to the side by Nak-gora just as the sword was returning to Being-gang. If the aide hadn't dodged it, he would likely have been harmed. His aide was clearly taken aback by what had happened, his eyes widening in surprise as the sword passed in front of him. Meanwhile, Being-gang retrieved his sword and glared intensely down at Nak-gora and his aide, suggesting a continuation or escalation of the confrontation. As the tension escalated with Being-gang retrieving his sword, Nak-gora's aide trembled visibly, unable to utter a single word properly, while Nak-gora continued to grasp his own hair, indicating the gravity of the situation. On the other hand, Being-gang issued a warning to them, cautioning them not to persist further, and asserting that he wouldn't miss a third time. After Nak-gora cautioned him, he let go of his assistant's hair and told Being-gang that he was acting too arrogantly despite being inexperienced or unqualified. He kept speaking to Being-gang with a strong and serious tone, emphasizing that relying on Doha's trust as a shield can only provide temporary protection. While Nak-gora made this statement, Being-gang descended to the ground near the tree, clearly maintaining his stance and balance as he did so. He continued by telling Nak-gora that he should heed his words, asserting that he is capable of taking care of his own body, and even implied that he could clean up someone else's mess without being caught, showcasing his confidence in his abilities. Approaching Nak-gora closely, he leaned in and whispered a cautionary message, advising him to steer clear of Ryu Doha if he wished to avoid ending up in a casket looking nice and neat. Shortly after, Being-gang silently departed, leaving Nak-gora's aide still surprised by the encounter. Meanwhile, Nak-gora explained to his aide that Being-gang's actions shouldn't come as a surprise, as he had previously described Being-gang as an arrogant individual. When Being-gang was younger, he used to play tricks on people, and would sometimes deceive them by leading them into traps or holes. He resorted to such behavior because people were constantly pressuring him to embrace his royal lineage and become a prince, despite his personal dislike for such a role. So he often played tricks on them and left them behind as a way to avoid being forced into a role he didn't want. Nak-gora mentioned to his aide that while Being-gang had always displayed arrogance, he also possessed remarkable qualities to the extent that they could be enviable. On the contrary, as Being-gang walked, he remained irritated by Nak-gora's presence in the palace. He was annoyed by Nak-gora's early visit and persistent insistence that Doha, despite being a child, should unquestionably follow their instructions. However, as he contemplated the situation, Being-gang realized that it was time for the disciples to begin competing against each other. Considering the 12 disciples, they traveled far and wide across the world, seeking out boys who possessed celestial powers in order to nominate them as potential princes. At first glance, this endeavor seemed like a noble pursuit for the sake of peace among nations, as the more princes emerged from a disciple's tower, the higher their status would ascend. For the past 1,000 years, the disciple tower of Ryu Doha's master has held the highest seat of dominance, having been responsible for selecting the current emperor. Therefore, they likely aim to uphold their prestigious position and maintain their glory, fully aware of the expectations placed upon the emperor's son. However, despite considering their elevated status, Being-gang still harbored a dislike towards them. As he continued walking, he suddenly spotted Doha outside. Hastily, he approached Doha, inquiring about his activities as he had noticed Doha spending most of his time indoors. However, Doha was not in the mood to talk at the moment, choosing not to respond to Being-gang's inquiries. Being-gang's concern deepened, and he gazed at Doha with a worried expression. Furthermore, he approached Doha and firmly grasped his shoulders, confronting him with the seriousness of the situation. Being-gang pressed on, asking what had transpired in the house at Doying Village and what exactly Doha had witnessed there. He firmly insisted that Doha needed to disclose the details to him. Shortly after, Doha seemed on the verge of speaking. And then Being-gang waited with anticipation, eagerly anticipating Doha's response. Being-gang was taken aback when Doha firmly stated, with a serious tone, that nothing had occurred. Consequently, Doha continued on his way, while Being-gang expressed irritation, convinced that Doha was lying and simply didn't want to divulge the truth to him. Doha glanced back at Being-gang, a smile playing on his lips, clearly deriving satisfaction from teasing him and observing Being-gang's growing irritation. In his mind, he wished he could easily disclose the truth to Being-gang, just as Being-gang desired. Returning to the past, Doha and Being-gang ventured to Doying Village, where the notorious Ghost Bride house was located. Beangang observed the house and sensed a palpable brutality in the atmosphere, pondering on the depth of resentment that must have driven the bride to such extremes. Meanwhile, Doha cautioned Beangang against wandering off alone, warning of potential dangers. However, he was abruptly interrupted mid-sentence. To his surprise, Beangang had already disappeared, leaving Doha feeling irritated by his sudden disappearance. Feeling frustrated, he ultimately decided to let Beangang go, accepting that he had chosen to wander off on his own. When Beangang decided to go off by himself, Doha was left all by himself, and he carefully looked at every corner of the house. He feels like there's a lot of resentment coming from all around him. Moreover, he noticed this resentment particularly strongly from the direction of the window where he saw a lit candle and the silhouette of a woman. He understood that the ghost had concealed her appearance, yet the feeling of resentment lingered without fading away. When he entered the room, the ghost suddenly vanished, leading him to wonder if he had simply imagined seeing her there. All of a sudden, he was startled by a strong sensation and a voice that seemed to come from all around him. In an instant, he spun around as the ghost continued to laugh from that exact direction. So, Ryu Doha felt the need to stay alert and be on guard. As he focused his powers and prepared for whatever might come next, he demanded that the ghost reveal itself. Suddenly, a woman's hands slowly reached out to him. To his surprise, the ghost was behind him, her hand already touching his neck, and a smile painted on her face. The ghost remarked on how strange it was for him to be inside the mansion, considering that Doha's heart already belonged to someone else. Going back, rain was pouring down everywhere, and there were only 20 hours left before the second trial would come to an end. Baisal, who sat atop the roof, soaked in the rain, pondered that ever since they returned from Doying village, the rain had been ceaselessly pouring. He felt as though his master, as if mourning day and night, cried through the incessant rain so that no one's passing would be lonely. Moreover, he worried about his master because even though they had returned safely, completed the second trial, and made it back just in time, Jeokyeon's mood hadn't improved. He wondered if there was truly nothing he could do to help her. All of a sudden, someone arrived at the place. This made Baisal alert, wondering who it could be. To his surprise, it was Prince Hamel, who asked if they had returned. At that moment, Baisal was too stunned to speak and couldn't find the right words, still remembering how Prince Hamel had always been clingy towards his master. After a while, Prince Hamel happily called out for Jeokyeon's name. Jeokyeon went out to the palace and was curious why Hamel was there. Much to her surprise, Prince Hamel quickly grabbed her wrist and pulled her over to him. Hamel smiled at her, saying it had been a while Jeokyeon was still clearly surprised by his sudden actions. As Hamel greeted her, she didn't know what to say and just stared at him for a second. She then channeled power into her hands and told Hamel that if he wanted to come, he could do so at any time and still avoid the rain. She created a light above him, drying him from being soaked in the rain, and asked why he had come to her palace looking like a drowned rat. As he was being dried, Hamel felt a mix of emotions as he pondered what Jeokyeon had done. All of a sudden, he took a whiff of his hands that had caught tiny bits of the light that Jeokyeon had emitted. Meanwhile, Baisal simply stood in the rain, gazing at Hamel and his master without moving. In that instant, he tightly squeezed his fist upon witnessing the two of them sharing a moment together. Returning to the previous scene, Hamel felt extremely pleased by Jeokyeon's actions, which caused a wide grin to spread across his face, clearly indicating his satisfaction. He pondered that what Jeokyeon did was genuinely amusing, causing him to reflect on the humorous nature of the situation. Observing how Hamel stayed quiet for a little while, Jeokyeon inquired if something was bothering him. In reply, he assured her that everything was fine and mentioned that it was simply nothing to worry about. However, Hamel expressed his concern, suggesting that there might be something troubling Jeokyeon deeply for the rain to fall. That's why he decided to approach her and offer his support if that was indeed the case. It turned out that his intuition was correct. Hamel shared that he had actually made plans to meet her, but unfortunately, the rain interfered and made him look less than his best. As he drew nearer to Jeokyeon, he candidly asked if she would still see him as attractive despite his less than ideal appearance. This situation led to a brief silence as the rain continued to fall heavily, its sound echoing around them. Hamel persisted and directed his question once again to Jeokyeon, determined to seek her response despite the ongoing rain and the momentary pause in their conversation. However, Jeokyeon remained silent, withholding her response despite Hamel's persistence and the continued rainfall. Returning to their childhood memories, Hamel fondly presented a bouquet of flowers to Jeokyeon as a gesture of affection. However, Jeokyeon found herself unsure of how to react to the situation, caught between her feelings of disgust and uncertainty about how to respond to Hamel's gesture. As Hamel attempted to offer her the flowers, Jeokyeon simply stared at them. Contemplating the moment and reflecting on their past interactions, Jeokyeon remarked to Hamel that he hadn't changed at all. She pondered aloud to Hamel about the imposing and stringent nature of the palace walls, acknowledging their height and the strict regulations they represented. In the near future, she envisioned a potential bloodbath within the palace walls, foreseeing a fierce and intense struggle among the princes as they vied for the coveted throne. Nevertheless, despite the looming tension and uncertainty within the palace, Jeokyeon couldn't shake the feeling that whenever she was with Hamel, it was as if they were transported back to the innocence and of their childhood days. Hamel felt better when Jeokyeon said that, and he asked if it was a compliment. In response, she clarified that it wasn't a compliment, pointing out that the second trial was ending soon and expressing surprise that he had chosen to visit his competitor's palace at such a critical time. She then inquired whether he had already submitted his document for the trial. As Hamel apologized, Jeokyeon couldn't help but smile. Later on, she created a bright path for Hamel so that he could walk without getting wet, because she wanted to protect his handsome face from the rain. However, Hamel couldn't resist looking at Jeokyeon's hands. Shortly after, as he was about to leave, he glanced back when Jeokyeon urged him to return promptly so he could write and submit his document. However, Hamel insisted that he can stay as he just arrived, but Jeokyeon was firm. He quickly departed from the palace, radiating a cheerful energy and waving to Jeokyeon, hopeful to meet him again later. Leaving the palace, Hamel couldn't help but smile. He felt content with his interaction with Jeokyeon, feeling both happy and relieved, especially since Jeokyeon had also created a path for him to walk on, ensuring that his face wouldn't get wet in the rain. Meanwhile, Jeokyeon also experienced a brief moment of happiness as he returned to his palace, reflecting on how playful Hamel could be. Moreover, Jeokyeon shifted her focus back to more pressing matters as the second trial was about to conclude. She realized that she should probably submit her document soon. While she was reviewing the paper she planned to submit to the goddess palace, she called out for Baisal and mentioned her idea of visiting the palace. To her surprise, she noticed something peculiar. She abruptly ceased speaking, realizing that Baisal was nowhere to be found. Subsequently, she pondered his whereabouts, unable to sense his presence at all, and began to worry if something urgent had come up, as she knew Baisal never vanished without a word. Nevertheless, she proceeded with what she had intended to do, reasoning that it wouldn't take long anyway. Jeokyeon decided to leave a note for Baisal, thinking that he might be taken aback upon his return to find her gone. Hence, Jeokyeon wrote in the note for Baisal that she was heading to the goddess palace. She acknowledged that he must be tired from their travels, so she invited him to her room to rest any time he pleased. Meanwhile, Baisal remained motionless in the midst of the rain, not budging an inch. He stood there, deep in thought, reflecting on the events that had unfolded and the current situation. He gazed at the ground where Sakura petals lay, glowing brightly amid the dark and cold rain. At that moment, he found himself unable to avert his gaze, his attention drawn irresistibly to the scene before him. The contrast between the radiant glow of the Sakura petals against the backdrop of the somber. Suddenly, he took a step forward, deliberately stomping over the delicate Sakura petals beneath his feet. Meanwhile, at the goddess palace, the inhabitants were busy plucking flowers in the garden. While the rest of the inhabitants diligently carried on with their task of plucking flowers, Wal-Ah, the esteemed chief goddess of the palace, was called upon. A child approached Wal-Ah, and she kindly cautioned the youngster to be careful, mindful of the possibility of tripping. In response, the child excitedly relayed the news that His Highness, the fourth prince, had arrived. Wal-Ah couldn't help but be surprised by the unexpected arrival of the fourth prince. However, she swiftly made her way to greet him, eager to meet with the fourth prince despite her initial surprise. As she approached the meeting point, she paused for a moment, taking a breath to compose herself before greeting the fourth prince. She quickly straightened her clothes and smoothed down her hair, conscious of the need to appear presentable after rushing to the meeting spot. Upon Wal-Ah's arrival, Jeokyeon swiftly turned around, immediately noticing her presence. Wall-Ah was instantly surprised to find that Jeokyeon had already noticed her, even though she hadn't entered the immediate vicinity. Quickly regaining her composure, Wall-Ah greeted Jeokyeon warmly, explaining that she had hurried over upon hearing of her arrival and found no one else around. Then she apologized for her slightly disheveled appearance. However, as Jeokyeon placed the document in the skyscape, she reassured her, saying it was all right. She expressed gratitude for Wall-Ah's previous guidance, mentioning that she could manage well because of it. She kindly advised Wall-Ah not to rush next time. Shortly after, Jeokyeon inquired about Wall-Ah's well-being, noting that it had been a month since they last met. Wall-Ah was startled by the unexpected question, but she quickly composed herself and replied that everything was as usual, and she had been quite comfortable during that time. Furthermore, Wall-Ah also inquired about how Jeokyeon had been and remarked that it appeared Jeokyeon had spent the trial period effectively. However, Wall-Ah suddenly fell silent when she noticed Jeokyeon's lack of response. She was immediately taken aback by Jeokyeon's silence and found herself captivated by her appearance. However, Jeokyeon quickly regained her focus and suddenly became aware that Wall-Ah was staring at her. So, she redirected her attention back to Wall-Ah and smiled, expressing her gratitude and saying that she was glad Wall-Ah felt that way. As Jeokyeon responded, Wall-Ah couldn't help but be mesmerized by her, finding herself at a loss for words. In her mind, she noted that Jeokyeon appeared very exhausted. After a moment, Jeokyeon informed Wall-Ah that she was taking her leave, noting that it was already late. She kindly suggested that Wall-Ah could go and rest as well. But as Jeokyeon was about to leave, Wall-Ah suddenly stopped her, indicating that she had something to say. Jeokyeon was taken aback by Wall-Ah's sudden reaction. On the other hand, Wall-Ah shyly extended an invitation to Jeokyeon, inviting her to the goddess palace. She mentioned the abundance of fragrant tea leaves and expressed her desire for Jeokyeon to experience them. As she extended the invitation to Jeokyeon, Wall-Ah felt a wave of shyness and embarrassment wash over her. In her mind, Wall-Ah couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Considering the rarity of anyone getting close to Jeokyeon, she had expected Jeokyeon to reject her invitation. However, she was pleasantly surprised when Jeokyeon accepted it. On the other hand, Jeokyeon gladly accepted the invitation, especially since the night was long, and she had been considering having some tea herself. After a moment, they went inside to enjoy some tea together. Wall-Ah was explaining to Jeokyeon that everyone in the goddess palace had learned to grow tea leaves meticulously. She emphasized that the leaves were cultivated and dried with the utmost care to ensure they possessed excellent flavor and aroma. But as the night progressed, Wall-Ah couldn't help but feel increasingly nervous. Meanwhile, Jeokyeon continued to sip and sample the tea that Wall-Ah had been praising. Jeokyeon complimented the tea, remarking that it tasted delicious and the aroma was indeed excellent, just as Wall-Ah had described. Hearing this, Wall-Ah felt a wave of relief wash over her. As Wall-Ah continued to explain the benefits and effects of the tea, Jeokyeon couldn't help but stare at her with a smile. Wall-Ah suddenly fell silent, realizing that Jeokyeon was staring at her. She suddenly wondered to herself why she was acting that way, especially on the day when Jeokyeon visited. She realized that she had been talking on, without giving Jeokyeon much chance to speak. Moreover, she assured Wall-Ah that since she had given her the opportunity to enjoy the tea, there was nothing for her to be scared about that night. As she said this, the tension between them eased, and the atmosphere grew more comfortable. The soft light of the night enveloped the palace, adding to the tranquility of the moment. As the night progressed, the beauty of the goddess palace became more apparent, and they continued to enjoy their tea together. However, unbeknownst to them, a man lurked in the shadows behind the trees, his movements barely audible as he scraped through the wood. Unbeknownst to them, Hamil, the seventh prince, was observing their moment from a distance. After a while, Jeokyeon decided it was time to depart and make her way back as the night grew heavier. As Jeokyeon departed, Wall-Ah couldn't help but feel happy, reflecting on how Jeokyeon seemed far kinder than the rumors she had heard about her. Suddenly, as she was in the midst of contemplating, Wall-Ah suddenly noticed something unusual. There were suddenly cherry blossoms slowly falling around her. Subsequently, she looked up, fascinated by the sight, but also felt a sense of strangeness, knowing that there wasn't a single cherry blossom tree in the goddess palace. On the other hand, the night fell heavily over Jeokyeon's palace, and the thunder was so strong that it rumbled and almost shook the surroundings. In the confines of the palace, Jeokyeon struggled, clutching tightly onto the bed sheets, her breaths coming in short and ragged. She struggled, clutching her chest tightly as the lightning from the thunder pierced through her windows, illuminating the room in fleeting flashes. In her mind, she was pondering how her entire body felt as if it were engulfed in flames, and with each breath, it seemed as though all her bones crumbled to nothingness. After a moment, Jeokyeon finally mustered the strength to stand up. But shortly after, she felt as if something struck her body. With the continuous barrage of lightning, Baisol sensed that something was wrong with Jeokyeon. Quickly, he hurriedly ran towards her with great concern, shouting to ask if she was all right. As he reached her, he tried to enter and told Jeokyeon that if she was unwell, he could come in and assist her. Suddenly, Jeokyeon spat out blood. This heightened Baisol's concern as he realized that Jeokyeon's condition was worsening. Despite the overwhelming pain and distress, Jeokyeon made a concerted effort to maintain her composure, gingerly wiping the blood from her mouth as she tried to steady herself. On the other hand, Baisol couldn't help but remain deeply concerned, even though his master had instructed him not to intervene. Jeokyeon's teacher, Nahora, explains to Jeokyeon that the path ahead of them leads to enlightenment and is the sole route to Pilju Tower, where her disciple, Nahora, tower is situated. When Nahora shared this information with Jeokyeon, Nahora felt extremely happy and satisfied with the knowledge she had imparted. However, Jeokyeon was so astonished by what she heard that she couldn't speak a single word. He explained to Jeokyeon that their tower was the only disciple tower situated proudly atop a steep, high-altitude mountain. In response, Jeokyeon asked with irritation whether this was something to be proud of. So he replied, saying it was something to be proud of because tough places like that often get overlooked by people. He explained that in such a remote and difficult-to-reach spot, he could keep her gender a secret and teach her without any problems. His disciple ascended the mountain ahead of him and left him with the instruction that she would officially accept him as her student once he reached the tower using his own strength. As he began his ascent, he reminded her that she had 4 days to make her way up to the tower on her own. After a while, Jeokyeon found it difficult to stand up straight as she clung to the edge, shaking and trying hard not to lose her balance. She felt like this wasn't a path to enlightenment at all, but rather a direct route to hell if she were to slip and fall. Despite her difficulties, she pressed on with determination, navigating her way toward the tower by crossing bridges that appeared daunting and challenging. She carefully made her way along the steep mountain road, ensuring she maintained her balance as she progressed. During her journey, she pondered the idea that no true disciple would push their student to the point of risking their life, feeling as though each path she took was more of a punishment than a lesson. Nevertheless, she refused to surrender to the challenges, and after enduring the hardships, she eventually reached the tower, her feet trembling and her body shivering from the exertion of her journey. As soon as she stepped onto the tower grounds, her legs began to weaken, causing her to collapse onto her knees. Upon her arrival, the disciple greeted her sarcastically, remarking that she had indeed arrived safe and sound, insinuating that he had been correct in his assumptions all along. The disciple offered her a jar of water, suggesting she drink as a reward for successfully reaching her destination. Quickly, she dashed towards the jar and began climbing upward through its opening. She quickly gulped down the water, desperate to quench her thirst. But to her surprise, she suddenly coughed after taking a sip, and the disciple just stood there, smiling at her reaction. Consequently, she grew angry and lectured the disciple about the irresponsibility of an adult offering what seemed to be wine to someone as young as herself. However, she fell silent instantly as he explained that the effects of the liquid were remarkable. He mentioned that even with just one sip, she could feel herself already starting to recover. Then Jeokyeon noticed the effects of the liquid after the disciple pointed it out to her. The disciple informed her that what she had drunk was Chungiju, a type of wine brewed from crops grown in the sea. He explained that it had an outstanding efficacy of cooling down internal heat, and mentioned that the wine had successfully suppressed the fiery sensation she had been experiencing just moments ago. He continued by informing her that every person is similar to a bowl capable of containing celestial powers, and the size of this metaphorical bowl is predetermined upon one's birth. He emphasized that while most people may have relatively small bowls, there are occasions where individuals are born with exceptionally large bowls. However, he pointed out that regardless of the size of the bowl, if the person doesn't know how to harness or contain the celestial powers within it, even an ordinary individual would be unable to fill their bowl, not even to its bottom. He explained to her that only those who closely resemble the gods are capable of not only filling their own bowl, but also filling the bowls of others. Hence, he remarked that her bowl was so large that her young body couldn't handle it, and despite Jeokyeon's will, it was drawing in tremendous amounts of firepower. As the disciple warned her about the consequences of not suppressing her firepower, she suddenly remembered the destruction she had caused accidentally, setting their house ablaze and resulting in her mother's death. This revelation left her momentarily silent, her thoughts filled with the weight of the past and the implications of her uncontrolled powers. Jeokyeon's disciple accepted her as a student and conveyed that from that moment onward, her focus would be on mastering the art of keeping herself from succumbing to the flames within. After some time, Jeokyeon grew rapidly, dedicating herself to constant training and improvement. She kept practicing her balance, diligently training and strengthening her body to meet the demands of her discipline. After a while, she also learned how to harness and control the celestial powers residing within her. As time went by, she mastered each aspect of controlling her celestial powers, honing her skills to perfection. As the night wore on and the full moon rose, Jeokyeon began to feel weary from her training. She lay beneath the night sky, feeling the weight of exhaustion upon her body, and wondered if continuing to live with such intensity might ultimately lead to her premature demise. As she looked up at the sky, she thought about how one wrong move could lead to trouble, making her realize that controlling her inner fire was even tougher than her training. While she was lost in thought, she gradually began to feel herself succumbing to fatigue, as if her eyelids were slowly closing in on her. However, she was instantly jolted awake when she felt a sudden throb in her chest. She found herself on her knees, gasping for air as she struggled to breathe. At that moment, Jeokyeon felt as if she were on the brink of death. Her mind was in turmoil, consumed by the struggle she was facing in that moment. Eventually, her body gave in, collapsing slowly under the weight of her ordeal. Amidst her turmoil, she suddenly recalled her master's words about the importance of keeping herself from the flames. She desperately tried to reach out for help as she felt her heart pounding, the pain becoming excruciating with each passing moment. As she wrestled with difficulty, she pondered within herself that if she were to experience convulsions once more, she absolutely didn't want to endure them again. Afterwards, she made an effort to regain her composure and reached for the jar of wine that sat nearby. Summoning all her strength, she determinedly took a sip from the wine, reaffirming to herself that she still desired to carry on with her life. Desperately seeking relief from the pain, she consumed all the wine in the nearby jar in hopes of alleviating her distress. Not long after, her master arrived. Upon arrival, he found Jeokyeon unconscious, having consumed nearly half of the jars of wine. Approaching her with concern, he wondered what had caused her such misery. He pondered whether the burden weighing on Jeokyeon's heart was so immense that it had caused her such intense suffering. The disciple went over and gently lifted Jeokyeon, cradling her in his arms. While he carried her, he whispered softly, assuring Jeokyeon that she could cry out in pain and express her resentment as much as she needed to. The disciple understood that, above all, Jeokyeon was still human, with emotions and vulnerabilities. That very night, the disciple watched the moon's gentle glow while holding Jeokyeon close in his arms. Recalling her master's words, she questioned whether she shouldn't aspire to be more than just an ordinary human. After some time, Jeokyeon had finally managed to calm down. She called out for Baisal, and to her relief, he was right outside her door, still waiting anxiously for her response, his worry evident on his face. Jeokyeon acknowledged that Baisal must have been shocked by what had transpired, but she quickly reassured him that she was fine now, and there was no need for him to worry anymore. In response, Baisal urged her not to concern herself with him and instead focus on her own well-being. He cautioned her against resorting to drastic measures like drawing blood just to halt the convulsions immediately, reminding her of Lord Nohora's previous counsel on the matter. Baisal was taken aback when Jeokyeon asked him to keep their conversation a secret. However, she quickly followed up by saying that she was only joking, lightening the mood and dispelling any tension that may have arisen. Furthermore, Jeokyeon instructed Baisal to head to Taekwon and procure some chingiju once the sun rose. She then expressed her exceptional tiredness at the moment and mentioned that she would be resting a bit longer. As Jeokyeon's convulsions ceased, the rain and thunder also subsided, and the weather transformed into a serene, snowy night. Meanwhile, on Taekwon, the princes wandered about under the bright sunshine that illuminated the landscape. Korin and Hyun were together, and Hyun inquired if Korin was still feeling tired. Korin responded affirmatively, asking Hyun to keep his voice down as his head was throbbing with pain. On the other hand, Eon, the 20th prince, was accompanied by the second prince, Jeongwon. Inside Terraquin, Beingdang was still being loud and persistent, repeatedly urging Doha to provide him with more meals. Meanwhile, Yeongyong, the 19th prince, was also present, and his attention was caught by a certain person who had just arrived. He noticed Baisol arriving at Terraquin and engaging in conversation with a servant. The servant expressed regret to Baisol, offering an apology for the unavailability of Chingiju. However, the servant assured Baisol that they are actively and urgently in the process of obtaining more, and kindly requested if he could patiently wait for a brief period. Yeongyong pondered why Baisol was by himself, as he had never observed him without Jeokyeon, prompting curiosity about the situation. But he grinned at the thought of Jeokyeon being absent, considering it a positive development. He remembered the occasion when the fourth prince embarrassed him at the goddess palace, feeling a surge of anger just thinking about what she had done to him. Therefore, he felt relieved that Jeokyeon was not there to witness it. Deciding to instruct the fourth prince's aide, he approached him and greeted him sarcastically. He initiated a conversation and confronted him by pointing out that he had heard the aide never set foot in the imperial palace without his master, yet Baisol was there alone. As Yeongyong engaged loudly in conversation with Baisol, Beingdang and Ryu Doha's attention was drawn to it, causing them to glance in their direction. Ryu Doha listened attentively as Yeongyong told Baisol that he and Jeokyeon were quite close for two men. He continued his insults, suggesting that it was surprising for Jeokyeon to be seen with someone who appeared unsavory like Baisol. In response, Yeongyong flashed a sardonic smile and remarked with a hint of irony that it seemed the assertions he had just made about the situation weren't aligning with the reality of the present circumstances. Yeongyong contemplated whether Baisol would endure being ridiculed in front of everyone, which led him to persist in insulting him. As he observed Baisol, Yeongyong anticipated that he would become angry and possibly retaliate with physical force. Much to his surprise, Baisol chose to ignore him and instead resumed his conversation with a servant, calmly stating that he would await the wine and instructing her to procure it as swiftly as possible. Consequently, Yeongyong felt irritated, wondering if Baisol was unintentionally ignoring him in that moment. His irritation grew further as he contemplated how Baisol, merely an aide, was disregarding him, a prince. Suddenly, Yeongyong raised his voice even louder in an attempt to capture Baisol's attention, and then gestured with his hands towards him. Then, he delivered a slap to Baisol, causing him to spit out blood. On the other hand, Ryu Doha and Beingdang were still observing Yeongyong create a scene, surprised by his unexpected actions towards Baisol. Despite Yeongyong striking him and blood trickling from his mouth, Baisol remained silent and made no retaliatory actions. Nevertheless, Yeongyong persisted in lecturing him about arrogance, insisting that Baisol should lower his gaze in the presence of a noble imperial prince. Suddenly, he exerted even more force and seized Baisol's hair. Yeongyong stepped in close to Baisol, firmly grasping his hair, and inquired if it was necessary to use his hair to make him bow. He emphasized the importance of showing respect to a noble imperial prince and hinted at using force if Baisol didn't comply willingly. Additionally, Yeongyong persistently inflicted harm upon Baisol, confronting him about his unusual white hair while tightly gripping his hair. He conveyed to him that the appearance of his white hair seemed unpleasant and peculiar, as though anything it encountered was inevitably followed by unfortunate circumstances. He kept on telling Baisol that he was aware of the truth regarding how others perceived him through their eyes, yet he opted to disregard it. With this statement, Baisol couldn't help but flinch. On a sunny day, a mother and her daughter sat outside, basking in the warm glow of the sun's light. The daughter, filled with curiosity, turned to her mother and asked, "What do the gods look like in the sky?" She explained to her daughter that according to ancient tales, when the gods once walked upon the earth, the folklore claimed that their hair was as dark as pitch, yet it radiated with such brilliance that it shone brightly. The gods were said to possess thick, silky hair that elegantly danced in the air during ancient battles, serving as the emblem of the divine beings residing in the celestial realm. She also mentioned that rumors circulated, suggesting that when light shone upon their hair, it would emit a radiant midnight blue glow, adding to the mystique surrounding the appearance of these celestial beings. After hearing the explanation, her daughter piped up, saying she had one more question. Suddenly, her daughter posed another question, inquiring about the nature of ghosts. Her mother was taken aback by the unexpected question, her surprise evident on her face. In response, her mother suddenly pointed towards someone nearby, suggesting that the person resembled what ghosts might look like. It turned out to be Baisol from his childhood days. He was depicted as tied up, with his body covered in blood, while the mother's child portrayed him as ugly and dirty. He was subjected to insults about his white hair, with the hurtful words suggesting that it resembled the hair of ghosts that supposedly fed on human souls. The mother explained to her child that Baisol had endured starvation and torture for 10 long days, yet miraculously survived. This led her to suggest that he must be a ghost. Returning to the conversation, Jeokyeon inquired of Baisol whether he felt remorseful about his previous remarks. Suddenly, in the midst of speaking, Baisol abruptly lowered his head, refusing to meet Jeokyeon's gaze. Jeokyeon was taken aback by Baisol's sudden gesture of bowing his head, causing her to abruptly stop talking in surprise. He couldn't help but wonder why he was behaving this way, interpreting Baisol's action as an attempt to portray himself as the victim in their interaction. On the other hand, Eon and Jeongwon were also observing the unfolding scene prompted by Jeokyeon's actions. Meanwhile, Ryu Doha started to feel like the situation wasn't worth watching anymore, so he decided to ignore it. At the same time, Bean Gang continued to gaze at Jeokyeon and Baisol. Returning to the previous moment, Jeokyeon felt a sense of pressure and uncertainty, unsure of how to handle the situation. He anticipated that Baisol would react explosively with anger, but to his surprise, the opposite occurred. So he believed that if he were to mention the particular rumor, Baisol would reveal his true nature or intentions. Shortly after, he addressed Baisol, stating that enough was enough. Meanwhile, Baisol kept his head lowered. Jeokyeon proceeded with his plan and approached Baisol, getting closer to him to inquire about the peculiar rumor circulating within the imperial palace. He asked Baisol whether Jeokyeon was aware of the rumor, suggesting that Baisol and his aide were involved in such a relationship, a question that visibly stressed Baisol the moment it was asked. Ryu Doha also overheard this conversation, which immediately put him on high alert. Jeokyeon continued to add fuel to the fire, exacerbating the situation and causing Baisol to become increasingly triggered. Baisol remained silent, unable to believe the words coming out of Jeokyeon's mouth. However, he was slowly being triggered, causing him to clench his sword in response. Finally, Baisol, fully triggered, was prompted to draw his sword. This action surprised Bean Gang, who began to worry about what might happen next. As Baisol launched his attack, thankfully Bean Gang intervened just in time to prevent Baisol's sword from piercing through the prince's chest. He halted it with his own sword, creating a vibrant light as their blades clashed and the attack was halted. On the other hand, as the attack was stopped, the 19th prince was shocked, realizing that Baisol's sword had come dangerously close to harming him. Baisol continued to channel power into the sword and attempted to force it further despite being halted. However, he soon realized that his efforts to force the sword further were futile as it remained firmly stopped. The force exerted by Bean Gang caused Baisol's sword to falter, flickering momentarily before clattering to the ground. Baisol turned around, ready to confront whoever had intervened in the altercation. But Bean Gang intervened once again, stopping Baisol and firmly grabbing his wrist to prevent any further escalation. Bean Gang positioned himself in front of Baisol, acting as a barrier to deter any further aggressive actions. He then cautioned Baisol, reminding him that there were many people watching the scene unfold, and warned him that it would be too reckless to attack a prince under such circumstances. This reminder from Bean Gang prompted Baisol to reconsider his actions, as Bean Gang pointed out who would suffer the most consequences if he were to act on his anger. Baisol felt powerless and resigned to the situation, ultimately accepting the reality of the circumstances. Recalling a traumatic experience from his childhood, Baisol remembered being tortured and bound for several days, left outside on a bitterly cold winter day. At that moment, a person approached him and offered him a bottle of water, providing a small gesture of kindness amidst the harshness of his circumstances. Little did he know that the person who came to his rescue would turn out to be his future master, Jeokyeon, the fourth prince. He looked up, filled with curiosity and wonder, as he tried to discern the identity of the person who had shown him unexpected kindness in his moment of need. He never anticipated that someone like that would come to his aid and rescue him from his dire situation. So, reflecting on this memory, Baisal couldn't help but think of his master, drawing parallels between his past experience and his current situation. Shortly after reminiscing about his past, Baisal made the decision to halt his attack. He then swiftly grabbed the chungiju, a ceremonial wine that the servant had prepared, and with that, he left quietly, his departure leaving Beangang and the others in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Beangang attempted to break the silence by pretending that he was the one who had the altercation with Baisal, trying to divert attention away from the true cause of the conflict. He asked him to allow him to go through because he wasn't feeling well right now. After that, he accidentally collided with the prince, and Jeokyeon was puzzled about what had occurred. Jeokyeon decided to brush it off and move on, but Eon, the 20th prince, was visibly surprised by the incident. He mentioned to Jeongwon that it seemed like the situation had calmed down quietly and swiftly, which made him feel relieved. However, Jeongwon countered by saying that the situation wasn't resolved quietly. Rather, there was no other option but to let it go because the aid of the first prince is not easy to handle, causing even the princes to be cautious around him. Then suddenly, Eon began to ponder, as Jeongwon suggested, about which among the princes had never replaced their aid throughout the entire duration they waited for the contest. He went on to explain that historically, princes typically went through having 2 to 3 aids at most. He continued by saying that if he were to find someone who possesses a large reservoir of celestial power and fills it to the brim, ultimately, they are just ordinary humans. So in most cases, they typically lived just a little over 100 years. However, Jeongwon pointed out that Baisal and Beangang, from the moment they were chosen until now, have remained by their masters' sides. Therefore, he cautioned Eon to be wary of both Baisal and Beangang, as one could never predict who might find themselves at the receiving end of their blades the next time around. In the meantime, Beangang was still grumbling and ranting to Doha about how annoying Yeongyong's behavior was. Beangang kept talking to Doha, complaining about how Yeongyong's actions were bothering them. Just as he was about to suggest to Doha that they should go back, Beangang suddenly noticed that Doha seemed distracted and not paying attention. Beangang attempted to grab Doha's attention by calling out to him and inquiring why he seemed frozen or stuck once more. Then all of a sudden, Doha finally spoke up. After staying silent for a while, Doha suddenly started to talk. Beangang was curious to know what Doha would say next, so he patiently waited to hear his words. Suddenly, Doha paused and carefully considered his words before speaking. Then, with a puzzled expression, he asked Beangang how there could be a rumor like Yeongyong mentioned earlier. However, Beangang couldn't help but wonder which rumor Doha was referring to. Then he finally remembered hearing about it himself, mentioning that it wasn't uncommon for rumors to circulate within the palace. Beangang noted that there were plenty of people who liked to gossip, but ultimately no one paid much attention to it, so the rumor faded away quite quickly. However, Doha clarified that wasn't exactly what he meant. Doha indicated that there was something specific he was referring to. However, he murmured so softly that Beangang couldn't catch it, prompting Beangang to inquire about what it was, as he hadn't heard it clearly. But Doha dismissed it, saying it was nothing, and advised Beangang not to worry about it. Beangang felt increasingly frustrated as Doha's confusing response left him perplexed, and now Doha was walking away, leaving Beangang behind. Heading back, Baisal hurriedly returned to the palace of Jeokyeon. He first went to his quarters and informed Jeokyeon that he had returned from Terraquon. In response, Jeokyeon promptly instructed him to enter. Baisal quickly entered and retrieved chungiju as instructed by Jeokyeon. He then fetched a teapot and swiftly poured the wine into it. Suddenly, Jeokyeon noticed something different as she observed Baisal closely. So she told him to raise his head, but Baisal flinched instantly and didn't comply with her request promptly. Jeokyeon sensed that something was amiss as Baisal wasn't following her instructions, and she glared at him for his non-compliance. In response, she swiftly stood up and pushed Baisal against the wall. Against the wall, she insisted that Baisal tell her the truth. Jeokyeon, her irritation evident and her demeanor serious, firmly pressed Baisal to reveal who had caused him harm, her tone leaving no room for evasion or hesitation. As she pushed him against the wall, Baisal didn't say anything, but Jeokyeon kept asking him to respond to her question. However, even though Jeokyeon continued speaking to him, Baisal still felt unsure about answering. At that time, Baisol was visibly shaking as he held the jar of wine. In that moment, Baisol thought about whether to tell the truth that there was a rumor circulating in the imperial palace. He considered that these rumors might just be false and not worth paying attention to at all. His heart was beating fast as he thought he should say exactly that. However, he found that his lips wouldn't open to speak. On the other hand, Jeokyeon remained firm and continued to wait for his response. Breaking the silence, Baisol mentioned that he fell. This prompted Jeokyeon to inquire about all the details surrounding the incident. Baisol explained that he hurried back to the palace urgently, believing he had to deliver something to her as quickly as possible. This rush caused him to fall down on the path. As he explained this, silence momentarily enveloped them. However, Jeokyeon didn't take what he said seriously and remarked that it was an interesting excuse. Jeokyeon gently touched Baisol's face and sarcastically questioned how he could have possibly tripped, considering he was known as the aide to an imperial prince of the nation and was unmatched by anyone in terms of martial arts. It seemed peculiar that he would suddenly trip over his own feet and fall to the ground. Jeokyeon then remarked to Baisol that if he did indeed fall, his lips must be scrapped. Hearing Jeokyeon's opinion about it, Baisol felt hesitant but remained firm on what he had said. He said that it was truly what had happened and there was nothing more to it. He then urged Jeokyeon to believe what he had said. Jeokyeon couldn't stop herself from giving Baisol a stern look because his excuse seemed solid, and she couldn't help but wonder if what he said was really true. Thus, she released her hold on Baisol's arm. Afterwards, she declared that if that's what he said, then she believed him. Then, she reached out for the wine in Baisol's hand. She glared at him, emphasizing that with his firm excuse, it must be quite significant. Meanwhile, over at Prince Hamel's palace, he was being shown a collection of earrings. The man explained that the earrings were freshly imported items, and Prince Hamel was the very first person to lay eyes on them. The earring in question was a red circle adorned with intricate gold designs and small pearls, featuring a delicate blue design as well. He picked up the earring and showed it to the man, expressing that he had never seen anything quite like it before. He scrutinized the earring closely as the man explained that it was an exceedingly valuable jewel from the northwestern region. Furthermore, he mentioned that its only flaw was its high price, justified by its preciousness. While observing the jewelry, he suddenly recalled Jeokyeon's face, noting how her features resembled the colors of the jewelry. Thinking it over, Hamel smiled with satisfaction and declared that he liked the earring. He emphasized his fondness for its color and informed the man that he would wear that particular earring today. As the night grew heavier, Hamel ventured outside to contemplate and enjoy the fresh air beneath the glowing sky. With his eyes closed, Hamel deeply immersed himself, allowing himself to truly feel the air as he savored the moment. Out of nowhere, a divine creature made its presence known. Feeling its presence, Hamel opened his eyes, immediately drawn to the divine creature, capturing his full attention. A divine beast was slowly approaching him, its majestic presence commanding awe and reverence. As the divine beast drew nearer, Hamel couldn't help but ponder that its arrival seemed to signal the beginning of the third trial. Furthermore, he popped the bubble, eager to hear the message conveyed by the creature. The message confirmed his suspicion, informing him of the commencement of the third trial. The message further conveyed that after the ancient battle, the gods had left behind numerous remnants of their clash scattered throughout the mortal realm. Continuing, it stated that the third trial would take place at a location known as the Sylvan Labyrinth, where the remnants of the gods' ancient battle lay hidden. Each of the princes would be tasked with finding the exit and escaping the labyrinth within the time limit of 40 hours. In the labyrinth, the princes had no way of knowing what they would come across within the vast expanse of the maze. Moreover, the safety of the princes couldn't be entirely guaranteed as they navigated through the darkness of the labyrinth. This would undoubtedly be a startling experience for them. They would be completely alone in the dark, as even their aides would not be able to accompany them inside the labyrinth. In the final message, it was made clear that once they entered the maze, any declaration to withdraw would not be accepted. They were informed that if they chose to participate, they should arrive early tomorrow morning at the entrance of the maze. At long last, the day for the third trial has arrived, and it's happening at Sylvan Labyrinth. The location was teeming with eager individuals, all anxiously anticipating the arrival of the princes. As the humans gazed upon the labyrinth, they couldn't help but feel as if they were being lifted to a state of immortality. In the midst of the bustling crowds, Beamgang stood, his eyes scanning the scene. Suddenly, as he strolled along, something caught his attention. He noticed Baisol on the opposite side, poised to watch their master take part in the third trial. Hastily, he made his way over to Baisol, a smile spreading across his face as he greeted him warmly, expressing how he had been searching for him. However, upon closer observation, he noticed Baisol's expression, which clearly indicated that he was not in the best of moods. Sensing this, he reassured Baisol, suggesting that there was no need for him to glare and urging him to relax instead. Beangang expressed his discomfort, admitting that he, too, didn't feel at ease with the idea of Ryu Doha venturing into the maze alone. On the flip side, Baisol remained silent, offering no words or indication of his thoughts on the matter. As Beangang continued to speak, he was taken aback when Baisol abruptly began to leave, leaving him behind without a word. Meanwhile, the Emperor watched the proceedings with satisfaction, a smile gracing his face as he observed the trial firsthand. The Emperor engaged in conversation with the disciples, expressing his excitement and anticipation for the trial unfolding before them. Suddenly, with a smile playing on his lips, he recalled that the maze was the very place where he had lost one of his brothers. His aide behind him promptly attempted to lecture him, likely about the seriousness of the situation. Therefore, he stopped talking and simply painted a smile on his face, perhaps masking the emotions stirred by the memory of his lost brother. He then turned to Jeokyeon and inquired if he remembered a specific memory, a question that seemed to make Jeokyeon visibly tense, indicating his discomfort with the topic of discussion. He recalled how Jeokyeon's face contorted with a mixture of emotions as he watched the Emperor relive his own journey through the labyrinth back in the days when he was still a prince. Meanwhile, the Emperor stood at a distance in front of the labyrinth. He then remarked that even now, he could vividly recall the words spoken by his late imperial father all those years ago. He was reminded of the statement to look forth, likely stirring a sense of purpose or direction within him. As he concentrated his energy into his hands, he continued, recounting his father's words about the labyrinth being a place of beauty and mystery, where time seemed to stand still and ancient history lay dormant, waiting to be uncovered. He elaborated that according to his father, the labyrinth was considered a remnant of the gods, particularly the Sylvan. Ryu Doha stood prepared, his expression firm and determined, signaling his readiness to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Additionally, Jeongwon, the second prince, harbored hopes of successfully navigating through the labyrinth. Likewise, the 20th prince summoned his courage to participate, despite being the youngest among them. Korin, renowned for his bravery, also stood among the participants, ready to showcase. Hyun, expected to excel due to the significant investment his master had made in his training. Also, Hamel, known for his great personality, was also expected to join the trial. Lastly, Yeongyong, the 19th prince, couldn't shake off his feelings of anxiety as he gazed upon the labyrinth, apprehensive about the trials that lay ahead. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the maze, Jeokyeon stood, likely contemplating his own strategies and preparations for the upcoming trial. He stood resolutely at the entrance of the maze, tension palpable in his stance, as he braced himself to step into the labyrinth and confront whatever challenges lay within. He stood in that spot, thinking deeply that it was indeed the very place where a hint or sign from the gods remained in the human world. Just as the trial is on the verge of beginning, each of the princes experiences a divine creature approaching them to deliver a message right before the commencement. With that, the divine beast emerged and produced a bubble. The princes all reached out to touch the bubble, as if to receive a message before venturing into the labyrinth. As they popped it, the bubble conveyed that it was delivering the final message before the trial began. The message stated that from that moment onward, the princes were permitted to enter the specific entrance assigned to them into the labyrinth. The message further explained that all 20 entrances were connected to a single exit. Prince Hamel stood attentively, listening to the message which stated that the trial would be considered complete once they successfully escaped the labyrinth within the allocated time. Even Korin listened attentively as the message revealed that the highest points would be awarded to the first prince to successfully exit the labyrinth. Yeongyong became increasingly aware as the message was being conveyed. As the message stated that if they didn't emerge within 40 hours, their qualification would be forfeited, and Eon suddenly felt anxious. Meanwhile, Hamel remained calm throughout the message delivery. Then they were told they could enter if they were determined to participate. Jeokyeon experienced a mix of emotions as he processed the message, realizing that it was nearing its conclusion. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he awaited the conclusion of the message. In the final message from Wal-Ah, she expressed her hope that all the paths the princes choose would lead them to the right destination. This last message brought a sense of relief to Jeokyeon, painting a smile on his face. Suddenly, Jeokyeon was taken aback when he heard a loud, unfamiliar noise coming from the entrance. He was startled, causing him to stop feeling relieved. A booming sound echoed from within, causing Jeokyeon to be on high alert, curious about what awaited her inside and what the source of the noise could be. He got startled when the entrance became strange, because all the stones above it began to move. Jeokyeon felt alarmed and sensed an urgency to swiftly move through the entrance. When the stones above the entrance started to tumble, Jeokyeon did her utmost to dodge them and swiftly jumped into the entrance. The stone crumbled completely, gradually covering the entrance. And in an instant, it was entirely sealed, enveloping the surroundings in jet black. Jeokyeon attempted to illuminate her surroundings with her fire, while contemplating that with the entrance now completely sealed, returning through it would be impossible even if she were to lose her way inside. She channeled the energy of fire through her hands, needing light to find her way forward, realizing she had no choice but to continue moving towards the exit. Moving forward, she decided that she simply needed to press on. In the confines of the labyrinth, she proceeded slowly, carefully placing each step upon the ground. The space seemed to be illuminated by cracks emitting a soft, glowing light. As she observed the area, she marveled at its vastness, considering it magnificent even as a remnant left behind by the gods. As she moved, Jeokyeon ran her hand along the wall, deciding to leave a trail to ensure she wouldn't get lost or inadvertently backtrack along the same path. She left a trail behind, knowing that there were princes who had become trapped and unable to escape ever since the labyrinth was constructed. As she was making her trail, she suddenly came to a halt and paused. She was stunned when suddenly she noticed different paths with similar patterns, marveling at how vast it all appeared. She pondered which path she should take, realizing she didn't have time to risk getting lost in all of them, especially with only 40 hours remaining to escape. In the midst of that, she recalled the time she had asked her master what she should do if she encountered a situation where the correct decision was impossible to discern. She provided an example, explaining that if she were fleeing from a beast and found herself at a fork in the path that led to a cliff. She said that at least half of the bridges there were rotten. So she concluded that it's most likely that they would give in before she reached the other side, and if she didn't cross over, she would definitely die. Thus, she asked him what she should do. Her master responded, saying that when one cannot go back the way they came and can only move forward, it's the kind of situation where their future and everything else depends entirely on chance. The disciple then asked what prompted Jeokyeon to worry about something like that, to which Jeokyeon replied that there's no guarantee she won't encounter a situation like that in life. Moreover, her master thought carefully about what she said. Jeokyeon then waited, eagerly anticipating his answer. He then instructed her to take the sixth path, to which Jeokyeon questioned why. He simply replied that it was obviously because it was his favorite number. Upon hearing this, Jeokyeon felt irritated as she had expected him to provide a proper answer. She left him behind, feeling fully irritated, but as she was walking, she suddenly tripped. Recalling this memory with her master, Jeokyeon smiled, even though she found it difficult to decide which path to choose. Shortly after, she decided to move towards the sixth path, considering it was her master's teaching, and thus there was no reason for her to hesitate. Meanwhile, Eon, the 20th prince, suddenly halted his advance as doubts about his choices crept in. He felt as if something was mistaken with the path he had chosen. He quickly looked behind him and then turned completely, feeling very worried about what might be there. Nevertheless, as he glanced at his flashlight, he began to question whether he was mistaken, pondering if the sensation he thought he felt was actually something lurking behind him. Eon was gripped by intense fear as he found himself unable to see anything beyond a mere inch in front of him. The only sound reverberating in the darkness was the echo of his own footsteps, adding to his sense of unease and vulnerability. As they discussed the rumors they had heard regarding the labyrinth where princes had become trapped and perished, Young silently listened in from behind, absorbing every word with a mixture of curiosity. Additionally, Eon was also eavesdropping on the conversation, but his attention was abruptly snatched away when Jeongwon unexpectedly called out to him, demanding to know what he was up to. Jeongwon inquired if Eon's thoughts were consumed by the impending trial. Eon admitted he wasn't sure about joining and said he'd withdraw if he could, feeling unsure about entering the labyrinth, let alone finding a way out. Observing Eon, Jeongwon sensed that Eon was being sincere about his statements, as his anxiety was evident in the expression visible in his eyes. He found himself unable to look away from Eon, his mind filled with contemplation about the words Eon had spoken. Seeing Eon appearing despondent as he contemplated the upcoming trial, Jeongwon felt a strong urge to uplift his spirits and offer words of encouragement. He reassured Eon that despite the circulating rumors about the princes who never managed to escape the labyrinth, Eon was not destined to be among them. Eon experienced a sense of relief upon hearing Jeongwon's words, finding solace in the belief Jeongwon expressed in him. As Jeongwon emphasized the importance of self-belief, urging Eon to trust in himself as much as Jeongwon trusted in him, Eon, amidst the labyrinthine confusion, managed to convince himself of his own capabilities and began to believe in himself. As this notion settled in his mind, he felt a surge of encouragement and began to contemplate the possibility of successfully escaping the labyrinth with his strength. As he pressed forward, Eon entertained the idea that if he were to encounter Jeongwon in the labyrinth, they could potentially join forces to find their way out together. Meanwhile, Jeokyeon made sure to leave a trail behind her. She knew that without it, she might think she was going in circles and get lost. Continuing her journey forward, she suddenly caught sight of a light emanating from the side, its glow softly illuminating her face. She pondered the sudden appearance of light amidst the darkness of the labyrinth, curious about its origin and what it might signify. Curiously, she hastened towards the source of the light, eager to discover its origin and ascertain the direction from which it emanated. Gazing upon the light, she was overcome with instant surprise, rendered speechless by the breathtaking sight unfolding before her. To her astonishment, she found herself standing before the shrine adorned with towering statues, realizing that she had arrived at this sacred place without even realizing it. Recognizing the shrine and the statues as symbols of divine craftsmanship, she understood that they were crafted by the gods themselves to honor their victory on the ancient battle. However, Jeokyeon couldn't help but wonder about the gods' arrogance in leaving such significant artifacts in the mortal realm. As she walked through the shrine, she pondered the idea that the gods had carved their own likenesses with their own divine hands. Walking past the statues, Jeokyeon concluded that the ways of the gods would forever remain beyond the comprehension of a mere mortal like herself, even if she were to live for millennia. Meanwhile, the emperor and others anxiously waited for the princes to complete the maze. The emperor felt a little jealous, longed to join his sons in the maze if only he could. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as his aide called for his attention, curtly instructing him to remain silent. Shortly after, his aide's demeanor reverted to its usual seriousness. However, unable to contain his curiosity, the aide couldn't help but inquire about what the emperor had seen inside the labyrinth. This question brought a smile to the emperor's face, as it had taken his aide 1,000 years to finally ask. So he teasingly remarked to his aide that perhaps he was curious after all. The emperor then shared his insight that the Sylvan was the living remnant left by the gods, to which Jeokyeon responded irritably that he already knew that fact. However, the emperor clarified that he meant that the Sylvan truly lives and moves. At that precise moment, within the shrine, Jeokyeon was startled to witness a massive hand suddenly spring to life. She swiftly dodged the hand as it lunged towards her, narrowly avoiding its grasp as it attempted to seize her. Confusion clouded her thoughts as she struggled to comprehend what she had just witnessed. Suddenly, a peculiar pattern materialized behind her, causing alarm to surge through her as she observed its unexpected appearance. She glanced down at the ground and noticed the large pattern embedded within it. Much to her surprise, the pattern revealed itself to be an eye, which she hadn't expected. The eye suddenly shifted and fixed its gaze upon the spot where she stood. Just as the eye fixed its gaze upon her, the massive hands closed in, threatening to seize her in their grasp at any moment, intensifying the sense of imminent danger surrounding her. However, in a sudden moment of clarity, she thought of something and turned her attention towards the eye. Furthermore, she pressed forward, channeling her fiery power into her hands, preparing to confront the looming threat with all the strength she could muster. With swift determination, she directed her fiery energy towards the eye, causing it to shatter. As the eye shattered, the looming hands that had threatened to seize her began to crumble into pieces, disintegrating into nothingness. Amidst the danger, Jeokyeon couldn't help but be impressed by the uncanny movement of the walls, as if they were alive themselves. She wondered if this was how the labyrinth effectively blocked off any trespassers. Suddenly, as she prepared to move, she felt the ground beneath her begin to crack and shift, sending a wave of alarm coursing through her. The sudden cracking of the ground caught her by surprise, prompting her to glance downward to assess where she might potentially fall. Finally, the ground gave way completely, causing her to fall. As she fell, she quickly tried to compose herself and regulate her breathing. Plunging into complete darkness, she felt a sense of relief as she realized that the ground below wasn't as hard as expected. Furthermore, she conjured a light using her fire abilities, illuminating her surroundings as she felt the need to assess her current location. And to her surprise, as the surroundings lit up, she found herself placed atop Doha, a moment that left both of them surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Jeokyeon found herself taken aback, gazing blankly at Doha. Doha, too, was surprised as he hadn't anticipated encountering Jeokyeon. To break the silence, Jeokyeon was the first to speak up. She admitted to Doha that she had committed an offense. While she was apologizing for her accidental fall, Doha told her to get up. She was surprised when he suddenly interrupted her and was confused about his intentions. Doha swiftly stood up from the fall and repeatedly urged Jeokyeon to get up. Meanwhile, outside the labyrinth, Baisol felt anxious and nervousness welling up inside. Beangang noticed that Baisol was anxious and advised him to calm down. However, Baisol ignored him and was about to leave, but Beangang insisted that he stay. Then Beangang initiated a conversation about how the gods had created the labyrinth solely for the purpose of causing people to suffer. Beangang attempted to lighten the mood by asking Baisol if he thought there might be monsters inside the labyrinth. However, as he looked at Baisol, he realized that Baisol wasn't nervous because of the monsters inside, but rather because his master was inside. Beangang remarked that the true enemies inside were the other princes. Returning to Jeokyeon and Doha, they stood up from the floor and brushed off the dirt. Jeokyeon told Doha that there was no need for him to be dramatic. Doha froze when Jeokyeon asked him if the level of physical contact between them was something to fuss about. Then suddenly, Doha remembered the rumor he had heard from Yeongyang. Recalling this, he wondered how Jeokyeon could say such things when there was a rumor circulating around the palace. This rumor almost led to a conflict between Baisol and Yeongyang, so it mustn't be taken lightly. So, Doha wondered if Jeokyeon still didn't know about the rumor. While Jeokyeon attempted to bid farewell and part ways with Doha, she was suddenly interrupted. To her surprise, Doha suddenly grabbed her wrist. This sudden action created an awkward situation for them, leaving them speechless. So Jeokyeon asked Doha if he still had anything he needed to say to her before she left. Then, Jeokyeon wondered if Doha wanted to pick a fight with her at that moment, which is why he had stopped her. Suddenly, Doha asked Jeokyeon what she thought about something. Jeokyeon was surprised and then asked what he meant by that. Doha then told her that he had heard Yeongyang say something about a rumor circulating in the palace. This left Jeokyeon surprised when Doha said that the rumor was about her relationship with Baisol. Then, this suddenly made Jeokyeon think of something. She suddenly realized that Baisol had tried to brush off the questions quickly because he didn't want to say anything about the rumor. Thinking about this, Jeokyeon felt that she needed to have a talk with Yeongyang because of what he did to her aide. Doha then spoke up and tried to convey to her that if it was a false rumor, she could simply clarify it. But Jeokyeon remarked that Baisol was a very fine man, and the rumor was not something surprising. Hearing his explanation, Doha seemed unsatisfied. Suddenly, while they were conversing, Jeokyeon noticed that something was about to occur. In an instant, the ground broke, creating a space between them. Shortly after, the ground where Doha stood suddenly fell even more, collapsing and leaving Jeokyeon behind. Jeokyeon sarcastically said to Doha, smiling, that even the labyrinth seemed set on interrupting their meeting. This made Doha curious about what she meant, and he didn't understand why Jeokyeon said that. As Doha kept falling, they had no choice but to part ways. As he continued to fall, he created a barrier to protect himself from harm. On the other hand, Jeokyeon smiled as she told Doha to take care of himself. As she looked at Doha continuing to fall, she pondered that the next time they meet would be outside of the labyrinth. In the meantime, the remaining princes, including Jeongwon, proceeded to make their way out of the labyrinth. While walking, he observed that the place didn't seem as damaged as one might expect considering its age. He pondered that it seemed as though the labyrinth was somehow preserving itself, ensuring that people could still come and explore its depths. He couldn't shake the odd sensation, causing him to pause momentarily in his stride. Suddenly, he found himself contemplating whether the ceiling had always been as low as it appeared to be since he first entered. Out of nowhere, an unusual event unfolded, and he was swiftly sliced. This sudden action caused his glasses to fall to the floor, shattering them upon impact. He remained steady, sensing and processing what was occurring. To his surprise, he suddenly noticed that the walls were constricting around him, tightening their grip. Quickly, he called upon his powers to hold the walls at bay, preventing them from closing in further. He grasped the walls firmly with his powers, using his strength to stabilize them and prevent them from tightening any further. However, he soon realized that his powers might not be sufficient to hold off the relentless pressure, as the walls were slowly beginning to snap despite his efforts. Looking at the situation, he realized that at this rate, he would be completely crushed between the walls. Suddenly, the walls began to shake, and a large hand emerged, prompting him to sprint away quickly to escape the impending danger. But as he hurriedly tried to escape, he abruptly halted as more hands emerged from the floor, blocking his path. With no other option available, he unleashed a surge of power in their direction, using his abilities to combat the emerging hands. Suddenly, he noticed something materializing in his path. He observed a light where he directed his powers and speculated that it might mark the end of the path. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the light, eager to reach what he hoped would be the end of his ordeal. Glancing back, he saw that the large hands were still in pursuit, urging him to quicken his pace towards the beckoning light. However, as he entered the space illuminated by the light, the pursuing hands suddenly froze in place, unable to follow him any further. And then, to his relief, the hands slowly began to vanish, dissipating into nothingness as he stood within the safety of the illuminated area. He watched in amazement as the hands retracted away, a sight he never anticipated witnessing. Much to his amazement, his sibling, Eon, the 20th prince, was also present in the vicinity. So, Jeokyeon welcomed him with a friendly smile. Eon smiled and conveyed his happiness at encountering Jeokyeon. They chatted, and Jeokyeon inquired if Eon had encountered any difficulties on his journey, to which Eon replied that there were none. Then Jeokyeon mentioned that he, too, hadn't faced any issues thus far. Hearing this, Eon felt relieved and considered the possibility that he and Jeokyeon could escape the maze together. After a while, they both pondered which passage to take, contemplating their options and considering the paths ahead. Eon assured Jeokyeon that he was fine with any choice and expressed his willingness to follow wherever Jeokyeon decided to go. Then, in a kind manner, Jeokyeon made a suggestion regarding which direction to take. As Jeokyeon selected the path and proceeded forward, Eon followed behind, his thoughts wandering as they moved along. Eon informed Jeokyeon that this was the same path he had traversed earlier. Jeokyeon simply smiled and admitted that he had become confused. Shortly after, they decided to take the other route and continued on their way. Meanwhile, Hamel was walking along the path that Jeokyeon had taken earlier, following the tracks left by Jeokyeon. He thought that he had finally found Jeokyeon, believing that it would now be easier to track him down. Hamel carefully examined the tracks left by Jeokyeon, studying them with a focused gaze. He touched the tracks and instantly recognized them as belonging to her, confirming his suspicions. The tracks made by Jeokyeon stirred something within Hamel, compelling him to pursue her further. As he walked, Hamel also left behind a trail of scattered sakura blossoms, marking his own path as he followed Jeokyeon's tracks. While he continued walking, he stumbled upon a scene that left him utterly shocked. He encountered a cracked figure resembling an eye, which struck him as eerie and unsettling. He continued walking, passing by the peculiar location, but couldn't help but roam his eyes around, feeling a sense of unease lingering within him. He noticed that the surroundings were in a state of complete disarray, further adding to the unsettling atmosphere of the place. As he pondered his surroundings, suddenly there was a strange rattling noise, catching him off guard. To his surprise, he realized that large hands were reaching out from behind, seemingly about to grab him. However, Hamel detected it and sensed its approach from the rear. In a split second, he halted the advance of the massive hands and swiftly sliced through them. As the fragments tumbled down, Hamel grew annoyed. He became frustrated when he realized that the trail left by Jeokyeon had abruptly ended. However, he pondered whether Jeokyeon might have gone into hiding underground. So he investigated by placing his ear to the ground, but he couldn't discern any sounds. Then he reasoned that it was just his imagination, and there was no plausible way Jeokyeon could be down there. Shortly after, he stood up, acknowledging that Jeokyeon wasn't the type to succumb to such tricks, and concluded that he might have to abandon the search for now. However, he remained determined to be the first to locate Jeokyeon ahead of any of the princes. On the flip side, the 8th prince, Korin, was still wandering aimlessly, lost on his journey. He became annoyed by the vast size of the location and believed that there was nothing substantial to justify its large scale. All of a sudden, he experienced a strange sensation and sensed something unusual. He believes that there is something nearby skillfully concealing its presence in a nonchalant manner. However, he persisted on his path, biding his time to seize the opportunity to apprehend it. Shortly after, seizing the opportune moment, he attacked with his powers, creating a burst of light. However, upon turning around, he found nothing behind him. He was shocked and began pondering what it could have been, growing curious about why there was nothing there after all. Then, in a calm and courteous manner, he beckoned for it to reveal itself. Suddenly, Hyun, the 5th prince, appeared. He made his entrance, remarking that it was quite rude for Korin to attack. Korin inquired of Hyun how long he had been following him, to which Hyun replied it had been about 15 minutes. Furthermore, Korin remarked that if he didn't know any better, he might have aimed for Hyun's vital points, but Hyun playfully joked that Korin knew all along that it was him. Shortly after, Korin wanted to say something to Hyun. Hyun inquired, asking what Korin wanted to say. Unknown to Hyun, a large remnant was behind him, and Korin informed him of its presence. In an instant, Hyun felt unease wash over him, and his demeanor suddenly changed. But he quickly regained his composure, flashing a smile, and didn't feel terrified at all. He swiftly moved his fingers, signaling his power. In the blink of an eye, the remnant was sliced in half. Then he assured Korin that the situation had already been taken care of. Before meeting Korin, Hyun battled the remnants, encountering a mysterious hand that appeared out of nowhere. He mentioned that he was taken aback by its sudden appearance, causing him to react swiftly by cutting sharply. Shortly after, he proceeded to cut off the entity's ankle. Shortly after, Hyun asked Korin if they should search for the exit together, but Korin declined. However, Hyun persisted, emphasizing that it would be safer if they stuck together. Then, Hyun jokingly asked Korin if he would still decline, even considering the fate of the princes who never managed to escape. But Korin retorted that anyone who lost their way in the labyrinth was considered foolish. Then, he informed Hyun that the place felt a bit strange, as he didn't sense anything remotely dangerous. Then, Korin inquired if Hyun was afraid of the location, which surprised Hyun and caught him off guard with the question. Hyun then realized that Korin was correct about the remnants attacking blindly and violently, but without any intention to kill. This made him wonder what the true reason was behind the labyrinth's movements. Furthermore, Korin opened up and asked Hyun what the point was of accompanying him if they were tied, as they would both reach the same point and would have to lose either way. So, Korin told Hyun to go on his own, which Hyun also acknowledged as being the right decision. After deciding, they parted ways, and Hyun smiled, thinking that they should meet outside soon. Meanwhile, Doha was still stuck underground where he had fallen earlier. As he was alone, he suddenly began overthinking what Jeokyeon had said about them not having a bond after all this time. This made him think about the times they were together, but actually didn't interact at all, always ending up in awkward situations. But shortly, he decided that he should set aside those thoughts until after the trial, as it was now time to escape from where he was. As he looked up, he saw a path going upwards and decided that he should go there first. In an instant, he used his powers to escape from the location where he was. He created a rope using his powers and used it to advance upward, climbing as he went. In a second, he landed on another level and successfully made it up. But then, he wondered if there was another higher level where Jeokyeon had fallen earlier, so he pondered whether the labyrinth was constantly changing its structure. Suddenly, he heard a sound coming from behind him. He quickly spun around and rushed to where the sound was coming from. As he arrived at the source of the sound, his astonishment grew, rendering him momentarily speechless. He found himself facing a peculiar wall that captured his attention even more. As he reached out and touched it, he realized with a start that the wall was made of water, an enormous structure crafted entirely from seawater. Continuing to touch the wall, he marveled at its ability to maintain its form and withstand the test of time, prompting him to wonder if this was the true power of the gods. He realized there was no turning back, and if the wall had successfully kept intruders out for thousands of years, Then he knew he had to do something. Realizing he had to split the water to get through, he lifted his hands, determined to try. Determined, Doha summoned all his might and powers, focusing them to split through the thick water wall. His power surged, splitting through the wall and creating a path forward as he continued to advance, creating a space between the water. Shortly, he succeeded, splitting the water and creating another path for himself. Without delay, he walked through the newly created path. As he walked through, he saw something outstanding between the water walls, leaving him speechless. He saw statues of gods inside the water walls. It dawned on him that these statues depicted the very deities who had once stood at the vanguard of an ancient battle, their forms frozen in time as a testament to their valor and power. He pondered that the glory and honor of the gods from that ancient time were forever vividly displayed within the waters, a timeless tribute to their valor and significance in history. So he thought that the path he had split should be preserved here, where history itself lay hidden away. From that moment on, the labyrinth remained unharmed, preserving the memory of the gods and their ancient deeds for eternity. Meanwhile, the other princes also struggled to find a path, including the 19th prince, Jeokyeon. He grew irritated as he tripped, his confusion mounting as he questioned the destination of his journey. He pondered the danger of the place, where the walls seemed to attack people, and worried about the possibility of being unable to find the exit, potentially meeting a meaningless death within the labyrinth. As he wondered about finding the fourth prince, he suddenly saw someone nearby. To his surprise, it was the fourth prince, Jeokyeon. In the outside world, the emperor was being asked how he had managed to navigate the labyrinth so quickly in his early days. So the emperor asked his aide what he meant by that question. So his aide explained that the labyrinth seemed to move as if alive, attacking any intruders. However, he pointed out that the emperor had managed to find the exit and escape within just 4 hours. Then the emperor told his aide that there wasn't much inside the labyrinth, and it was the truth. The emperor then explained that the labyrinth wasn't as dangerous as he had thought. He explained that the thing attacking the princes inside was normal. So his aide realized that the important thing in escaping was how quickly one could find the right exit. The emperor agreed, adding that it also mattered who the princes met inside. The emperor recounted how he himself had been excited to meet the other princes inside, noting that one would be free to do anything once they came across an opponent in a place that was invisible to others. However, strangely enough, the emperor admitted that he hadn't seen a single one of them until he got out. Then, he added that his random wandering had led him outside within just 4 hours, a story his aide listened to carefully. Then, the emperor thought that, having lived more than 1,000 years, he now knew the answers to what had happened. The emperor then told his aide what it was. Moreover, Jeokyeon kept walking through the dark path, his only source of light being the fire from his torch. He looked around, trying to find the exit. Unknown to Jeokyeon, someone was hiding in the darkness behind him, patiently waiting for his arrival. The person lurking in the shadows, waiting for Jeokyeon, was none other than Jeokyeon. Jeokyeon lay in wait, hidden in the darkness, patiently biding his time for the perfect opportunity to ambush Jeokyeon. Jeokyeon felt a stroke of luck as he stumbled upon the fourth prince, just as he was contemplating the possibility of crossing paths with Jeokyeon. Jeokyeon, confident that Jeokyeon remained unaware of his presence, stole a quick glance in Jeokyeon's direction to assess the situation. He hastily ducked, his heart pounding nervously in his chest as he realized Jeokyeon had nearly caught sight of him. However, mustering his courage, Jeokyeon peeked out again and noticed that Jeokyeon had stopped walking. After a while, he observed that Jeokyeon was thinking deeply about which direction to take and which path would lead them in the correct direction. Jeokyeon felt a wave of relief wash over him when he realized that Jeokyeon still hadn't noticed his presence. Deciding it was best to maintain some distance, he resolved to quietly follow Jeokyeon without being detected. Jeokyeon proceeded to walk along the path, diligently searching for the correct route. Meanwhile, Jeokyeon trailed behind Jeokyeon, keeping a careful distance to avoid being noticed. He ensured to maintain a safe distance and remained inconspicuous as he trailed behind Jeokyeon, determined not to attract any attention to himself. However, as they continued walking, Jeokyeon began to harbor doubts about whether Jeokyeon was indeed leading them along the correct path. He noticed that there wasn't a single crossroads or an exit in sight, which made him question whether they were on the right path. Despite this observation, Jeokyeon continued walking without hesitation. Suddenly, Jeokyeon came to a halt in his steps, bringing their journey to an unexpected pause. Yeongyong swiftly concealed himself, feeling a rush of nerves as Jeokyeon abruptly stopped walking, catching him off guard. Shortly after, Yeongyong's eyes widened in surprise as he heard an unusual sound nearby. Jeokyeon too had stopped in his tracks due to the same reason, as a peculiar sound had unexpectedly disrupted their journey. Yeongyong couldn't help but wonder if his ears were deceiving him, as he distinctly heard the sound of sea waves echoing within the labyrinth. Then, Yeongyong suddenly found himself pondering whether Jeokyeon would choose to investigate the source of the mysterious sound, a thought that slightly irritated him. As Jeokyeon resumed his walk, Yeongyong quietly trailed behind, maintaining a safe distance and keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed that Jeokyeon had come to a stop and was fixated on something ahead. As he peered closely, he was taken aback by the surprising sight unfolding before him. To his amazement, he observed Jeokyeon standing upon a peculiar wall of water, a sight that left him utterly astonished. In that moment, regret washed over Yeongyong as he realized he had no other path to take but to follow Jeokyeon. However, his apprehension grew as he watched Jeokyeon steadily approach the mysterious wall of water. Observing carefully, Yeongyong noticed that Jeokyeon was studying the wall of water intently, his gaze fixed upon it with a mixture of curiosity and determination. Suddenly, Jeokyeon reached out with a single finger, attempting to make contact with the strange wall of water. In an instant, he exerted his powers, and with a swift motion, he effortlessly split through the water barrier. Jeokyeon's power burst through the water, causing it to slowly dissipate and vanish before their eyes. Yeongyong was taken aback, instinctively covering his eyes as he was overwhelmed by the sheer power of the phenomenon unfolding before him. Jeokyeon's fiery power seemed to engulf and swallow up all the water, causing it to evaporate into thin air. In the blink of an eye, the water wall vanished completely, leaving behind nothing but a blazing inferno in its wake. After the fire had evaporated all the water, the place was suddenly drenched by a downpour of rain. Witnessing this spectacle, Yeongyong found himself utterly surprised and rendered speechless by the formidable power displayed by the fourth prince. As the water evaporated, Jeokyeon realized that it might be safe to walk through the area. Shortly after, Jeokyeon decided to proceed and resumed walking along the path, determined to continue their journey despite the recent events. As they walked, Jeokyeon fell silent, his gaze sweeping over their surroundings as he observed the area intently. Following behind, Yeongyong couldn't shake off a growing sense of anxiety that gnawed at him. As he wandered, he suddenly found himself startled by the sight that unfolded before him. He suddenly stumbled upon a statue of a god, catching him completely off guard. He realized that the statue depicted a god, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that it was charred and burnt all over. Meanwhile, Jeokyeon maintained a sense of complacency and relief as he carried on walking, seemingly unaffected by the surroundings. On the other hand, Jeokyeon was overcome with anxiety, troubled by the thought that they had stumbled upon a place where divine statues, crafted by the very hands of gods from the divine realm, lay charred and destroyed. Meanwhile, as the trial continued, one of the divine masters was observed indulging in a drink, perhaps seeking solace or relaxation. Noticing the smile on the divine master's face, his apprentice couldn't help but inquire about the reason behind his cheerful demeanor. However, the master of Jeokyeon simply continued to smile, offering no explanation for his apparent happiness. He reassured his apprentice that there was nothing to worry about and instructed him to resume his duties of sweeping. As the trial went on, the clock kept ticking away, and before we knew it, the sun had begun its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, signaling the approach of evening. As time passed, night fell, and Bean Gang became impatient. Since it was already getting dark in the evening, they began lighting candles to brighten up the place. All the candles were lit up, casting their warm glow around the room. At that moment, there were 8 hours remaining before the third trial would come to a close. Moreover, Bean Gang kindly offered a warm loaf of bread to Baisol. Bean Gang repeated to Baisol to accept it, reminding him that he had gone the entire day without eating or drinking anything. However, Baisol ignored Bean Gang's offer and continued to look downcast. Shortly after, the 8th prince successfully navigated his way out of the labyrinth, becoming the first to escape, and he was warmly greeted by the women from the goddess's realm. Korin turned around as he was greeted by his aide. His assistant expressed excitement and happiness for his master, as he was the first one to successfully navigate his way out. Following that, his aide inquired about Korin's experience inside the labyrinth, to which Korin simply responded that there is none. As Korin removed his jewelry and handed it to his aide, he instructed him to get some fresh clothes for him. The Emperor also witnessed Korin's successful exit and contemplated what he believed was the right course of action. He concluded that the simpler the approach, the easier the trial becomes. He explained that the labyrinth provides each individual with a path tailored to their earnest desires, facilitating their journey towards fulfillment. This clarifies why the Emperor did not encounter anyone inside the labyrinth because his brothers fervently wished to avoid him. That's why the labyrinth grants the true desires of individuals. Therefore, the Emperor did not encounter his brothers because their genuine desire was to avoid him. Similarly, the Emperor finding the exit in just 4 hours is simply because he had faith in himself that he would easily escape faster than anyone else. He then posed an intriguing question to his aide. The Emperor explained that if his sons were to encounter someone in the labyrinth, it might be someone who trusts deeply enough to show their back in the crossroads of life and death. As Jeokyeon continued his stroll, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a source of illumination. He instantly stopped and stared at the source of light, thinking it was the exit. On the other hand, Jeokyeon also stopped and froze as he too caught sight of the light. Unbeknownst to Jeokyeon, Jeokyeon had spotted him following from behind. However, Jeokyeon was so engrossed in the light that he didn't think Jeokyeon would notice him, believing instead that the light indicated the exit up ahead. Suddenly, he noticed Jeokyeon standing right in front of him and wondered what he was doing. And in a swift, almost imperceptible motion, Jeokyeon inclined his head in acknowledgement. To Jeokyeon's surprise, Jeokyeon turned around and greeted him with a cold, unwavering stare, sending a chill down Jeokyeon's spine. He realized that Jeokyeon had been acutely aware of his presence all along. He was taken aback by Jeokyeon's sudden move and pondered whether Jeokyeon knew that he had been following him all this time. As he looked at Jeokyeon, he told himself to calm down and act as if he had just stumbled upon the same exit. Jeokyeon pondered that there was no rule against following someone from behind, so he could just act as if it were a mere coincidence. Then, Jeokyeon struck up a conversation and told Jeokyeon that it was funny meeting them there. He explained to Jeokyeon that he had been wandering aimlessly and had ended up on the same path as Jeokyeon without realizing he was right ahead of him. He continued walking past Jeokyeon, casually remarking that it was a total coincidence. As he walked past Jeokyeon, Jeokyeon felt relieved, thinking he had successfully navigated the encounter without revealing his true intentions. He smiled sneakily, pondering whether Jeokyeon had truly fallen for his deceptive words. But suddenly, a string caught his foot, halting his steps abruptly. Jeokyeon was surprised, wondering what it was that had stopped him in his tracks. Suddenly, numerous strings appeared, weaving a web around him, binding him tightly. Jeokyeon moved swiftly, sprinting towards Jeokyeon. As Jeokyeon was tied and unable to move, Jeokyeon approached him from behind. Jeokyeon whispered into Jeokyeon's ear, inquiring where he was headed. Jeokyeon smiled and calmly informed Jeokyeon that she had never said he could leave, a statement that sent a shiver of fear down Jeokyeon's spine. Jeokyeon was startled and intrigued by the strings that were binding him tightly. He felt as though the strings were digging into his skin, making it impossible for him to move even an inch. He became angry and complained to Jeokyeon about what she had done, questioning why she suddenly tied him up and what her intentions were. Jeokyeon disregarded his complaints and ordered him to be quiet. This frightened Jeokyeon as Jeokyeon's cold tone and serious demeanor conveyed a sense of fear. So, Jeokyeon realized that Jeokyeon might actually want to fight him, prompting him to understand the urgent need to escape as soon as possible. Jeokyeon exerted all his strength and tried with all his might to break free and utilize his physical abilities to escape. However, despite his efforts, he still couldn't manage to break free, and Jeokyeon remained standing before him, blocking his escape. He became frightened when he saw Jeokyeon raise her hands. To his surprise, Jeokyeon slapped him, causing a cut on his face. Jeokyeon slapped Jeokyeon without displaying any emotions on her face. Jeokyeon was taken aback and unsure how to react to the unexpected slap. Shortly after, Jeokyeon approached Jeokyeon and inquired about how it felt to be struck when he couldn't retaliate even slightly. However, Jeokyeon grew irritated and reached his limit with Jeokyeon's actions. In an instant, Jeokyeon broke free from Jeokyeon's bindings using his powers. He grew furious that Jeokyeon dared to strike him, and he was prepared to retaliate and seek revenge. He directed a burst of fire towards Jeokyeon, but she easily evaded it with nimble agility. Surprisingly, she caught the fire hurled by Jeokyeon and effortlessly made it her own, harnessing its power. In a swift motion, he hurled the flames back towards Jeokyeon, resulting in the manifestation of an intensified blaze. With a fierce determination akin to the unleashing of a dragon's fiery breath, she channeled a formidable surge of power, directing it squarely towards Jeokyeon. Caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, Jeokyeon found herself in a moment of bewilderment, unsure of how to react and left with little time to evade the impending assault. Consequently, the full force of the fire's power struck him squarely at his core, propelling him forcefully into the wall with a strength that left him reeling from the impact. Immobile and confined to the ground, Jeokyeon found herself in a seated position, incapacitated by the effects of the powerful attack, rendering any movement impossible. Furthermore, Jeokyeon approached closer, taking advantage of the moment to caution Jeokyeon about the importance of exercising greater care when interacting with possessions belonging to others. Subsequently, Jeokyeon, with a touch of sarcasm, ridiculed Jeokyeon for his current predicament, mocking the noble imperial prince for finding himself in such a state. Jeokyeon simply stated to Jeokyeon that Baisal's heart is as gentle as he appears, and she expressed how devastated she was when he came back to her place after facing insults. Continuing his assault, Jeokyeon escalated by deliberately stepping onto Jeokyeon's legs as a consequence of his actions towards Baisal. She leaned in close, whispering into his ear with a tone laden with accusation, revealing her knowledge that he was the one responsible for harming Baisal. Abruptly, Jeokyeon's hand clenched with increased intensity as he exerted even more force in response to the escalating tension in the situation. Jeokyeon noticed Jeokyeon's clenched hand and wondered what his next move would be. Suddenly, Jeokyeon's fist collided with the wall, generating a powerful impact that reverberated through the room. The force of the punch caused a visible crack to spiderweb through the walls. The sheer force of the impact resulted in the walls breaking apart, sending rocks cascading down shortly afterward. Meanwhile, Eon and Jeongwon had already reached the exit, their timely departure contrasting with the chaos unfolding behind them. Finally, a sense of relief washed over Eon and Jeongwon as they emerged from the turmoil, grateful to have escaped the labyrinth. Meanwhile, Hyun successfully navigated his way out of the labyrinth and found himself signing a document shortly thereafter, marking his safe exit from the treacherous maze. Hyun hastened to Korin's side and eagerly relayed how he had been captivated by the labyrinth, prompting him to explore further before finally making his way out. On the other hand, Beangang felt a sense of disappointment weighing heavily upon him as his master, Ryu Doha, had yet to emerge from the labyrinth. In a fit of distress, Beangang began shouting, desperately inquiring about the whereabouts of his master, expressing a worry and frustration. Suddenly, Ryu Doha appeared, his unexpected presence halting Beangang's tears as relief washed over him at the sight of his master's safe return. Beangang was overcome with surprise as he finally laid eyes on Ryu Doha, a moment of disbelief washing over him as he wondered if what he was seeing was indeed real. Ryu Doha emerged victorious from the labyrinth, and with his mission accomplished, he set off towards the goddesses. Beangang continued to shed tears, unable to contain his emotions as he openly expressed his deep concern. Despite Beangang's persistent tears and emotional display, Ryu Doha chose to ignore him, perhaps preoccupied with other thoughts or focused on the next steps of their journey. Ryu Doha's master and his aide observed with relief as Ryu Doha finally emerged from the labyrinth. His master noted that Ryu Doha had placed 7th, considering the fact that he had spent a total of 38 hours navigating through the labyrinth. Disappointed with Ryu Doha's performance, his master expressed his dissatisfaction and promptly instructed his aide that they should depart from the scene. Meanwhile, Beangang continued to engage Ryu Doha in conversation, earnestly expressing his concern and worry about Doha's well-being. Then Beangang redirected his attention away from Baisal. Beangang recognized that Baisal was also deeply worried about Jeokyeon. As Beangang discussed the rumor, Ryu Doha suddenly became interested, surprised that Beangang had mentioned it. Ryu Doha then turned to Beangang and inquired whether Jeokyeon was still inside the labyrinth. Repeating his question, Ryu Doha urged Beangang for an answer, his persistence reflecting the gravity of the situation and the importance of confirming Jeokyeon's whereabouts. Jeokyeon remained within the labyrinth, still present despite the injuries that caused him to cough up blood. After collecting himself, he pondered Jeokyeon's whereabouts, considering that the ceiling had collapsed earlier. Just when he assumed Jeokyeon had been crushed by the rocks, he was unaware that another attack was imminent. To his astonishment, Jeokyeon suddenly materialized in front of him and delivered a swift kick to his face. Jeokyeon stared coldly at Jeokyeon as he collapsed to the ground. As a result, Jeokyeon lay unconscious on the ground, unable to finish his sentence. Jeokyeon warned Jeokyeon to be cautious with his actions, reminding him that he was the weaker one. Enraged, Jeokyeon continued, channeling power into her hands. Jeokyeon then placed her finger on top of Jeokyeon's clothes. To his surprise, Jeokyeon's fingers were as hot as fire, burning through his clothes and scorching his skin in the process. Jeokyeon instructed Jeokyeon to remember her words and carve them deep into his heart. Moreover, Jeokyeon carved into Jeokyeon's skin a saying that the tongue is a blade that wounds the body, ensuring that from that moment on, he would never forget to always humble himself before Jeokyeon. There's just 1 hour remaining before the trial concludes, and Hamel is still outside the labyrinth. He overheard people discussing why he hadn't come back to the place yet. However, Hamel's attention was solely on Baisal, who patiently awaited his master. Baisal appeared downcast and remained motionless, refusing to move to his designated location. In Hamel's perception, Baisal seemed quite pitiful as he patiently awaited Jeokyeon. On the flip side, Doha and Beangang had yet to depart and were waiting for the trial to conclude. Beangang expressed his hunger and questioned Doha about whether they truly needed to remain until the trial's conclusion. Beangang inquired whether the real reason they were still present was because of his concern that Jeokyeon had yet to emerge from the labyrinth. Meanwhile, Baisal stayed behind, remaining concerned. Baisal wondered why his master was taking an unusually long time to emerge. Suddenly, a grand entrance was made as a fiery blaze erupted. This caught the attention of Hamel, Doha, and most notably Baisal, as he recognized it as a sign of his master's presence. The crowd was taken aback by what happened, and they observed with astonishment as they realized it was the fourth prince who had made the dramatic entrance. As he appeared, they announced that the fourth prince had successfully emerged. Hamel was delighted to see her and was about to approach, but Baisal hastily shouted his master's name. To their surprise, Baisal grabbed Jeokyeon's wrist. Jeokyeon was taken aback, and he glanced back to see who it was. Meanwhile, Hamel observed as Baisal reached out to Jeokyeon. Doha also cast a glance at the unfolding scene between Baisal and Jeokyeon. To Jeokyeon's surprise, Baisal drew her closer to him. Baisal enveloped Jeokyeon in a warm embrace, gently pulling her nearer to him, driven by the depth of his concern and worry. He drew her close by firmly grasping her waist, bringing her nearer to him in a gesture fueled by his deep sense of concern and worry. Baisal hesitated, questioning whether it was appropriate to display such closeness with Jeokyeon in front of others, considering the potential judgment from the surrounding audience. He wondered if it was acceptable for him to openly express his concern, like others do. Jeokyeon was taken aback by Baisal's unexpected gesture, her surprise evident in her reaction to his unanticipated action. Shortly after, he gently released his hold on Jeokyeon, slowly retracting his grasp as he withdrew from their embrace. Afterward, he expressed to Jeokyeon his relief and happiness at her safe return, conveying his emotions with sincerity and gratitude. Following his expression of relief, he inquired if Jeokyeon had sustained any injuries. However, Jeokyeon remained surprised and unsure of how to react, her emotions still caught off guard by Baisal's actions, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Jeokyeon tightened his grip. So Hamel believed that she became upset because Baisal hugged her. However, much to their surprise, Jeokyeon grasped Baisal's face. Jeokyeon embraced Baisal, which also caught Baisal by surprise. Jeokyeon then apologized, expressing regret for causing Baisal to worry. While she continued to embrace him, Jeokyeon offered a sincere apology. Hamel was taken aback by Jeokyeon's actions, as he hadn't expected her to hug Baisal. As Jeokyeon continued to hug Baisal, Baisal felt anxious and began to ponder the possibility that someone might spread rumors if they were seen together in that manner. So he told Jeokyeon that there are other people around, but Jeokyeon reassured him that it was fine. Jeokyeon advised him not to pay attention to what others might say, emphasizing that they were the only ones with a bond like theirs. Shortly after, Jeokyeon suggested that they should head home, noticing that Baisal seemed tired. Meanwhile, Doha, who had also witnessed the scene, remained surprised by Jeokyeon's actions. However, in an instant, he decided that he shouldn't dwell on it. Meanwhile, as the trial was about to conclude, the handmaidens were discussing its conclusion. As they conversed about the 19th prince not yet appearing, he suddenly showed up, surprising them. The 19th prince showed up injured, clutching his chest. The prince became angry at the handmaiden for freezing upon seeing him, so she immediately apologized. Moreover, the prince then proceeded on his way, and the handmaidens continued gossiping. On his way back, Yeongyong couldn't help but harbor thoughts of revenge against Jeokyeon. He couldn't control his anger when he thought about what Jeokyeon had done to him, so he made a vow to himself that he would end her life. On the other hand, Baisal remained on the rooftop as they returned to the location where the winter persisted. As he sat there, he suddenly found himself reminiscing about the moment when Jeokyeon embraced him. He contemplated how his master's touch felt warm against his skin, akin to a blazing flame. This evoked a sensation within him and made him appreciate the warmth provided by Jeokyeon. He descended from the rooftop with the intention of asking Jeokyeon for permission to retrieve her wine from the palace. When he informed her of his plan to go to Terraquin for the wine, he was taken aback when she told him that there was no need for it. Jeokyeon informed him that there was no need for him to go there because she had already arranged for the court ladies to bring it there every morning. This revelation left Baisal surprised and at a loss for words. As Baisal questioned why his master had made such arrangements, he suddenly recalled if it was because of what had transpired earlier. Then Jeokyeon suggested that they have a chat, mentioning that she had pondered a few things while inside the labyrinth. She admitted that it felt lonely and expressed hope that the trial would be the last hardship she'd have to endure without Baisal by her side. This revelation caught Baisal off guard, as he hadn't expected her to express a desire for his presence by her side. As Jeokyeon invited him in, Baisal mentioned that he needed to go somewhere quickly, but assured her that he would be back shortly. Baisal insisted that he would personally retrieve the wine, emphasizing that there was no need for Jeokyeon to have court ladies bring it to the palace. However, Jeokyeon disagreed and assured him that it was sufficient. Jeokyeon then firmly instructed Baisal to come inside and not to make her repeat herself. But Baisal remained hesitant despite Jeokyeon's firm instruction. So Jeokyeon proposed that if he wasn't going to come inside, she would accompany him to Terraquin instead. So Baisal, feeling he had no choice, entered, but shortly after, Jeokyeon pushed him against the wall. She brushed off Baisal's shoulder and remarked that he tended to overthink things. She instructed him to relax and emphasized that it was in order. However, Baisal felt uncomfortable and bashful as his master was standing too close to him. Suddenly, Jeokyeon turned as she noticed someone nearby. To their surprise, it was a court lady from the palace, and she had brought the wine with her. Both Jeokyeon and Baisal turned their attention to the lady as she explained the reason for her presence. The court lady seemed on the verge of tears and appeared frozen with nervousness. Then Jeokyeon took the wine she had brought. As she was about to leave, she assured them that she had not seen anything and encouraged them to continue with whatever they were doing. Jeokyeon wondered what was wrong with the lady, as she didn't understand the meaning behind her words. However, Baisal was irritated because being seen together could lead to rumors starting again. Meanwhile, Yeongyong's aide was tending to his injuries, and he was surprised when Yeongyong suddenly screamed in pain. Yeongyong became upset and instructed his servant to be more cautious as her actions were causing harm. Just as he was on the verge of revealing the reason behind his injuries, he abruptly halted his words. He contemplated the consequences of disclosing that it was the fourth prince who caused his injuries, realizing that doing so would only make him a subject of ridicule. However, suddenly a thought struck him. There was someone he could confide in about what had happened, someone who could offer him assistance. Then, he instructed his servant to fetch his outer robes for him. While still touching the mark left by Jeokyeon, he concealed it with a band-aid. But he smiled as he contemplated meeting someone he felt he needed to see. Meanwhile, in Hamel's palace, he was outside refreshing himself, taking in deep breaths of fresh air. He remained as calm as the serene season in his surroundings. Suddenly, he overheard some servants gossiping about the fourth prince, which immediately caught his attention. The servants were gossiping about a court lady who had entered the fourth prince's palace. The rumor suggested that the court lady stood by the doorway with a bottle of wine, only to notice that the door had been left wide open. Continuing, the court lady thought it was acceptable to enter, so she took a step inside. The servants eagerly waited for the girl to continue her story, anticipating what the court lady might have witnessed. So she told them that as it turns out, the fourth prince was standing right by the door, undoing his aide's robes. The revelation left the servants stunned, with one nearly collapsing in disbelief. The girl recounting the tale suddenly froze as she realized someone else was also listening in on their conversation. To their surprise, it was Hamel, the eighth prince. Recognizing Hamel's presence, they quickly bowed as a sign of respect. With a hint of sarcasm, Hamel inquired why their expressions appeared as if they had just encountered a ghost. Then he told them to continue their conversation, but the maids apologized and said they had committed a sin. But Hamel assured them they hadn't committed a sin and expressed curiosity. He instructed them to continue with the gossip. In the meantime, Jeongwon relaxes in his palace during his leisure hours. Soon after, one of his subordinates arrived and requested his attention. His subordinate notified him that the 19th prince had arrived seeking him. He instructed his subordinate to relay to Yeongyong that he was currently busy and to ask him to return at a later time. However, his subordinate mentioned that it appeared to be urgent, so he agreed to address the matter immediately. Soon after, Jeongwon and Yeongyong encountered each other. Yeongyong was impressed by Jeongwon's palace. Jeongwon was flattered and mentioned that cultivating those plants was simply a hobby of his. Before inquiring further, Jeongwon poured a cup of tea. Then he inquired of Yeongyong the purpose of his visit. Yeongyong hesitated to talk and experienced nervousness. After providing the reason, Jeongwon explained or clarified his statement. He inquired whether his statement implied that the fourth prince is concealing a significantly greater strength than he outwardly displays, and he suggested that the prince must be aware of this. Yeongyong stressed that Jeongwon shouldn't overlook it, as what Jeokyeon did was remarkable and shouldn't be disregarded. Suddenly, Jeongwon inquired about Yeongyong's recent lack of training. He was taken aback by Jeongwon's mention of it and attempted to justify or defend his recent lack of training. He felt irritated that even Jeongwon didn't believe him, prompting him to contemplate whether he should reveal the scar that Jeokyeon had left on him as evidence. Suddenly, Jeongwon was taken aback when Yeongyong began to reveal his skin. Upon catching a glimpse of it, Jeongwon was surprised. He noticed a scar that was inscribed and embedded into Yeongyong's skin. Yeongyong expressed that the scar was serious, mentioning that he barely managed to stop the bleeding. He explained that he treated it himself because he didn't want to inform the physician about what had happened. Hearing Yeongyong's explanation, Jeongwon began to believe that he wasn't lying, especially considering the scar as evidence. However, he couldn't help but wonder why Jeokyeon didn't finish Yeongyong off and instead just left a scar. Jeongwon pondered whether Jeokyeon was confident enough to spare Yeongyong's life because he didn't see him as a significant threat. He pondered deeply, realizing that he had underestimated Jeokyeon's ability. Yeongyong expressed that he trusted Jeongwon to believe him, which is why he wanted to share his story with him. Trembling with rage, he felt a strong desire for revenge against the fourth prince, but was unsure of what action to take. Suddenly, Jeongwon placed an object covered with cloth on the table. He explained to Yeongyong that it was a heartbreak grass he had picked during the last spring and had dried for a year. He elaborated that burning the leaves would produce smoke, and inhaling this smoke in an enclosed space would induce immediate slumber in just a few breaths. He emphasized that it's non-toxic and effective, particularly when dealing with serious patients, as the individual who inhales the smoke would be numbed from the pain and would quickly fall into a deep sleep. So Jeongwon suggested to Yeongyong that he believed the herb might somehow be able to assist him. Yeongyong, although confused, still expressed gratitude towards Jeongwon. Shortly after, Jeongwon stood up and announced that he would be leaving first as he still had matters to attend to. As Yeongyong was leaving, Jeongwon observed him closely. He couldn't help but think that Yeongyong was rather dense. Suddenly, Yeongyong turned back as Jeongwon called out to him. Jeongwon mentioned to Yeongyong that he had heard from someone that the fourth prince avoids using the bathhouse with the other princes. Yeongyong then asked Jeongwon what it meant, but he quickly grasped the meaning behind it, sparking an idea. Meanwhile, on the beautiful night, cherry blossoms fell like shimmering stars upon Hamel's palace. He was lost in thought as he held onto an earring. He pondered over what the servant had mentioned about the rumor circulating regarding the fourth prince's relationship with his subordinate. Hamel inquired with the servant about the scene she had heard about. She reported that a court lady mentioned the fourth prince's robes were very disheveled. Thinking about this, Hamel became irritated, causing him to grip the earring tightly, resulting in his hands bleeding. The earrings broke, causing him to immediately scatter them. On the other hand, as the night progressed, the princes took baths together. Hyun told Korin to accompany him, but Korin told him to stop pushing him. On the other hand, Jeokyeon peeked at the other princes, waiting for them to leave. He noticed that all the princes had left, giving him the opportunity to carry out his plan. He quickly placed the herb and lit it. Quickly, he placed it onto the ashtray. The herb started to burn and emit smoke, so he quickly covered his nose to prevent himself from inhaling it. He hurriedly went outside where his subordinate was waiting for him. He informed his subordinate that he had effectively executed his plan and to simply await the results. He inquired of his subordinate whether the individual they had hired could be relied upon. Upon learning that they were, Jeokyeon anticipated the subsequent course of action. In haste, he instructed his subordinate to return home, rest, and patiently await further updates. Jeokyeon smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he believed he was finally achieving his revenge. He was filled with confidence, believing that he could bring down Jeokyeon. On the contrary, Jeokyeon's position remains unchanged despite the shifting circumstances. Shortly after, Baisal arrived and informed Jeokyeon that the other princes had left the bathhouse. Baisal felt anxious as Jeokyeon remained silent, not responding to the information. Inside the room, silence prevailed, illuminated only by the flickering candles. Jeokyeon was surprisingly asleep, despite being seated upright. Baisal was taken aback upon discovering Jeokyeon asleep. He approached closer and knelt down, contemplating whether he should allow Jeokyeon to continue sleeping and rest further. Baisal couldn't resist the urge to reach out and touch Jeokyeon. However, he hesitated for a moment and withdrew his hands. Shortly after, Jeokyeon began to slowly awaken. She informed Baisal that she had dozed off while waiting and inquired if the princes had departed. Baisal confirmed that they had indeed left. Quickly, Jeokyeon stood up and instructed Baisal to wake her up as much as he liked next time. As they arrived at the bathhouse, Jeokyeon promptly stepped into the tub. She swiftly settled her body into the hot waters, feeling their soothing warmth. She couldn't help but appreciate the warmth, especially since she had been feeling tired over the past few days. At that moment, Jeokyeon couldn't help but feel overcome by drowsiness. Meanwhile, Baisal waited outside and guarded the door. Baisal reminisced about the moment when he was close to Jeokyeon's face. However, he brushed off that thought as it kept distracting him. Suddenly, there was a loud sound emerged. It caught Baisal's attention immediately. Jeokyeon also became alert, and suddenly, the drowsiness ceased.
Jeokyeon recognized the noise as a scream, and it unmistakably originated from close proximity. Baisal contacted his master, and they both understood that something was unfolding. Jeokyeon instructed Baisal to investigate the situation and determine what was occurring. However, Baisal was concerned that someone might approach Jeokyeon in his absence. Jeokyeon rose to her feet and expressed gratitude to Baisal for his concern. She reassured him not to worry, reminding him that she held the position of the fourth prince, indicating that no one would dare intrude. Despite considering her words, he found himself still harboring doubts, even though he understood there was likely no cause for concern. Baisal pondered why he couldn't shake this sense of foreboding, despite logically understanding that there seemed to be no imminent threat. After Baisal departed, Jeokyeon closed his eyes, pondering why he suddenly felt so fatigued at that particular moment. She resolved to keep her eyes closed for a while longer, waiting patiently until Baisal returned. Meanwhile, the woman who had screamed felt a sense of nervousness creeping over her. She found it strange that despite her loud screams, no one seemed to be responding or approaching to help. Prior to the incident, Yeonjeong had instructed the woman to scream for help outside the bathhouse around midnight. He inquired whether she was familiar with the appearance of the fourth prince's subordinate, to which she replied that she did not know. He proceeded to describe the appearance of the fourth prince's subordinate and gave her instructions on how to act when he arrived. The servant was rendered speechless as Yeonjeong informed him that all the riches would be hers once she successfully completed the task he had assigned her. Her eyes widened in shock as she suddenly felt a hand with a strand of white hair reaching out from behind her. To her astonishment, Baisal was already present, standing behind her. Baisal raised his sword, attempting to make his presence known. But Seol couldn't shake off the strange feeling that there was no one nearby when he arrived. At that moment, he attempted to utilize his skills before positioning himself behind the woman. The woman grew increasingly nervous as she didn't sense Seol's presence approaching. The woman turned around to get a glimpse of Seol's appearance. Seol instructed her to return to her quarters and assured her not to worry. However, the woman hesitated, remembering the 19th prince's instruction to delay Seol for as long as possible. She pondered her options, wondering if there was anything she could do to fulfill the 19th prince's directive. Meanwhile, Seol observed that the woman had stopped moving, which raised his suspicions. Suddenly, she embraced him tightly, pleading for him not to leave, claiming that she was terrified. The woman persisted in her act, leaving Seol speechless and taken aback by her unexpected behavior. Meanwhile, the other man, who had also been instructed by the 19th prince, was waiting outside the bathhouse as directed. He surveyed the area, confirming that it was indeed the location the 19th prince had described to him. Swiftly, he pushed open the door and immediately noticed a strong scent of herbs permeating the air. He entered the bathhouse, his mind focused on executing the plan swiftly. Before proceeding, he had been instructed by the 19th prince to cause harm to Jeokyeon. The 19th prince reassured him not to worry, explaining that Jeokyeon would be rendered unconscious and wouldn't wake up. However, the man remained hesitant, apprehensive about causing harm to a member of the royal family. Shortly after, Yeonjeong handed him a vial of poison and instructed him to apply it to his blade. He ordered the man to ensure that he left a visible scar on Jeokyeon's body as a mark of their attack. The man pondered deeply, contemplating whether to carry out the deed, knowing that if he did, Yeonjeong promised to absolve him of all his crimes. After a while, the man noticed Jeokyeon's presence. He observed that she was peacefully asleep while seated. Approaching Jeokyeon, the man observed her intently and couldn't shake off a strange feeling. He gently touched her face and pondered that Jeokyeon's appearance was remarkably beautiful for someone who was a man. As he held her face, the man considered that Jeokyeon must not have even the slightest scars, given the flawless beauty of her face. Quickly, the man attempted to unfasten Jeokyeon's clothing, preparing to leave a scar on her body as instructed. However, the man was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight that greeted him. Meanwhile, in the depths of the night, Bengyang and Doha were enjoying the serene view of the stars outside. Bengyang inquired what Doha had been thinking about during the time they had been standing there for a few hours already. Bengyang expressed to Doha that he seemed to worry as if he were carrying the weight of a lifetime on his shoulders, jokingly remarking that at that rate, he might as well die of indigestion from all the stress. However, Doha remained silent, perhaps lost in his thoughts or simply enjoying the peaceful moment under the starlit sky. As Bengyang resigned himself to the idea that Doha wouldn't respond, Doha surprised him by suddenly calling out to him. Bengyang was taken aback and attempted to clarify if Doha had indeed called out to him. Consequently, Doha asked Bengyang if it's possible for a man to love another man. As he posed this question, a silent moment hung between them, filled with unspoken thoughts and emotions. Shortly after, Bengyang burst into laughter, caught off guard by the unexpected topic that Doha was concerned about. He told Doha that he was caught off guard and hadn't anticipated him bringing up such a topic. Doha was confused, as Bengyang's response seemed to imply that he was the person Doha was referring to in his question. So, he grew irritated by Bengyang's jests. In his irritation, he pushed Doha, but Doha continued to laugh despite the shove. He felt foolish for expecting a serious response from Bengyang and realized he shouldn't have taken him seriously. He realized that he may never find the answer, no matter how much he worried about it, and accepted the uncertainty. Moreover, he considered the possibility that it was a question that never had an answer to begin with. As he pondered this, he couldn't help but notice that it was already late into the night, with the moon high up in the sky. Returning to the earlier scene, the man dropped the knife in shock. He was profoundly surprised when he observed the scars on Jeokyeon's body. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and found it impossible to comprehend how something like that could occur within the confines of the imperial palace. To alleviate his doubts, the man decided to check Jeokyeon's neck to confirm whether he was indeed a man. Therefore, he quickly reached out and held her neck to verify his suspicions. As he touched it, he experienced a peculiar sensation. To his surprise, he couldn't discern any physical characteristics indicating that Jeokyeon was a man. He trembled with disbelief at the realization that a woman could hold the title of prince. Suddenly, the door swung open. The sudden movement of the door startled the man, prompting him to turn his attention towards it. However, as he turned, he found that there was no one present in the vicinity. Unbeknownst to him, Seol was already present and was already behind him. The man suddenly felt a hand touching him, causing him to feel nervous and on edge. Seol grabbed him by the neck, leaving the man too stunned to utter a word. Quickly, Seol covered the man's mouth. He felt a surge of anger at the thought of the man witnessing Jeokyeon's condition. He instructed the man to remain silent, emphasizing that Jeokyeon was sleeping. The man winced in pain as Seol tightened his grip on his mouth, instructing him firmly to remain quiet. Before Seol served under Jeokyeon, he was an anonymous individual thrust into a location where spirits are imprisoned. The spirits were harassing him, but another ghost intervened, urging them to cease their actions upon realizing that Seol was not of human origin. However, the spirits remained skeptical and inquired about Seol's true identity if he wasn't human. He explained that Seol was a mixture of human and ghost lineage, making him a half-breed. Upon hearing this, the other ghost felt a sense of disgust towards Seol. He threw Seol to the ground and expressed his disgust, telling him that he was disgusting. However, despite his disdain, he couldn't ignore the sweet scent emanating from Seol, which caused him to shiver involuntarily. The ghost pondered how to end Seol's life, realizing the challenge of doing so because of his mixed heritage as a half-breed. So, he contemplated using the celestial sword to harm him, curious to see if Seol would succumb to the attack. So he quickly attempted to pierce him with the celestial sword. He pierced Seol, causing blood to scatter on the ground. As Seol bled, the ghost asked him if he felt wronged. He inquired if it hurt and if Seol wanted to seek revenge on those who had made him miserable. He told him that the reason he was weak was because he was a half-breed, unable to strengthen himself because he couldn't consume human souls. But the ghost informed him that there was a way to end his suffering, which caught Seol's attention. Quickly, he sat up as if nothing had happened and asked the ghost what it was. Seol listened intently as the ghost instructed him on what to do first. He was told to strengthen himself by infiltrating the mortal realm and killing humans. The ghost explained that Seol's malevolent energy was feeble even for a half-ghost, but he could use it to deceive the barrier of mortals into allowing him to pass. The ghost reminded Seol that despite having human blood, he still had ghost blood in him, and the urge to kill humans was unavoidable because it was a ghost instinct. Shortly after, the ghost tossed him the sword, identifying it as the celestial sword for ghosts, and instructed him to wield it. The ghost then detailed how the sword would impact humans. Seol swiftly grasped the sword at the ghost's instruction to polish it. Following that, Seol heeded the ghost's instructions and ventured into the mortal realm, bearing the celestial sword as directed. He followed the orders diligently, dispatching any humans he encountered, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of unease, questioning why he wasn't finding any satisfaction in his actions. Observing a sobbing child, Seol pondered his reluctance to take a life and realized it stemmed from the fact that he was merely following orders without understanding the deeper reasons behind them. He contemplated the significance of gaining strength and the purpose behind his actions of killing humans, searching for personal meaning and motivation in his pursuit of power. As he reflected on his thoughts, he made the decision to release his grip on the celestial sword. The men spotted him and sought to exact revenge for the lives he had taken. Confused by Seol's passive stance, the men questioned why he wasn't retaliating or launching an attack against them. Seol gazed upwards and noticed the radiant glow of the orange moon hanging in the sky. He fixed his gaze upon it, delving into deep contemplation, pondering the essence and purpose of existence itself. Returning to the encounter with the ghost, Seol was reminded that there was something crucial the ghost had neglected to mention. The ghost divulged a piece of information to Baisiol that astonished him, the key to becoming human. The ghost revealed that if a half-breed ghost refrains from taking any human souls for 1,000 years, they have the opportunity to transform into a fully human being. This revelation left Baisiol stunned with the prospect of a path to humanity. Recalling those words, Baisiol experienced a sudden shift in his mindset. He stood firm, realizing that the path of killing was not aligned with his true desires. Observing Baisiol's immobility, the leader commanded his men to hurl their spears towards him. Quickly, all the men positioned themselves to throw their spears. Shortly, they hurled the spears directly at Baisiol's position. However, Baisiol remained steadfast, standing his ground without flinching as the spears hurtled towards him. He closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impact of the spears, prepared to accept whatever fate awaited him. In that moment, Baisiol was impaled by the spears, and he fell into the hands of the men, captured and subdued. Returning to the present, Baisiol explained to the man that ghosts are cursed creatures consumed by greed, craving the flesh and blood of humans. He clarified that the blood of other humans failed to stir any excitement within him, but surprisingly, Jeokyeon's blood proved to be a distraction for him. Baisiol's anger surged, and he gripped the man's neck tightly, enraged by the horrible crime he had committed. He warned the man that his punishment would be severe, declaring that his eyes would be plucked out for witnessing what he should not have seen. Quickly, Baisiol swiftly pierced the man's eyes, carrying out the punishment. Blood dripped from Baisiol's hands, a grim reminder of the violent act he had just committed. The man lay on the ground, writhing in agony, while blood streamed from his eyes. Baisiol hastily departed from the man after his eyes were taken. In a sudden turn of events, the man shouted that Jeokyeon was actually a woman, causing Baisiol to abruptly halt. The man persisted in his screams, emphasizing that Jeokyeon was indeed a woman and couldn't possibly be a prince. Baisiol grew angry and stormed back to the man, seizing him by the collar. He forcefully pushed the man against the wall with physical strength. Baisiol asserted to the man that if Jeokyeon truly was a woman, then she would reshape the world as his emperor, and serving her was his destined fate. Baisiol's anger intensified to the point where he channeled power into his hands. He informed the man that his words had provoked his temper to such an extent that he intended to cut out his tongue. Baisiol proceeded to cut off the man's tongue, causing blood to spatter once more. Before, Baisiol was bound and captured by men, enduring torture for several days before being left outside even as winter approached. It seemed as though Baisiol's existence was similar to that of a ghost, merely lingering in a state of survival. While bound, he imagined the ghost speaking to him, proclaiming that he was a child of the gods. He attempted to convince himself that he was indeed a child of the gods. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. The individual removed their robe and draped it over him. He was taken aback, not expecting anyone to show empathy towards him. As he reminisced about the past, Baisiol couldn't help but think of Jeokyeon. He found himself growing fonder of her, and his love for her only intensified. At that moment, Baisiol seized Jeokyeon's hands before she could leave. Jeokyeon was surprised and turned back, curious about what Baisiol had to say. Baisiol attempted to explain to Jeokyeon who he truly was, but he found himself overcome with fear and nervousness. Before he could utter a word, Jeokyeon interjected, stating that he was human. This caught him by surprise, as he hadn't expected her to perceive him as such. She assured Baisiol that she would use her status to prove that he was indeed human. As Jeokyeon's clothes were open, Baisiol felt the urge to close them for her. Quickly, he rearranged her clothes and covered her skin. Unable to resist, he reached out and touched her face, his hand still stained with blood. He attempted to gently turn Jeokyeon's face towards his own. He couldn't shake the feeling that Jeokyeon was a spectral presence filled with wrath. At that moment, he found himself unable to resist the urge to move his face closer to Jeokyeon's. Suddenly, Jeokyeon regained consciousness, touching his hands. He was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events and found himself at a loss for what to do next. Jeokyeon gazed at Baisiol while she remained barely awake due to the effects of the herb.
Jeokyeon rescued Baisal, and as they walked, Baisal questioned why she was taking him along despite him being a ghost. Jeokyeon halted and pondered Baisal's inquiry. She clarified that he hadn't questioned why a girl like her was masquerading as a man either. Jeokyeon endured a hard history, facing mistreatment due to her gender. She was repeatedly told that ascending to a high position was beyond her reach, discouraging any notion of aspiring to such heights. Even as a child, she was acutely aware of the hardships her mother had endured. Even in her childhood, she saw how the others separate her mother and her sister. Fed up with the injustice, it triggered her latent abilities, unleashing a power they never anticipated. She explained to Baisal that her capabilities were inherently tied to destruction from the very beginning. Jeokyeon empathized with Baisal, feeling they shared similar circumstances, which led her to express her inability to tolerate him being at death's door. Upon hearing Jeokyeon's words, Baisal found it hard to believe that someone like her existed. Then, Jeokyeon inquired about Baisal's thoughts regarding her decision to navigate the world disguised as a man, even in her ghostly form. Jeokyeon extended her hands and invited Baisal to accompany her. She assured him that she would entrust her back to him, as she was determined to become the emperor of their world. Returning to the present moment, Jeokyeon gently took Baisal's hand in hers. Baisal was taken aback by the intensity of the gaze from Jeokyeon's eyes. Slowly, he withdrew his hands from her face, while Jeokyeon smiled warmly. Jeokyeon realized that she had been drugged, causing her to fall into a deep, tranquil sleep. Baisal then expressed to her that if he had arrived any later, the man would have said the truth to others. However, Jeokyeon reassured him that he didn't need to worry, as she felt confident with him by her side. Baisal urged her not to joke, reminding her of the seriousness of the situation they had just faced. Yet Jeokyeon maintained a smile on her face as she called out Baisal's name. Shortly after, Jeokyeon closed her eyes and admitted she was feeling a bit tired. Baisal cautioned her not to push herself to stay conscious, emphasizing the potency of the toxic herb, which could render any person unconscious for up to 4 days. Quickly, Baisal scooped Jeokyeon up into his arms, lifting her gently. However, the servant remained anxious. The woman fretted that nobody would arrive while she found herself stranded on the rooftop. Previously, the servant pretended to be frightened in order to persuade Baisal to remain. Suddenly, the woman was taken aback as she sensed a strange sensation of motion. Much to her surprise, Baisal escorted her to the rooftop. The woman was astonished by how Baisal had swiftly transported her to the rooftop. Baisal assured her that the person attempting to harm her wouldn't easily locate her there, and she could remain hidden until sunrise. The woman was taken aback when Baisal left her alone on the rooftop. She panicked upon his departure, unsure of how she was supposed to descend from the rooftop. Meanwhile, a bag that had been securely fastened was unexpectedly abandoned from the palace of the 19th prince. Jeokyeon was startled when he suddenly heard the noise. Quickly, he sat up, his anxiety mounting, while his subordinate continued to sleep soundly by his side. His subordinate was awakened when Jeokyeon suddenly stood up, prompting him to inquire where he was headed in the middle of the night. Jeokyeon emerged with confidence, firmly believing that Jeokyeon was currently in serious trouble. While pondering and chuckling to himself, his subordinate suddenly spotted something on the floor. He quickly checked to see what it was, as it resembled a sack. When he opened the sack, an unconscious person emerged, bleeding profusely. Jeokyeon was surprised and puzzled as to why his subordinate screamed. As he gazed at the scene, he was overcome with terror. Meanwhile, at the palace of the goddess, Wal-Ah was harvesting herbs in the garden. She noticed that the leaves were exceptionally fresh at that moment, and she anticipated that the scent would be delightful once dried and steeped as tea. Shortly after, she called Jeokyeon's attention. Jeokyeon inquired what she wanted to say. Wal-Ah asked if she could invite him to the palace of the goddess again once they gathered enough fresh leaves to make tea. She hoped that Jeokyeon would agree. To her relief, Jeokyeon agreed and assured her that she could ask any time. Upon hearing this, Wal-Ah became excited about making tea for Jeokyeon, convinced that he would surely enjoy a fine brew. Furthermore, Wal-Ah handed the freshly plucked leaves to the child. She instructed her to handle the leaves with care and explained that they would be perfect once washed with warm water and dried well under the moonlight. Wal-Ah felt tired, but she reminded herself that she had to prepare the divine beast to send to the princes because the next trial would occur soon. Suddenly, Wal-Ah experienced a strange sensation. She pondered why thoughts about the competition left her uneasy, Yet she attempted to reassure herself that there was no issue. Gazing at the full moon, she wished for Jeokyeon's safety and contemplated that once the trials concluded, she would reach out with a letter inviting her to share a cup of tea. Soon after, Jeokyeon and Baisol arrived back at the palace. Baisol persisted in carrying her all the way as she remained unconscious. He swiftly and gently laid her on the bed. Jeokyeon settled comfortably onto the bed, while Baisol gazed at her intently. Baisol believed he could suppress his feelings for Jeokyeon, but it became evident that this wasn't the case anymore. As time passed, he found himself unable to resist developing deeper feelings for her. While he gazed at her, he couldn't shake the feeling that he wanted to be like a shadow to her, accompanying her for the rest of his days. However, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his emotions and couldn't prevent his feelings from blossoming any longer. Baisol remained by Jeokyeon's side, contemplating his growing feelings for her. He felt a swirl of confusion, torn between his desire to remain steadfastly by her side and the realization that things weren't unfolding as he had hoped. Baisol attempted to control his emotions, convincing himself that he was nothing more than a ghost, unable to ascend to the status of his master. Outside the palace, the air was filled with the enchanting sight of cherry blossoms in bloom. Lost in his thoughts, Baisol ventured outside the palace. He considered that the 19th prince had likely already observed whatever he had brought into his place that will serve as a warning not to try harming Jeokyeon again. Suddenly, he noticed cherry blossoms cascading down from above. His eyes widened in astonishment at the unexpected sight. Quickly, he spun around, a realization dawning as he knew exactly where the cherry blossoms originated. To his surprise, the person he expected to be elsewhere was already standing behind him. Suddenly, the person lunged, aiming their attack dangerously close to his foot. Shocked, he hesitated as the person warned him to step away. His intuition proved correct as Hamel, the 8th prince, was indeed there, seated on the rooftop. Hamel sternly conveyed to Baisol that his affection for Jeokyeon was not something to be casually disregarded or trampled upon by someone like him. Hamel insulted Baisol by remarking that he possessed a rebellious demeanor more suited to a commoner than to someone of princely stature. Despite feeling insulted, Baisol chose to remain silent and composed, refusing to dignify Hamel's remark with a response. Shortly, Hamel descended to ground level. He informed Baisol that he appeared exceptionally impudent. As Hamel continued to mock him, Baisol lowered his head, enduring the insults, even as Hamel disparaged him by calling him a lowlife. Hamel conveyed to him that Jeokyeon valued him solely for his sharpness, likening him to a useful tool rather than a person worthy of genuine regard. Hamel remarked to Baisol that he appeared to be unaware of the weight or significance of his words. Upon hearing this, Baisol felt a profound sense of insult piercing through him. He suddenly recalled Beingang's words, realizing that he would be held responsible if he caused any trouble in that moment. Recalling this, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, trying to contain the flood of emotions overwhelming him. On the other hand, Hamel simply stared at him, observing his reactions without showing any sign of remorse or empathy. Furthermore, Hamel persisted in explaining the 4th prince's compassion toward those beneath him, using Baisol as an example to drive his point home. He sarcastically smiled and remarked that Jeokyeon was even more soft-hearted than he had previously believed. However, he expressed that regardless of Jeokyeon's soft-heartedness, there were still limits to his tolerance. He stated to Baisol that he wondered how much longer he would continue to receive Jeokyeon's affection. As Hamel continued to make remarks connected to Jeokyeon, Baisol couldn't help but think about his relationship with the prince. Baisol felt a wave of anxiety and deep concern wash over him as Hamel questioned whether Jeokyeon would still pity him if the world turned against him. Observing Baisol's reaction, Hamel mocked him, suggesting that his words had provoked some introspection. Shortly afterward, Hamel departed, leaving Baisol to grapple with the unsettling thoughts and emotions stirred up by their encounter. Baisol remained standing, rooted to the spot, unmoving even after Hamel had departed. Due to the tight grip on his hands, Baisol's fingers caused his palms to bleed from the pressure. While Jeokyeon was sleeping, a divine beast suddenly appeared. The divine beast approached Jeokyeon's face, stirring her from her slumber, causing her to open her eyes. Quickly, she popped the bubble that the divine beast had brought in order to hear the message contained within. As she popped the bubble, she was informed that it was the beginning of the 4th trial. The message stated that after the Oracle of the Heavens descended, it was only during the prince's contest that a door appeared, opening to a bright and mystical sight. They announced that the fourth trial would take place at the Corridor of Endurance. Continuing, they explained that when each of the 20 pathways was viewed from the outside, they appeared to stretch to 1,000 fabric of cloth, and was then also known as the Thousands Corridor. Each corridor's end was connected, gathering towards an old central structure. Meanwhile, Doha also received a visit from the Divine Beast and was similarly informed about the beginning of the fourth trial. As the message continued, Jeokyeon sat up, eager to better understand the rules of the trial. On the other hand, Jeongwon calmly drank his tea and placed the cup back on the table as the message came to a halt. Jeongwon couldn't help but wonder about the location of the fourth trial. Shortly afterward, his subordinate arrived, and Jeongwon expressed to him his sense of unease regarding the peculiar nature of the trial. He pondered why they were allocated 19 hours for the trial when he calculated that even at a slow pace, they would reach the end of the path within 15 minutes at most. So he wondered why they were being given 16 additional hours beyond what seemed necessary for completing the trial. On the other hand, Jeokyeon speculated that the corridor would likely be a place that looked nothing like its exterior appearance. Upon hearing that they weren't allowed to bring their subordinates, Baisal felt a sense of disappointment wash over him. So Jeokyeon thought that the trial was concealing something far more significant than the labyrinth had. As the message concluded, Doha bid farewell to the Divine Beast. Beangang overheard and told Doha that he was leaving him once again. He sarcastically pretended to be in pain, remarking that his master was leaving him once more. Doha chuckled upon hearing Beangang's complaints. Moreover, Beangang was irritated when Doha called him, assuming he was going to try and bribe him with food again. But then Doha mentioned that it was snacks from Terraquin. Suddenly, Beangang sat up upon hearing about the snacks from Terraquin. He approached Doha and declared that he would indeed eat it, insisting that Doha shouldn't take it away from him. As he held the snack, Beangang's eyes gleamed with fondness, clearly taken by the treat in his hands. Since Beangang was injured, Doha had been taking care of him, ensuring he received all kinds of food that he desired. On a bright and sunny day, the emperor pays a visit to the grave of the empress. Standing before the grave, he shows his reverence and respect. Atop the grave rests a celestial sword, symbolizing the empress's revered status. His gaze remains fixed upon the sword, his attention unwavering. Before long, he takes a seat beside the grave, closing his eyes in solemn contemplation. His thoughts find peace as tranquility settles within his mind. Despite his calm demeanor, a sense of sorrow lingers within him as he reflects on the fate of the empress. As he pays his respects, one of his subordinates patiently waits outside. Contemplating deeply, he realizes that no amount of time or penance could erase the pain the empress endured. With a heavy heart, he offers a sincere apology for any suffering she experienced. Just as Jeongwon retrieves his glasses, his subordinate arrives, punctuating the moment with their presence. He informs Jeongwon that Yongyong is waiting outside. Jeongwon instructs his subordinate to convey to Yongyong that he should return, as the next trial is scheduled to commence tomorrow. Despite the instruction, Yongyong forcefully enters to meet Jeongwon. Observing Yongyong's expression, Jeongwon thinks that he may have made mistakes in executing their plan. Puzzled, Jeongwon considers how Yongyong could have erred, especially since he had provided potent herbs to weaken the fourth prince's fighting capabilities. Thus, he concludes that Yongyong's failure may have stemmed from Baisal's intervention. Suddenly, Jeongwon's attention is drawn to the sack that Yongyong brought along. Surprised, he realizes that something inside the sack is moving. Anxiously, Yongyong speaks up, expressing his urgent desire to speak with Jeongwon. Jeongwon instructs his subordinate to leave them alone for a while. He then directs Yongyong to enter and take his subordinate and the sack they were dragging along. Shortly thereafter, they move to a more private location to have their conversation. Jeongwon inquires about the urgent matter Yongyong wished to discuss. Before divulging the information, Yongyong insists on emptying the contents of the sack. As his subordinates begin to untie the sack, Jeongwon watches intently, awaiting the revelation of its contents. To his astonishment, a man lies within the sack, bleeding profusely and teetering on the edge of death. Jeongwon is speechless and is overcome with shock at the sight before him. He is perplexed by the sight of what appears to be a lifeless body, yet it continues to draw breath, adding to his confusion. Quickly, Jeongwon leans in to examine the man more closely. As he scrutinizes the man more closely, a wave of terror washes over him. Observing the man, Jeongwon sensed an intense feeling of something sinister or malevolent that had affected him. He quickly released his grip, overcome with fear. All of a sudden, Yeongyong's subordinate began to experience a sensation of weightlessness, as if he were being lifted off the ground. Jeongwon's magic forcefully hurled his subordinate, flinging them with great strength. Yeongyong was taken aback and puzzled as to why Jeongwon would resort to such action. Jeongwon instructed Yeongyong that he would divulge every detail of what occurred if Yeongyong wished to preserve his life. Following their conversation, Jeongwon proceeded to prepare some medicines. He remained there solemnly, lost in deep thought. He pondered over what Yeongyong had mentioned about the incident involving the man. Yeongyong clarified that his intention was to inflict the same physical pain on Jeokyeon as she had caused him, but his attempt had failed. As Jeongwon prepared the medicines, he couldn't shake off the thoughts of the cruelty the man had endured. As he gazed at the kettle, he pondered what kept the man alive. Turning to glance at the man, he contemplated that not only celestial energy, but also ghostly energy might be responsible for keeping the man alive. Even though he had only briefly held the man, he still sensed the lingering power of the ghostly energy. Jeongwon prepared to apply the medicine onto the man's body. He contemplated that Baisol was the one accountable for the man's condition, and that Jeokyeon had somehow tamed or controlled Baisol. He proceeded to extract all the ghostly energy from the man's body, the very energy that had been sustaining him. He speculated that Baisol had mutilated the man's eyes, feet, hands, and tongue, rendering him incapable of providing a confession. However, he reasoned that Baisol likely didn't anticipate the man being brought to someone highly skilled in using medicine within the palace. While healing the man, he realized that the man couldn't die, as he was the only link to information about Jeokyeon. The following day, individuals assemble at the site of the fourth trial. They were astounded by the doorway that would guide the prince into the corridor. They couldn't fathom seeing such a magical door right before their eyes. Prior to the commencement of the trial, Eon's subordinate advised him to be cautious on his journey. Conversely, Korin's subordinate was in tears, hoping to accompany him in the upcoming trial. Swiftly, the subordinates entered the lounge where they could await the prince's arrival. Bingang expressed a desire to offer a snack to Baisol. He informed Baisol that the snack was precious, reserved solely for princes to indulge in, but Baisol disregarded his words. Despite Bingang's persistent efforts to persuade Baisol to accept it, Baisol continued to ignore him. To his surprise, Baisol finally accepted the snack. He was left speechless by the fact that Baisol had actually taken it. He was so surprised that he began to doubt if he was indeed the fourth prince's subordinate, as he never expected Baisol to accept it. He pinched Baisol's face to ensure he was real and even checked his temperature, causing Baisol to grow irritated. In frustration, Baisol threw the snack at Bingang's head. As they gathered, the emperor also waited above. He was delighted to hear that everyone appeared so lively. Suddenly, the emperor noticed Jeokyeon and asked what he was thinking about. Jeokyeon replied that he wasn't thinking about anything. However, Jeokyeon eventually relented and admitted to the emperor that he had been pondering why His Majesty had spent only a short while in the corridor before emerging. The emperor smiled, perhaps reflecting on the past. His subordinate grew irritated as he joked around. However, the emperor still felt happy, knowing that his sons were experiencing something similar to what he had experienced 1,000 years ago. Shortly after, he confided in Jeokyeon, reminiscing about the excitement he felt when he was young. He continued, recalling how he used to just keep walking and quickly reached the end of the path. Reflecting on it now, he speculated that if he were to enter again at this moment, he might not be able to exit at all. Jeokyeon, confused, asked why he expressed it in such a manner. He reassured the emperor that such a thing wouldn't happen, emphasizing that he was the strongest emperor throughout history among the nations. The emperor didn't expect him to respond that way. However, he felt pleased that Jeokyeon thought of him in such a manner. Continuing, Jeokyeon listened intently as the emperor shared his insights on what it meant to be the emperor. He explained that during the trial, the preceding emperor merely adheres to the realm's barrier, while the focus shifts to the stronger generations. Shortly thereafter, the trial commenced, and Hamel began to roam the corridor. As Doha also entered, he stood there, lost in deep thought. In the meantime, Jeokyeon remained stationary in front of the corridor, showing no signs of movement. He lingered there, lost in contemplation, before eventually venturing into the corridor and exploring its twists and turns. Before long, a majestic creature of divine origin appeared in their midst. The communication indicated that a message would be conveyed prior to the commencement of the fourth trial. They attentively listened before proceeding to enter, continuing their journey with determination. Furthermore, they were informed that they could only enter through the entrance designated for them, leading them into a corridor. As this message was conveyed, Hyun brimmed with anticipation for the journey ahead. Continuing, the message stated that the trial would conclude once they reached the end of their journey. Korn listened intently, absorbing every detail of the message. Next, the message explained the points they would acquire. Eon, the 28th prince, has arrived to join the group, exuding a newfound confidence compared to before. Then the message detailed the consequences if they failed to emerge within the allotted time. Jeokyeon felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the consequences outlined in the message. They were informed that their participation would be forfeited if they failed to meet the allotted time. Moreover, Doha simply listened in silence, absorbing the gravity of the situation without uttering a word. Then the message instructed them to enter the corridor once they felt prepared. Jeokyeon resolved to mentally prepare himself for whatever lay ahead. However, the message cautioned them, expressing hope that they would resist the allure of any desire beckoning from the depths of the abyss. Meanwhile, Jeokyeon attempted to clarify to the Emperor what he had mentioned earlier. The Emperor affirmed to Jeokyeon that it was indeed true that they could encounter whatever they desired within the corridor. He elaborated, explaining that the barrier's capabilities were heavily influenced by the emotions of its keeper. Contemplating this, the Emperor reasoned that all his sons were strong and would recognize any illusions they encountered inside as mere hallucinations. He believed that they would have the strength to turn away from the memories that bound them. However, the Emperor noted that even the strongest individual couldn't evade the abyss within their heart, a void they had carved themselves. Shortly after, Jeongwon stepped forward, ready to enter the corridor. At the entrance of the corridor, a brilliant light illuminated the surroundings. As they entered, the Emperor understood that everyone who ventured into the realm of the abyss would gain knowledge. Suddenly, just before entering, Doha was overcome by a strange sensation. Eon too felt the sensation, which caught him off guard and filled him with surprise. Jeongwon also experienced the same sensation as the others, adding to the collective sense of intrigue and uncertainty. On the other hand, Hamel attempted to turn around to discern the source of the sensation. Meanwhile, Doha was troubled by the sensation and couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. Jeokyeon too experienced a peculiar sensation, his expression betraying his inner turmoil. Unable to resist the urge, Doha turned back to investigate the source of the sensation. Similarly, Jeokyeon couldn't resist the temptation and was startled by what lay behind them. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, and subscribe. And if you'd like to contribute further, you can now buy me a coffee. Every little bit helps in creating more quality content for you. Just click the Buy Me a Coffee link in the description below. And don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a new video.